Geotechnical.
Oh, correct. But ಅದ್ಯಾವುದು ಸರ್ ನೀವು NCACE-EWIT ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
Hello, Prasad sir.
Yeah, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Welcome to the conference, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಎಕೋ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Sir, good morning, sir. Nagaraj sir. Gupta sir.
1 minute, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Okay, sir. I am there. You can. So, sir, can I speak to you, or the coordinators will give me the clarification, sir?
Sir, pardon, sir.
Because there are 8 papers to be presented. It is said.
Sir.
The order which is sent in the mail, will it be the same order, or will there be any change in the order, sir?
Sir, they will be announcing the author's names.
Presenter. Okay, sir. I have that list with me. Okay, sir. I am ready, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Sir, shall we start the program, sir?
Okay, madam. Start the program.
A warm welcome to all. I am USHA K N, Assistant Professor, Civil Department, Convener of the program. Welcome you all for the second day of 4th 2 days National Conference on Advances in Civil Engineering 2020, organized through Civil Engineering Association in association with ICI-BENC chapter, Ultratech Cement, CADD Center, and Civil Soft Consultants. Now we shall start the Day 2 conference, technical session on environmental engineering and water resource engineering. I hope all the presenters are ready now. Now, I would like to call upon Mistress Sridevi R, Assistant Professor, to introduce the session chair, Dr. CSMV Prasad, Professor and Head from SJBIT College. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Usha. It's my privilege to welcome CSMV Prasad, sir, Department of Civil Engineering, SGBIT, Bangalore. Professor Prasad, sir, completed his BE degree in Civil Engineering from Sri Jaichamarajendra College of Engineering, Mysore, during the year 1989. After completing BE degree, he worked for construction companies and government organizations till 1995. With a pursuit for higher education, joined ME degree in Environmental Engineering at University Vishveshwaraya College of Engineering, Bangalore University during 1995. After completing master degree in 1996, started his teaching career at SGC Institute of Technology, Chikkaballapur. In 1998, he moved on to teach at MS Ramaya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. He then joined SJBIT in the year 2001 as a lecturer and was promoted as Associate Professor in Civil Engineering Department during 2010. He has been the head of the Department of Civil Engineering at SJBIT from 2009 till 2012 and again from 2014 till 2017. He has submitted his thesis for the award of doctorate degree or PhD to Bangalore University recently. He has published articles in reputed journals on his research. His research is related to water conservation measures for Bangalore city. He has attended many conferences and workshops at national level. His favorite subjects of teaching includes engineering mechanics, strength of materials, environmental studies, water supply and sanitation, and irrigation engineering. He is also a life member of the Indian Society of Technical Education. He conducted a study on quality of the groundwater along the Vishwavati Valley as a part of the dissertation work for ME degree course during 1996. He also worked as a co-investigator in Rajiv Gandhi Rural Drinking Water Mission sponsored project Control of Fluorosis by Groundwater Recharge conducted in Patapalya, Kolar district, Karnataka during 1997. Attended a 3-month course in town and country planning using remote sensing technologies at Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun during 1999. He attended AICTE-sponsored staff development program on sampling, testing, analysis, and interpretation of water quality data at RVCE Bangalore from 7th to 18th December 2009. He completed a course on groundwater development and management at Central Groundwater Board, Bangalore from 28th to 24th December 2010. A warm welcome for the program, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would like to talk few words about the program, sir, and the session.
Yeah, good morning to one and all. I am really happy to hear East-West Institute of Technology, Department of Civil Engineering, organizing this 2-day national conference, which will be a platform for various young researchers to present their case studies and their research in this conference. And I am really honored to be a part of this conference today. East-West Institute of Technology, a highly reputed institution founded by a visionary CM Nagaraj sir, and now being ably guided by Principal sir and my close friend Dr. Nagaraj Gupta sir. So I am really happy to be a part of your national conference. I am once again thankful for you to give me an opportunity to be a part of your national conference. Thank you, sir, and all the best to the participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we shall start with the session. Over to you, ma'am. Okay, we shall start with the first candidate, SG Channabasava. Improper disposing of COVID-19 face mask, a potential microplastic pollution. Topic. SG Channabasava. Okay, we'll go to next candidate. Analysis of steady flow using HECRAS and GIS from Pallavi. Pallavi, are you there? Pallavi, you can unmute your mic. And you can
can I start my presentation, ma'am?
Yeah, Pallavi, you can start. You can share your presentation.
Yeah, can I share my PPT? Is my screen is visible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, one and all. Myself, Pallavi, a postgraduate student and Department of Civil.
It's Pallavi.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Your voice is not clear.
Hello.
Yeah, now you can proceed.
Okay, fine. The contents are introduction, scope of the study, objectives, literature review, study area, data products, methodology, results and discussions, and conclusions and reference. And this is my introduction. Basically, flood is a severe natural disaster and a common occurrence in the world due to increase in global temperature. In recent decades, flooding increased profoundly due to hydrological characteristics and temperature changes, as we know that. Consequently, the flooding period will be on the monsoon season, that is from July to October. It is an basically the definition of the flood will reveal that it is an unpredictable and unexpected event which not only damages the natural resources and lives and also the environment and causes some of the socio-economic losses and causes severe health problems too. How the flood going to happen means the river, when the river banks are overtopped, river water flows over the floodplain and causes damages to crop and property within the floodplain of the river. In view of all this, the flood inundation modeling involves basically two types. One is hydrologic modeling, and another one is hydraulic modeling. Hydrologic modeling deals with the estimation of the peak flows from storm events. And in case of hydraulic modeling, it deals with the estimation of water surface elevation, terrain analysis, estimate the inundated area. The boundary of inundations are also derived by the hydraulic modeling. And there are number of models exist to simulate this river modeling. One of them are Telemap 2D, River 2D, HEC HMS, HECROSS, Mike 11, Mike SWMM, and Mike Flood and InfoWorks. Based on the multiple studies, that is from literature review, I have found that HECROSS is one of the best models because it is freely downloadable software and also easy to navigate for users with minimal modeling experience also, and it runs very quickly for real-time forecasting. On the basis of all this literature review, the flood inundation mapping were easily done in ArcGIS platform, as I see in many of the literature review. The floods will affects the roadways, railways, streets, and buildings, everything, right? So this can be evaluated by the ArcGIS platform. ArcGIS is a very good software in calculating this. When it comes to the scope of the study, when the river at the Kaveri Basin exceeds its storage capacity, the excess of water overflows the banks and fill the adjacent low-lying areas, producing significant socio-economic losses. In order to estimate this flood inundation pattern, hydrodynamic model is to be prepared to predict its extent. For this, the present study uses one-day flood simulation carried by using HECROSS and ArcGIS softwares. When it's come to my study area, and the river Kaveri and the Kabini confluence point, Tiramakudalu Narsipura is selected, which is a frequently flooding since from 2018 and causes damages in the downstream of the discharge gauging station. At present, in my study, an attempt has been made to understand the extent and frequency of the flooding take place at Tinasipura, Mysore district discharge gauging station of Upper Kaveri Basin. The required data for the study are collected from CWC, that is Central Water Commission, Bangalore, to analyze the flood and to prepare the inundation maps for the same, which the results obtained from this will help to take the precautions and mitigation measures. When it comes to objectives of the study, there are particularly three types of objectives. One is for one-dimensional hydrodynamic to set up one-dimensional hydrodynamic model through ArcGIS and HECROSS softwares for the Tinasipura discharge gauging station of Upper Kaveri Basin. And second thing is to determine the actual area affected by the flood and mapping the same. And the third, but not the least, is nothing but to adopt appropriate flood disaster mitigation measures and reducing the impact of the flood, loss of lives and damages. When it comes to literature review, the Patil et al. Had used the across and GIS for the lower reach of Shetruji River of Gujarat. The main scope of the study is to understand the flood hydrograph and to reduce the damages caused by it. And the study reveals that when the discharges is more than 2000 cumecs, there are more chances of flooding. And when comes to EWIT and ISOC, this study shows the overflow of water, that is mainly to calculate the depth of water that is to be caused by the flood on the Gurupura River. A study flow analysis is performed by taking input as maximum discharge for the HECROS analysis. They are also used HECROS and JS for their study. And next come to this, Ahmad et al. Describes the HECROS models for the flood studies at Jhelum, Kashmir Valley. He used the HECROS and JS platform to find out the resultant expected levels, and also the study has been carried for 50 years and more return periods to estimate the overflow of the water at maximum locations, and the same flood mapping has been done in ArcGIS, and Sunil Kumar and Varghese had studied the flooding relation on downstream of Magalam River. They had used a bit different HMS and across combinations with the inundation mapping over GIS platform, and Kim and Heng also used across in GIS for the study area of lower Mekong River in Cambodia. Basically, Cambodia is most disaster-prone countries, so it topped rank in the natural disaster. He had also used across for calculating the flooding analysis for the year of 2000 to 2013, and when it comes to exact study area location, it is extracted from the river Kaveri. As we know that river Kaveri is originating in the food fields of Western Ghats, that is Talkaveri of Kodagu district, Karnataka state, at an elevation of 4,340 meters with a drainage area of 87,000 square kilometers. And it consists of basically 21 principal tributaries. That's 9 are in Karnataka and 12 are in Tamil Nadu. The important tributaries joining from the left bank are Harandi, Hemavati, Shirsha, Arthavati, whereas the right bank are Lakshman Tirtha, Kabini, Suvarnavati, Bhavani, Noil, and Amaravati. And due to the recent flood activities since from 2018, we had observed in Mysore district a stretch of river for the analysis is taken for the river Kaveri for over 37.78 kilometers long, while its width varies. The study area actually exactly falls on the discharge station called Chiramakodulla Narsipura, that is T. Narsipura of Mysore district, on the upper Kaveri basin. Geographically, it is represented as like this. And the data sets used in the study are SRTM 30-meter resolution data for the purpose of extraction of study area. The source is USGS Earth Explorer, and the discharge data for the purpose of one-dimensional study flow modeling. The source is Central Water Commission, CWC. Manning's toughness coefficient is an essential element for calculating the computed water surface elevation. It is referred from HECROS reference manual of 2016 and chapter 3. And the software used are ArcGIS and HECROS. ArcGIS is useful for flood mapping, downloaded from ESRI website, and HECROS is used for flood analysis and flood detection, downloaded from USHA K N Engineering. There is a brief introduction about the discharge. Data sets used are particularly the first one is DAM, that is SRTM DAM, Shuttle Radar Topographic Mission Digital Elevation Model. It is a digital representation of portion of the Earth's surface derived from interpolation of regularly spaced elevation point measurements for the study area. The dam was obtained from SRTM with a resolution of 30 meter spatial, and the discharge data was collected from CWC, that is Central Water Commission, for the years of 1998 to 2018. Had collected for 21 years of data to understand the flow and flood activities variations. And this is the graph showing the discharge versus year. We can see clearly here that the flow from 1998 to 2018, we have the highest discharge at 2018 and the lowest on 2002. The results will be seen clearly. I will be discussing it on our results and discussion. And when it comes to Manning's roughness coefficient, it is an important solution for computing of water surface profile. The values of Manning's it mainly depends on a number of factors like surface roughness, channel irregularities, channel alignment, spore and depositions, obstruction, and size of the channels also, like whether it is rectangular, trapezoidal, and stages and discharge, and temperature changes too, and suspended materials and bed loads if the positions are there. These are the things which Manning's roughness depends. And for the present study, it is extracted from the manual reference, and also a reference of manuals had shown that open channel hydraulics books written by Charles has given the extensive completions of N values for steam and floodplains. When it comes to RJS by Environmental Research Institution developed this software. It is a powerful and easy to for use of maps, spatial data, and perform spatial analysis. And this is a very effective tool. For this, the process of modeling, visualization, interpretation of basic raster data using the spatial analysis extension tool in ArcGIS. GIS application in floodplain management has conveyed that GIS is ideally suited for management activities such as base mapping, topographic mapping, post-disaster verification, upper floodplains, extents, and depths are also identified in ArcGIS software. When it comes to hydraulic showed the details of this geometry of the river channels, which I had created with the use of ArcGIS software on extension called HGRS in the next slides. These parameters are to be established because of the we need a input like a cross sections and the main channel and left band, right band. These are the things which it uses as input in across softwares. When it comes to methodology, we have two types of data. One is spatial data and another one is non-spatial data. When it comes to spatial data, it uses like depth and geometric data. And when it comes to non-spatial data, GeoRAS is the extension of, GeoRAS is an extension of ArcGIS. This is a depth spatial data.
Pallavi?
Yes, sir.
Your network is not proper.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Okay, continue.
Okay, fine. Am I audible now, sir? Hello?
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. Okay. HGRS, it's an extension of ArcGIS, and geometric data is represented in HGRS, an extension of ArcGIS, and is exported to the HECROS for performing of steady flow analysis. The inputs used in HECROS are non-spatial data, that is discharge data. It is a data used directly in HECROS for performance of steady flow analysis, and the computed results what we are getting are depth, velocity, water surface elevation, and inundation boundary. These are all getting in as a output of across steady flow analysis results. This is the picture of river geometry that is created with the help of HGRS, an extension of ArcGIS. We can see clearly that the main channel river and left of the bank, right of the bank, and what are the cross sections that I had chosen in creating this. This is exported to HECROS and can be viewed as like this. This is the same river geometry that is viewed in with the help of HECROS. And this is the pop-up windows which are going to have in performing study flow analysis. We had inputted discharge data here from the first one, and the second one we have the stream condition and the boundary conditions like upstream and downstream condition. On upstream we have critical depth, and on downstream we have normal depth. The normal depth is nothing but the slope of the river profile. And study flow analysis is performed like this. And in results and discussions, we have that the HECROS model was performed under steady flow condition for about 21 years, that is 1998 to 2018, to check the variations in inundation boundary and to estimate where exactly the flood has been taken over. In this case, we have the areas according to your like this. We can see clearly in 2018 we have 159.72 square kilometers of area which had covered it, and least one is nothing but 2002 we have only 19.32. It is like as a river flow only. I'll show you the exact inundation boundaries in next slides. Here it comes the flood inundation boundary of 2002. It is overlapped in world imaginary map. This red lines indicates that this is a taluk boundary of Tina Sipura. The gauging station is located here. Next, this is the exact inundation boundary of 2018. Where we have more area is covered under the water in 2018, which can be seen clearly. The places which had been covered will be explained in the next slides. This is the cross section. I had showed only few of them, that is on upstream and downstream cross section of upstream cross section of 2018 and downstream cross section of 2018 are shown here. And the difference which can be seen clearly when compared to this 2018 cross section to the 2002 is like this. And this is the XYZ plot, that is a three-dimensional view of 2018 plots. And 2002, and we can see clearly that the difference between the 2018 and 2002. And this is the exact view of our so-called, we can call it as a ground truth verification of the inundation boundary and the exact places which it covers on water on 2018 can be viewed in RAS mapper in HECROS. This is 2002's. As it was an extreme flood situation in 2018, as we all know, that due to heavy, because of the reason that Kabini and KRS reservoirs are fully filled, which had resulted in overflow of Kaveri, cut-offing of over 30 villages in Tinasipura, and also at the lower lying of Kabini River also had been flooded. Since the study area is also a part, like a part of this flood prone, it reveals some of the inundated boundaries of the flood prone areas like Tinasipura, Madapura, Muduputore, Marahalli, Mavinahalli, Talakadu, and some Hosakukur, Kaveripura, Sargo, Teramballi, and some parts of Kollakala too. And this is the some of the newspaper clippings that I had collected to show the exact devastating presence of flood in 2018. The first figure represents the Google map image, which indicates that there are some flood events on Mangaluru, Madikeri, and Mysore. And the second image shows the landslides over 2018 on August. And third slide shows that Karnataka overflowing cuts off in 30 villages in Tinasipura. And this is my conclusion. Flood modeling using HECROS is an effective tool for hydraulic study in handling of disaster and health and management measures. The output from the HECROS model will be utilized to determine the extent of overtopping of bridges, barrages, when it is subjected to increases of stream levels. For example, in case of Tripura, as my study area, there was no flood event since 100 years. And it was a disaster as it was carrying continuously flooding since from 2018 and 19 and 2020 here also we had seen some of the disasters. And the study has shown clearly that the across model coupled with the remote sensing data that is done is a vital in geospatial analysis of hydrologic cycle, including inundation mapping, watersheds and floodplain detection. This provide will facilitate to adopt appropriate flood disaster mitigation measures and reduce the impact of the floods and loss of lives and damages. These are my references. And this is my thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you, Palvi. Over to you, Prasad sir.
Hello. Okay. So you have talked about hydrological modeling tools, and yes, HECRAS is the best.
Yes, sir.
Can you give the justification, or have you tried it with any other hydrological modeling tools?
Actually, sir, I had done my internship on Pune CWC.
Okay. No, there are even other hydrological modeling tools.
Sir. Actually, yes, sir. I'm going to convey that only. Since some of the departments in CWC had seen those, Mike 11 has been used, sir. Hello.
Yeah, you have also talked about flood-prone zones.
Yes, sir.
Have you used only layers or like Google Maps, or have you done any interpretations using high resolution satellite images, so that them also would have helped you to interpret your case better? Because this is
yes, sir, sure, sir. Actually, for the sake of ground truth verification, I had shown you the topographic maps, but actually, I had tried over it on demo also. It was a good representation because we are getting the results like if we are having good results, it will show clearly, right, sir? I had overlapped the inundation boundary area on demo also.
okay. Thank you. Good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. The next presenters, Harshita B, please share your screen and start the presentation. And I wanted to just tell the presenters a thing that please restrict your presentation for 10 minutes and 2 minutes for the discussions regarding the presentation.
Ma'am, can I start?
Yeah, Harshita.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning to all.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Good morning to all. I am Harshita M and my teammate is Harshita B from Civil Engineering Department at EWIT are here to present about ferrite nanoparticle synthesis via combustion method for electrochemical sensor studies under the guidance of Shashshekar sir from Civil Department and Surendra sir, Raghavendra sir from Chemistry Department, EWIT. To start off with the introduction, nanoparticle studies is a widely researched area now, and it has many applications, and this is mainly because of its stability, performance, strength, and low cost. As we can see now, miniaturization is a top priority now because nanoparticles are used in many industries such as textile, food, cosmetic, and many more to go on. And the great Nobel Prize winner Richard Feynman, he rightly said that a day would come wherein 24 volumes of encyclopedia would be on a pinhead. And it is so true seeing nanoparticles usage now in recent times. So here in our project, we have synthesized nickel ferrite nanoparticles because of its applications in treatment of dye water, treatment of contaminants, and electrochemical applications. Why nanoferrites is because along with the strength, performance and stability, it has exceptional photocatalytic property, and it also has good magnetic property. Because of that, it can work effectively under UV radiation, and due to its magnetic property, it can easily be separated and it can be reused, which again adds to economy. And in present times, the most researched ferrites are nano nickel ferrite, cobalt ferrite and manganese ferrite. So among them, nickel ferrite nanoparticles provide good electrochemical performance, and there are conventional ways like thermal treatment, sol-gel process for synthesis, but we have used here combustion method for synthesis in our project. And another positive point is we have used green fuel for the synthesis, and because of that, less energy is used during manufacturing, and it also supports sustainability. So overseeing all the points, nickel ferrites also give good electrochemical properties, and because of that, it can be used in supercapacitor applications in cars, cranes, buses, and also in areas of biosensor and battery applications, etc. So in sensor applications, we can see that it can be used for environmental monitoring, industrial process monitoring, and composition analysis and all of that. So nanotechnology is hence a boon because though being too small a size, it can be used in large areas of work. And the next one is synthesis of nickel ferrite nanoparticle. So here for synthesis, we have used combustion method. Firstly, nickel nitrate, ferric nitrate, and the green fuel, that is aloe vera gel that we have taken here. It's taken in a crucible in the ratio of 1:1:1.5 and is dissolved well using very little quantity of distilled water. And the crucible is then placed in the muffle furnace when temperature is between 450 to 500 degrees Celsius. So after few minutes, when the flames arise, the furnace is closed for a few minutes, and then the crucible is taken out of the furnace. So then we can see the dark colored nanoparticles sticking to the bottom of crucible, and it is then scraped out and taken. So we can see the picture here, which shows the synthesis of nickel ferrite. And the nickel ferrite nanoparticles obtained is further tested before using it in the applications. So the results and discussions of the test will be briefed by my teammate Harshita B.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Harshita B. Now I'm going to explain about results and discussion of our synthesis. First, we have done the PXRD studies, that is powder X-ray diffraction techniques. In the powder X-ray diffraction studies, the powder X-ray pattern recorded for the sample nickel ferrite nanomaterials is shown in the figure that shows the crystallographic formation of the nickel ferrite that is obtained from the XRD pattern, and observed reflection agrees well with the standard pattern of cubic spinel that is shown in the figure 1. Nickel ferrite nanomaterials are preferentially oriented along the plane of 311 and also with the high intensities, and also with the orientation of 220, 400 and 331, 551 and 450 that were observed. The peak with a strike symbol shows the preference of magnemite ferrite oxide. The crystalline size of the nickel ferrite nanomaterials we are obtained was 11 nanometer. The crystallization shows that the peak value is the crystallization formation, and this is the graph of the PXRD techniques we have done. And next was the FTIR spectroscopy, that is Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. In IR spectra provide the valuable information regarding the nature of the functional group that is attached to the metal ion. Here figure 2 shows the FTIR for the nickel ferrites nanomaterial that were calcinated at the 800 degrees Celsius, and they were recorded in the range of 400 to 4000 centimeter, two peaks at the 3802.83 and the another peak at the 1835.36 centimeter. On the FTIR spectrum, it is also related to the OH band. The stretching modes at the 579 and the 424 centimeter shows that ferric oxide and the nickel oxide stretching modes, which indicates that formation of nickel ferrites nanomaterials. This figure shows that formation of the nickel ferrite is confirmed in the FTIR test. Next test was the SEM and the EDX, scanning electron microscopy test. SEM allows the imaging of the individual crystallites and the development of the statistical description of size and shape of the nanomaterials that we sample prepared by us. The overall morphology of the particle shows the uniform thickness with the smooth interference. Here, figure 3 shows the cubic spinal structure of the nickel ferrite nanomaterials, and the figure 4 are the graph that shows from the EDX of the sample that has calcinated at 800 degrees Celsius. It indicates that the sample we prepared was very pure and there is not any impurities in the sample. And this was the SEM and EDX test result we have done. And next was the photocatalytic degradation study. For photocatalytic degradation studies for nickel ferrite nanomaterials was studied by taking a cationic dye and anionic dye respectively of acid green and acid red 88 dye. The photocatalytic degradation of acid green and acid red dyes were performed using nickel ferrite under the UV light radiations. In a typical procedure, 600 mg of nickel ferrite was added to a 20 ppm solution of acid green and acid red dyes to perform suspension separately. And the absorption and the photocatalytic studies were performed using the Pyrex glass beaker and a magnetic stirrer for controlled agitation. Prior to the photocatalysis study, the suspension composed of dye and composite was stirred continuously. During that reaction, 5 ml of solution was withdrawn at different time intervals. The time interval we have taken for every 15 minutes, we have taken out the sample and configured. The photocatalytic degradation of the acid green and acid red dye was investigated at 600 nanometer. The degradation of percentage of dye was also calculated, and these are the photo degradation of acid green and acid red for degradation graph that are shown in the figure 6A and 6B. This was the graph we have undergone for the degradation of the dyes we are used in the photocatalytic degradation studies. And the result and summary of our project is nickel ferrite nanoparticles has been synthesized by combustion method. X-ray diffraction PXRD shows that formation of nickel ferrites nanomaterials has a size of 11 nanometer with the preferential orientation along the 311. The structure of nickel ferrite has been cubic spinal. The FTIR spectrum of the nickel ferrite sample has given a clear indication of 2 vibrational bands of metal oxygen. And next was the UV visible measurement shows that the band gap energy of the synthesized nickel ferrite nanoparticles was 2.26 electron volts. From the results of these tests we have undergone, we can conclude that the nickel ferrite nanoparticles are very good materials for electronic devices technology, biosensors, and photo degradation application. And this was our project. Thank you.
That's a good presentation.
Yeah, I think it was presented by
Sir Harshita B and Harshita M.
Okay. I have one simple question. Your synthesized ferrite nanoparticles, its application, can you just brief out how you brought out its application?
Sir, it can be like ferrites have good electronic properties, and it also has good magnetic properties. So when it is used as a catalyst, we can degrade all these contaminants and all of that. And,
I mean to say, on what contaminant did you apply? Was it a natural or a laboratory synthesized contaminant?
Sir, now we are working on it. Presently, we did it on synthetic dyes at the laboratory, sir.
Oh, acid green and acid red were your synthesized?
Yes, sir. Synthesized dyes in the lab. we are actually working from past 1 month. So presently we synthesized the particle and we tested it on these 2 dyes.
Okay, and the temperature of 800 degrees centigrade for synthesis, I mean, you found that was the ideal one, or any lower temperatures or still higher temperatures would give you better quality of your ferrite nanoparticles?
Sir, for the test we used between 450 to 500 and we got good result. We got good particles of that. So we restricted for about 550, sir.
550, okay. But somewhere it was mentioned as 800. So I was thinking whether you use 800 or your 452. Okay. What exact temperature did you think of?
Sir, for nickel ferrite we have done for the 800. For others, we are doing for other materials also. For that, we have used 500 and 600 also, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Harshita.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I want next presenter Abhinava V. Please share your presentation.
Sure, ma'am.
From plastic.
Okay. Good morning to everyone present here. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, sir. So my name is Abhinav. I'm from East West College of Engineering. So my topic is nothing but extraction of fuel from plastic waste through pyrolysis process. This topic is purely related to environmental engineering. So I'd like to start the presentation by saying that plastic is the only material that has been very persistent in our earth, which has not been taken care of. There are a lot of plastic being segregated around the world, which has not been treated properly, which is causing major pollution in our earth. So plastic is a material that consists of synthetic and semi-synthetic organic compounds that are malleable and that can be molded into solid objects. The history of plastic goes to 1860 when it was invented. In past 40 years, the plastic has been increased exponentially because of large-scale productions. Here, the plastics are used because of its good qualities such as lightweightness, durability, and other qualities. So plastics are made up of long chain polymers, which can be molded into separate, can be used as accordingly. Polymers, excuse me. Polymers are the compounds that are made of naturally occurring substances such as crude oil or petroleum. Beside all this, plastic has a major drawback, which is nothing but it is non-biodegradable and it cannot be composted easily, which is very hazardous to our environment. Around 40 years, more than 8,000 billion metric ton plastic has been generated and produced in our environment, in which only 40% has been recycled and 60% were disposed of. Today, about 500 billion single plastic bags are produced annually, majorly which are produced by petroleum industry, and 90% of the trash that are floating on ocean surface is nothing but plastic. Plastic has a certain bad impact on the environment, which I'd like to speak about now. Accumulation of plastic on Earth affects adversely on our environment, on such as land, water, wildlife, and other human activities. Nearly 1.1 to 1.8 billion metric tons of plastic, nearly 1.1 to 1.8 million metric tons plastic waste are produced every year, which affects every. So plastic is harmful to human because the recent research concluded that some of the plastic waste include carcinogenic agents which causes cancer and which also gives respiratory problem to our human lungs. Next, I'd like to speak about the different types of plastics. Basically, there are 7 types of plastics, among which I'd like to explain everything, but I'll just skip on to the next one. The 7 types of plastics are nothing but polyethylene terephthalate, high density polyethylene, polyvinyl chloride, low density polyethylene, polypropylene, and polystyrene and other basic types of plastics. So I have just said the brief introduction to plastic types. The main objective of my the paper is nothing but to reduce the usage of plastic, to avoid the amount of plastic that is being used in landfilling, and to use the plastic waste produced in our environment effectively to produce and fuel, and to reduce the emissions that are being produced into the atmosphere by combustion of plastic waste, and to treat the non-recyclable plastic in an efficient way. So why do we adopt pyrolysis process as a method to treat plastic? Is because of these following features. It is very simple and inexpensive and can be easily adopted, and this technology can be used to treat wide variety of feedstocks. These feedstocks can include wide variety of plastics ranging from all the 7 types of plastics, and we can also reduce the amount of waste going into landfill, as I said earlier, and to reduce the risk of water pollution as well as groundwater pollution. And construction of pyrolysis plant is a very rapid process, and it can be employed anywhere. And it also creates several job employment opportunities to the low-income people and locally existing people. It reduces the dependency on imported natural resources such as petroleum extracted from mining the earth or drilling the earth. This process is compared to landfill. So I have referred 6 of the journal for this paper, which I'd like to share with you guys. First, basically, I took up this research work from Preservative Polionosi and King of Physics, where he studied about non-oxidative thermal degradation of polyethylene. Here, in this paper, the paper mainly included the thermal decomposition of polyethylene oxide under the non-oxidative condition at 400 degrees Celsius. And the degradation products that was obtained included ethyl alcohol, methyl alcohol, alkenes, and along with carbon monoxide. Second research paper was from Andhra Angel and Norbert Mirsi. This paper mainly focused on petrochemical feedstock by thermal cracking of plastic waste. Here, the study was based on the thermal cracking of polypropylene and polystyrene through the controlled combustion pyrolysis process. Here, the liquid fuel extract contains heteroatom content and the moderate olefin content. Why? Because here they studied about the catalytic and non-catalytic cracking of low-density polyethylene. This research paper mainly focused on the catalytic and non-catalytic degradation of low-density polyethylene. Here, the low-density polyethylene was subjected to 400 to 500 degrees Celsius, where the liquid extracts included carbon compounds, including alcohol, paraffin, and carbonyl compounds. And the fourth paper was from Mizoshi and La L. Baran. This paper mainly focused on thermal and thermocatalytic degradation of high-density polyethylene. Here, they studied about the thermocatalytic and non-catalytic degradation of high-density polyethylene under 400 to 500 degrees Celsius, and the liquid extracts obtained contain medium carbon compounds including hydrocarbon and alcohol, etc. Here, the main materials and methodology that I've used for my research paper is as given in the slide. The plastic waste that are the plastic waste that are used in my method is nothing polyethylene terephthalate, which are disposed of in our environment. And the selection of these plastic materials was made based on the fact that the source at which it is present. In this method, we first collected the plastic from households and industries where they have disposed these kind of plastics. Then we washed the plastics by removing the dirt off, and then we cut the plastics into smaller pieces and we segregated it. This shredded plastic waste was then fed into our own made pyrolysis reactor, which is subjected to high temperature and high pressure, which is maintained constantly. In this chamber, the plastic undergoes thermal decomposition. It is then condensed by passing it through a condenser, which can be used as liquid fuel after some purification process. And the ash content that is left out in the pyrolysis relative for pavement construction in highway engineering. There are certain disadvantages and advantages to this method, among which there are more advantages than disadvantages. Main advantage of the process is nothing but it can enhance good quality of oil yield, and it is continuous and it can operate in a steady way. The materials the metals are equally heated and pyrolyzed so that there will be no pollutive things left out which will harm our environment. And we have used hot seal technology to ensure the safe operation of the process. And purified gas can be used for heating, such as combustible gases in different regions. And it requires low manpower and low working intensity, and we will get a clean oil. And the operation cost of this is very low. There are two certain main disadvantages of this process, which is nothing but there is a high maintenance cost, as well as the operation or reaction rate is very hard to control. The main design parameters of an pyrolysis unit is as given here. The melting point. If the melting point is high, then we get an quality oil from the reactor. If the density is low, then it is easy to get a good quality oil because it vaporizes easily. The quality of substance. The higher quality of the plastic, the more yield quality we get from the oil. And moisture content. If the moisture content is more, then the oil yield, the quality of the oil will be less. And reactor temperature. The more the temperature, the more we will get the yield from the reactor. And heating rate. More we heat, the more the heating rate, the more we get the yield. And size. The optimum size the reactor is expected to get maximum oil yield. And feed rate. Feed rate. This mainly depends on the demand of oil and maintaining maintaining a uniform temperature. For continuous production, the temperature should be maintained in a uniform way so that we get an steady oil from the reactor. And the type of condenser used. Also, the types of condenser plays a main role in the obtaining of good oil, pyrolysis oil. I would now like to speak about the fabrication or the how to build our pyrolysis reactor. As you can see, our pyrolysis reactor has a mild steel of 3 mm thickness. This unit is welded with the help of gas welding technology. Since the material has to withstand high temperature and high pressure, we have selected an stainless steel that can undergo both high temperature and high pressure. The thermocouples and pressure gauge and safety valves are produced at different regions of the reactor, and the diameter of the discharge valve should be suitable in nature so that it will be easier for us to take out the ash content from the pyrolysis reactor. The pyrolysis process is nothing but there is an this process includes a vertical hollow tubular reactor in which the plastics are fed on top, and a furnace is provided below, which provides the heat. Plastic decomposes and vaporizes, leaving out ashes and gases. This hot vapor or gas is led into a condenser, which is then converted into fuel. And cyclone separator is used to remove the gases and plastic liquid fuel. And the temperature and pressure is maintained constant throughout this process. As you can see in this slide, there is a handwritten diagram of our pyrolysis reactor and flowchart in which we obtain the pyrolysis fuel. The purification setup is very simple. First, we'll have to add equal amount of water and equal amount of pyrolysis fuel in a bottle, and we'll have to shake it thoroughly. After some time, the water along with impurities settles down, and the plastic fuel will be collected on top. The main factors that affect this pyrolysis process is as given in the slide. The main factors are chemical composition of the feedstock, which is nothing but the basic chemical nature of the feedstock plastics that are fed into the reactor, and cracking temperature and heat rate. Cracking temperature and heat rate is nothing but the temperature and the heat rate at which plastic decomposes, giving out gas and ash content. And use of catalyst. If we use catalyst such as zeolite, the process will be faster, but it will be quite expensive. The pressure also plays a main role in the obtaining of pyrolysis oil and oxygen-free atmosphere. If the closed container has no oxygen, then the process will be rapid and fast. Now I'd like to speak about results. In results, there are 4 main things which are focused on: density, calorific value, viscosity, and fire point test. The density of the fuel is measured by the help of electronic balance, which can measure up to 0.0001 grams. Density is measured by kg by meter cube. And calorific value of the fuel is nothing but the quantity of heat produced on combustion at a constant temperature and pressure in normal conditions. This calorific value of our fuel was measured with the help of bomb calorimeter. Viscosity is nothing but the measure of resistance to the flow of fluid at a given temperature. It was measured with the help of falling ball viscometer. Fire point test is nothing but the temperature at which the fire starts to see continuously is nothing but fire point test, which was measured with the help of open cup and closed cup devices of fire point measurement. As you can see in the slide which we got from our pyrolysis oil, where viscosity was 1.90, density was 0.7477, carbon residue that was left in ash was 0.5, and the ash content was 0.036, and the sulfur content that was produced was 0.246. The flash point was 15 degrees Celsius, and the pour point was 15 degrees Celsius, and the fire point was 20 degrees Celsius, and the calorific value of our fuel was 9,829. There are a wide range of outcomes that we can expect from this process, among which I have listed out the main expected outcomes from the pyrolysis process. The obtained fuel can be utilized in vehicles, generators, and any different regions, and the cost of fuel is very low, and the amount of emissions is very low, and the residue obtained from this pyrolysis process can be used as additive in tar road or bituminous pavement. And the production through this process we can produce or manufacture a cleaner fuel. It avoids our dependency on conventional fuels such as petroleum and diesel. And efficient plastic solid waste, we can manage solid waste in an efficient way, and we can also reduce the amount of plastic waste going into the landfill. Thank you. I'm open to all questions. If anyone have any doubt, you can please ask.
Yeah, thank you, Abhinav.
Yeah, Abhinav.
Sure. Yeah, sir.
I could not see the setup of your pyrolysis unit. If it was anyhow somewhere shown in your slides, would have been self-explanatory. One more thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are showing.
As you can see in the.
Yeah, the cross section which you had proposed, or it was designed, or you can come to the next slide also. Yeah, you come to the.
This one.
Yeah, slide. Yeah, you click on slide 17. You are showing your end products.
Yes, sir. I have. Yes, sir. End products. Yes, sir.
Generated and by washing the water getting separated. A good attempt. Quantification I have done.
Sorry, sir. You are not audible. Could you please ask the question again?
I am seeing. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible now. Yes, sir. You are audible.
For producing 1 liter of your fuel, how much quantity of plastics you utilized or you could consume? Any such quantification?
Sir, it basically depends on 3 things, sir. Sir, it basically depends on 3 things, sir. The temperature that we maintain, and the pressure, and the catalyst we use. So to produce 1 liter of oil.
what were the ideal conditions then? If you have tried so many variants, you could have arrived at one ideal condition. This would be the best temperature. Neither go anyhow.
Ideal conditions is nothing but
when you think of going higher, you will also be consuming more energy. So minimum energy, so that cheapest fuel, what rate you could produce. Could you do quantifications like this?
Sir, we basically use the firewoods to do this process, but we have not thought of it in large scale. So here to produce 1 liter of fuel, we had almost used around 4 to 5 kgs of LDP and HDP, sir.
Okay, then cost per liter of your fuel, have you something like that? Because doing one good thing, if it lands up in doing something else, like you are saying you are burning 4 to 5 kilograms of firewood, so that would also be an environmental issue. But if it is still very cheap, because nowadays this our diesel, petrol, they are all short of beyond 80 rupees. So if you analyze such a cost, this could have been substantiated, and it could be even a patented work also, I feel. Anyhow, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Work done. Okay, thank you then.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Abhinav.
Yeah, ma'am.
I want the next presenters to share your presentation. Yeah, I wanted to tell the presenters again that please restrict your presentation for 10 minutes. Next presenters, Deepika and Harshita.
Ma'am, can I share, ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am, ma'am, can I start?
Yeah, please start.
Yes, you can continue, Pa.
Good morning to all. I am Deepika and my teammate is Ashita from Civil Engineering Department at EWIT. Are here to present about copper ferrite nanoparticles synthesized via combustion method for their photocatalytic applications under the guidance of Shashishekar sir from Civil Department and Surendra sir and Raghavendra sir from Chemistry Department. To start off with the introduction, nanostructured materials are those materials whose size are of the order of few nanometers. Currently, nanomaterials find wide applications in various fields due to their unique chemical, physical, electrical, magnetic, optical, civil, and mechanical properties. The most important materials among ferrites and spinel ferrites and have been extensively used. Spinels with the general formula are a class of binary transition metal oxides assembled in cubic lattice, where A and B divalent and trivalent cations respectively. In normal spinel, tetrahedral sites are occupied by cations of octahedral sites by B cations. Depending on the temperature, copper cation displays anomalous properties showing phase transition from tetragonal to cubic. Considering attention has been drawn towards copper ferrite owing to its wide applications in fields including catalysis, photocatalysis, energy storage devices, high density magnetic storage media, high performance electromagnetics, spintronic devices. Copper ferrite are easily synthesized from readily available starting material without further purification. In this paper, photocatalytic degradations of dyes with copper ferrite nanoparticles prepared by combustion method is investigated. Among neobites, the copper ferrite host material when doped with rare earth ions exhibits from interesting applications in gas sensor technology, optical coatings, whereas solid oxide fuel cells, solid state displays, high temperature superconductors, catalysts, ceramic glass manufacturing, very high performance in photocatalysis. Let us study the steps involved in synthesis of copper ferrite by combustion method. These are ferrite nitrate and copper nitrate sample. In this silica 1:1:1.5 ratio of copper nitrate, ferrite nitrate and aloe vera gel are taken and are using minimum quantity is used as the green distilled water. Here aloe vera gel is used as the green fuel synthesis of nanoferrite. The crucible having above contents is in the preheated muffle furnace and is maintained at temperature level between 450 to 500 degrees Celsius. Then copper ferrite nanoparticles is thus obtained its powder. These has been shown in the figure. Copper ferrite nanoparticles is thus obtained its powder. The test carried out copper ferrite are discussed along with results. First one is PXRD. PXRD are used to study crystalline nature and the phase structure of copper ferrite nanoparticles. Diffractometer using with nickel filter. PXRD pattern of the synthesized copper ferrite nanoparticles prepared by combustion synthesis calcinated at 600 degrees Celsius. XRD peaks are for the copper ferrite nanoparticles are in good agreement. In the laboratory, we get the good results here. In addition, sample shows our prominent peak near 38.7 degree, corresponding to monolithic copper plane. The possible reason could be the complications, constant values, ferrite and copper. And thus, it conclude annealing temperature plays a prominent role in governing the average crystalline size of nanoparticles. Now, next test was FTIR. FTIR spectrum of the copper ferrite nanoparticles is shown in a figure. All spinel compounds corresponding to ferrites displays two main broad oxygen bands in their IR spectra. When IR rays penetrate the sample ions in the crystal undergo vibration and IR spectrum can be recorded from the result transmittance. Usually metal oxide vibration appear below 1000 centimeter, and the band at 971 centimeter can be assigned. Bending ferrite bending vibration, confirming the presence of ferrite in the sample as indicated by PXRD analysis. Next one is SEM. Next test has been done SEM and EDAX. SEM analysis work performed to study the morphology of the sample, high and low magnification images, calcinated copper ferrite nanoparticles as shown in figure A and B. The SEM images of the sonic chemical synthesis sample show uniformity and homogeneity with a regular distribution over the entire range. It can be observed copper ferrite nanoparticles exhibit a feature indicative of a nanoparticle crystalline nature. The presence of the elemental composition was analyzed by EDAX. The presence of copper, ferrite and oxygen in the sample was validated by quantitative chemical analysis. In this, the sample impurities are detected by EDAX. Photocatalytic studies, experiments were performed by irradiated of a spherical glass reactor of a surface area with ultraviolet from medium pressure mercury vapor lamp. The study of the photodegradation ability combustion synthesized copper ferrite nanoparticles. The dye we are selected acid green and acid red 88. The degradation of these large organic compounds could be easily monitored ultraviolet spectrometer. In general, photocatalytic process involves 3 steps: absorption of photons, creations and excitations of photogeneration space, oxidation and reduction reaction on the surface of nanoparticles. The residual concentration of acid green and acid red were determined by spectrophotometer catalysis. The shortcomings are encouraging researchers to develop economic and environmental friendly heterogeneous photocatalysts that are responsible to ultraviolet light. In view of aforementioned drawbacks, we have focused on the developed of novel ferrite photocatalyst capable of degrading the dye at neutral pH 10 to 15 with low energy under ultraviolet. The summary of the project, the present work is mainly focused on the synthesis of copper ferrite via combustion method and categorized using XRD, FTIR, SEM, EDAX and photocatalytic activity of the synthesized ferrite. In the test we have done by XRD, we get good result. The sample crystallized estimated by is 35 to 40 nanometer. The photocatalytic activity degradation, catonic and anionic dyes was tested in the lab. We have get good results where effective degrade cation dye acid green. Therefore, these results shows combustion synthesized nanomaterials has been successfully verified by biofunctional applications. The present work is mainly focused on the low temperature synthesis, structure categorizations, photoluminescence properties and photocatalytic activity, rare earth ions, doped, nanophorus. The PXID patterns of undoped and doped nanoparticles confirmed orthorhombic structure. From DRS results, it was found that diffuse reflectance for all samples increased with increasing wavelengths, is found decrease with increase in dopant concentrations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello.
Thank you, presenters. Yes, sir. Prasad, sir, please.
Yeah, can you come back to the slides, please?
Share your presentation again, Deepika.
Ma'am, visible?
No. Share it properly.
Now, ma'am.
No, we could not see that.
Okay, madam, it's okay. So we had one more paper on the similar lines. So I think this is also copper ferrite nanoparticles were applied on or synthesized waste or any naturally available or industrial waste available.
We have done in one lab only, but we go for further tests.
No, in one of the other presentation, they said the laboratory synthesized effluent like acid green, acid red. So was it also the same one here also?
Yes, we have used synthesis the same, but they go for electrochemical sensors, but we go for wastewater treatment.
Wastewater. I mean, wastewater in the sense, is it in the way domestic sewage or industrial effluent, or was it a mixture of these that you just saw it somewhere flowing, something like that?
Industrial waste.
Industrial waste. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deepika.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter, please share your presentation. Next presenter, Antara Gangoi. Are you audible? Okay, we'll go to the next presentation. Manoj DC.
Ma'am.
Yeah, please share your presentation.
Ma'am, is the PPT is visible?
Yeah, your PPT is visible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today
Good
I am
morning.
going to present about cost-effective utilization of quarry dust and granite industry waste. Myself, Manoj DC. I am from a RV College of Engineering. These are all my table of content. Today we'll discuss about these things: objectives of my paper, raw materials to be used, properties of concrete, problem and the solution to the problem, results, conclusions, and future scopes. Due to day-by-day innovations and the development in construction field, the use of natural aggregate is increased tremendously. And at the same time, the productions of solid waste from the manufacturing unit is also quite high. Because of these reasons, the reuse of manufacturing unit waste like quarry dust and granite fines came into picture to reduce the solid waste and to reproduce the scarcity of natural aggregate from making concrete. Commercial exploitation of traditional building material by various industries has aggravated the situation. Therefore, become necessary to think over this problem and provide a cost-effective and sustainable solution to make the alternative materials available and solve the same. Our study shows that about 20 to 30% material prepared in the quarry and granite manufacturing plants are transforming into waste. This waste material should have to be reused in order to deal with the limited resource of natural aggregates and to reduce the construction waste. Our basic objective of the study is to prepare a concrete much more stronger than conventional by replacing the aggregates. For this, identification of granite fines and quarry dust with a different mineralogical composition in and around the Bangalore region. For this, collections of granite dust and quarry dust from different manufacturing units, testing of those collected samples for various physical and chemical properties, testing of fresh concrete containing granite slurry for workability. After all these, summarize whether the aggregate alternatives are viable engineering alternatives. These are all objectives of our study. Quarry dust is a byproduct of crushing process, which is concentrated material to use as an aggregate for concreting purposes, especially as a fine aggregate. In quarrying activities, the rock has been crushed into various sizes during the process. The dust generated is called quarry dust. It is formed as a waste. Quarry dust has been proposed as an alternative to the reverse sand in concrete mix, and it gives an additional strength to the concrete. Quarry dust is the residue of particle in the size range of 0 to 4.75 mm obtained by the byproduct in the later stages of crushing of igneous rocks, sedimentary rocks, and a gravel. The amount of quarry, amount of fragmentation by blasting, and the type of crushing used. Granite fines. Granite fines waste produced in the granite factories while cutting granite rocks to the desired shapes and also in the polishing of granite slabs. Granite industry generates huge amount of waste during the process of sawing. It is currently used for landfilling at the most of the industries in India. This need to be collected so that it will be cost effective and can be used as an alternative building material. Granite fines at an optimum percentage of replacement of fine aggregate will not only save the large quantity of natural sand, but will also reduce the pollution created due to the disposal of granite fines. This pie chart represents the uses of quarry and the granite industry byproducts like concrete product 42%, cement production 4%, and the building blocks we use for 18%. We can make this as takes GGBS, fly ash, and the rice as ash. What's the problem? Problem is the disposal of the granite. Random disposal of the granite fines would lead to the health hazard, and disposal in the land will decrease the life of the landfill. It's an environmental hazard. Consumptions of sand as a fine aggregate in concrete production is very high, and several developing countries have encouraged supply of natural sand in order to meet the increasing the needs of infrastructural development in the recent years. Over extractions of a sand from the river changes the river characteristics and effects on the environment and the biodiversity. In Karnataka, the demand is 30 million ton per annum, but the supply is only 24 million tons per annum. Due to the cost of landfill space, the awareness about the environment, byproduct utilization like granite fines and the quarry dust became the effective alternative for waste disposal. This gives a new solution for sustainable development of effective utilization of granite fines and the quarry dust in producing alternative building materials.
Manoj?
Ma'am, am I audible or not?
Yeah, you are audible, Manoj.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We cannot see your presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Like, I'll share now. Ma'am, right now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Am I audible and the PPT is visible, right, ma'am?
Yeah, everything is fine. You can continue.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am. Due to scarcity and the ever-increasing cost of landfill space and the awareness about the environment, the byproduct utilization like granite fines and the quarry dust become an effective alternative for waste disposal. This gives a new solution for sustainable development, avoiding environmental degradation. In this study, we aim at effective utilization of granite fines and the quarry dust in producing the alternative building materials. The usage of quarry dust and the granite fines as a replacement to the aggregate of pollution from construction industry, the cost of concrete manufacturing will reduce considerably over the conventional concrete by including quarry dust and the granite powder, since it is readily available at very low cost and thereby reducing the construction pollution or effective usage of the construction material. When it comes to chemical properties of the granite fines, it contains 70 to 70% of silica, 11 to 13% of potassium oxide, 3 to 5% of potassium oxide, 2.7 to 5.3% of soda, lime 1.2%, and the iron 2.3%. Color of the granite fines is gray. Hardness content is 6.5. It's an irregular shape. Melting point is 1215 to 1260 degrees Celsius. Density is 2.65 to 2.75 gram per centimeter cube. Is about the chemical properties of the quarry dust. Yeah. When it to comparison, physical properties of quarry dust, almost the natural sand and the quarry dust, both are same level. Natural sand, the specific gravity is 2.6. Specific gravity of the quarry dust is also same. Bulk relativeness is almost all the properties of these quarry dust and the natural sand are same. Highest quarry dust production sites in India. These are experimental results. the finest modulus of the sand is 2.23, granite powder is 2.43, and the quarry dust is 3.16. Specific gravity 2.17 for sand and the granite powder 2.73 and the quarry dust 2.17. Water absorption percentage 1.3 for sand, then 1.6 for granite powder and the 1.4 for quarry dust. By using these results, we can conclude that the naturals compared to the natural sand, granite powder and the quarry dust results are almost same. Coming to our comparison of ordinary concrete with the replacement of fine aggregate as a quarry dust and a granite fines. Ordinary concrete gives a normal strength, but it replaced concrete by 3 times. When it comes to workability and durability, it gives a normal workability and durability. Replaced concrete gives a workability, and replaced concrete is economical because cost is reduced, and it is little bit uneconomical, cost is high. Workability of the mix reduced due to the replacement of sand with the granite powder. Workability of the mix is improved due to the replacement of sand with a quarry dust, and improved consistency maybe due to the less water demand of quarry dust because of the lower fineness. Future scope of the work. The usage of marble tiles fines can be studied as it is similar to the granite fines waste generation and also quite hard compared to the natural concrete. The usage of granite powder in concrete as admixtures to improve the workability of concrete and the strength parameters can also be studied at various percentages. These are all the references to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Over to you, Prasad sir.
Mr. Manoj.
Hi, sir.
Your title says cost-effective utilization of quarry dust and granite industry waste. So we say normally. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So is it replacement of only fine aggregates or even coarse aggregates also?
Sir, we replace fine aggregate. We can replace coarse aggregate also, sir. Like marble, the granite tiles also available. So we can use it as a coarse aggregate also. We can replace, but like in our city, we replace.
Your titles just as is given as and granite industry waste.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I could not just figure it out. Was there any replacement of even coarse aggregates also?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, and you mentioned about water absorption values only about quarry dust and natural sand. So, any other technically we do so many tests on fresh concrete when it is used. Are you yet to do those or have you done those?
Sir, I have to do, sir. Not yet done, sir.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
and Manoj, you have one more question from Sanjay Kumar Das. They are asking that please specify the name of binder used in concrete.
Ma'am?
Please specify the name of binder used in concrete. What's the binder you used in the concrete?
Geopolymers use.
We use the geopolymers, ma'am. Geopolymer.
Okay. Fine. Sir, if you have any questions further, please you can text in the chat box.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sanjeev Kumar Das. Thank you, one and all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next presenter, Antara Gogoi, please share your presentation.
Yeah, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible.
Good morning to one and all present here. I am Antara Gogoi from RV College of Engineering, here to present my PPT on the title Solid Waste Management in Different Cities of India. So throughout the PPT, we shall go through the following topics of municipal solid waste scenario in India using comparative study and then tables from various sources. And next is the resource recovery and the unscientific disposal of solid waste, which is seen to cause hazards to the environment and mankind, and ways towards sustainable solid waste management. So the first thing, when we say about the scenario of municipal solid waste in India, the municipal solid waste in India consists of household wastes, commercial and institutional, marketing and catering, and street sweepings, horticulture and dairy waste, and slaughterhouse wastes, and household biomedical waste. Whereas the construction and demolition waste is no longer a part of MSW as per the latest waste management rules 2016. And here, the household biomedical waste refers to all those wastes like syringes and as it's seen that every household is seen to have like diabetic patient nowadays, and also in the context of COVID we can say like masks and then sanitizers and all those. So the next thing is the estimates for municipal solid waste generation. So this table implies the increase in the annual generation of solid waste in million tons over the years from 2013, 14, 15 and 17, which is identified by various agencies. So we see that there is a considerable increase in the uh, annual generation of wastes from like 50 to 60 to 64 to which has jumped to 72 as of 2017. So regarding the top municipal solid waste generating cities in India, so the metropolitan cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai is seen to top the list. It is due to the lifestyle of the people, the standard of living, and also the income and economics, which has an impact on the like waste generation per day and also the population, and hence this chart. And when we say about the composition of municipal solid waste, it is seen that about 51% of the waste generated are biodegradable. Hence, as per the Indian context, the temperature and the environment is ideal for individual, community, and ward level to resort to composting, and hence this 51% of biodegradable wastes can be composted, and hence around 51% can be solved. And as per the 32% of other wastes like textile, glass, metal, drain silk, street sweepings and inert materials, segregation and at source can be adopted, and hence along with this 51%, this 32% can also be solved by segregation at source, and the other part is 10% of plastic waste and 7% of paper waste, which is recyclable. Hence this diagram shows that all the wastes in India like 51%, 32%, and these can be either like recycled, and then it is also possible to reduce this waste generated and also generate energy out of them and to utilize this waste in an efficient way. Next is municipal solid waste collection and segregation in like large cities. So here this record is of 2004, and now when we see that almost 70 to 80% of these metropolitan cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad and all those like cities have adopted either like door-to-door collection and segregation at source by now, and hence it is seen that the scenario of municipal solid waste collection and segregation has like improved over the years. The next is municipal collection and segregation at source and selected the mid-sized cities. So in the mid-sized cities like Indore, Bhopal, Ludhiana, Chandigarh, so segregation at source in those days like 2004 was almost nil for cities like Chandigarh. But now like Chandigarh, Indore, all these cities have come out to be the cleanest cities in the country. And the next is the source segregation in selected small cities like Warangal, Alappuzha, Gangtok, and all those. And even like these cities have been able to efficiently implement door-to-door collection and segregation at source nowadays, and hence like an efficient solid waste management. Next is the resource recovery. So the resource recovery is the use or extraction of discarded materials from waste for reuse so as to defer the consumption on virgin sources and hence like minimize the threat to the environment. So this table shows the installed capacity of compost plants by state, in which Andhra Pradesh and then Chhattisgarh and also Kerala tops the list in the installed capacity of compost plants. And it is very essential to compost to increase the like capacity and also install compost plants, because as discussed or stated earlier, the Indian environment and atmosphere and moisture is very ideal for composting. It can also be carried out in household level, like community level and ward level. Next is operational medium and large scale biomethanation plants. So for this, like Pune, Bangalore, Solapur and Chennai, they have installed these, and like Solapur tops the list of like with 400 tons per day operational installed capacity. The next is operational large refuse derived fuel, and the like estimates are given here. Here Jaipur, Surat, Chandigarh and Bengaluru, all those cities have like topped in installation and operating this large refuse derived fuel. And it's indeed like great matter that cities, not metro cities, but these medium sized cities like Jaipur, even Surat are topping the list in like implementing these and installing refuse derived fuel plants. So this refuse derived fuel is nothing but it is a fuel produced from various type of dry non-recyclable waste by combustion. And the operational waste to energy plants has been installed in these cities like Chennai, Jabalpur, Hyderabad, Delhi and all those. And the thing is, for this waste to energy technique, the amount of energy like required is like very high, and like to remove the moisture content itself, a huge amount of energy is required, and hence this waste to energy is not been like successful in most of the cities, and hence it is convenient to resort to composting again. So operational waste to energy, though these cities have installed, so it is not very convenient in the Indian scenario. So next is the unscientific disposal of solid waste, which is seen to create hazard to mankind. And over the years, if this thing goes on increasing, then it will really be a threat for like mankind and earth. And the unsustainable solid waste management involves the consumption without regard for resource conservation, and hence like treat to the environment, and mixing wet waste with dry waste, increased volume of unprocessed mixed waste, anaerobic decomposition, leachate oozing out, act of burning waste. So most of these points attributes to the fact that one of the important like root causes of this unsustainable solid waste management is not practicing the segregation at source. Hence it is very important for each and every city nowadays to like practice this segregation at source during collection of wastes. Next is the land allocated for developing landfill, where Chennai tops the list of the area allocated. And while allocating land for like developing landfill for waste, it is very important to analyze the type of waste which has been like deposited to these landfills. Like only inert materials have to be like disposed to this waste fill, otherwise again these wastes from the landfill will emit hazardous gases and finally will treat like human and also the environment, and it may cause respiratory diseases, may cause like environmental pollution, and then global warming, and finally add to global warming. So this table shows the estimated city-wise carbon dioxide emissions from landfill sites. Hence, as stated, we have to be very careful while disposing things in the landfill sites, because if they are not properly maintained, they will cause pollution and finally will be a threat to us. And waste towards sustainable solid waste management, the final topic. So when we say about sustainable solid waste management, so it is all about promoting the concept of reduce, reuse, and thereby decreasing consumption. Because unless the concepts are not promoted or the public are not made aware, so it is useless to discuss all these things individually. So recycling waste also can save energy and hence defer extraction of virgin materials, and composting organic waste in the household level, which can finally turn into manure, and then biomethanation of biodegradable waste to harness energy like the gobar gas and all those, and converting non-biodegradable, non-recyclable into refuse-derived fuel, and depositing unrecoverable carbonic compounds into sanitary landfills to isolate them from the environment. Hence, in the way towards sustainable solid waste management, the proper way of processing and then recovery and also disposal have to be analyzed and finally proceeded. And financial unsustainability of solid waste management. So while practicing solid waste management, the finance plays an important matter, because while in the implementation of solid waste management, the implementation of financial components like collection, segregation, transportation, a lot of finance is involved. And here the urban local bodies in India are heavily dependent on higher level governments for transfers, and also own revenues of urban local bodies have been on a downward trend. They are not properly financed, they are not in a position to fund capital investment, the user charges do not cover operations and maintenance costs, and hence it is seen that these urban local bodies have not been successful to a great extent in implementing the solid waste management. So the Swachh Bharat mission, which was launched by the government of India, has committed almost 24% of a total cost of 62,000 crore for the mission. And hence the mission is mostly targeted towards making cities open defecation free, building community toilets, and generating awareness on solid waste management. And this mission is one of the important tools which has been successful in creating awareness among people for a clean and clean country.
Sorry
And
for
some
the
of this
interruption,
and some of the sound. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you are running out of the time.
Okay, I'll wind up in another 1 minute. Okay. So some of the sound practices of municipal solid waste, we can speak about the Surat city, Gujarat, which they have a quick overcome from plague, as they were all devastated, and due to the dedicated team of municipal commissioners, they were able to transform the city within 18 months into clean city, and now Surat is one of the cleanest cities in the country. And similarly, Alleppey, Kerala, they have practiced a decentralized approach of biogas in producing biogases. And another is Bobli, Andhra Pradesh in composting, and Panji, Goa in user charges linkages in the ward level, and Pune, Maharashtra in the biogas plant. So these practices can be an example to most of the other cities in the country. And finally, we can conclude here that our discussion say the municipalities in India still consider the waste as a problem despite its potential to produce energy, and with the lack of appropriate assessment of quantity, India is a developing country and is really facing challenges. And the composition of Indian waste as compared to other developed countries is different, and hence so it is very essential to analyze the type of waste, the composition, the characteristics, and finally adopt strategy according to the same. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Over to you, Prasad sir.
Yeah, I see it is a general presentation taken out. Is there any attempt to quantify your any research done in any at least a small part of any city, like a ward or any a few parcel streets? So it's a compilation of data. Hello? Am I speaking
yes,
to
yes, sir.
Antara?
Yes,
so,
sir. Yes.
Yeah, do you have any statistics that you have collected in this respect for a small part of a city?
Yeah.
Or hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we are on it, sir. So we are about to conduct. So these were basically the data from like the previous years. So we are about to conduct the study on like 2020, and like hence
No,
like
have you selected any study area for your next implementation, or even quantifying the uh, things, and given giving any remedial measures to the problems?
yeah. So Bangalore, our like area of focus would be Bangalore.
Will you be able to do it for entire Bangalore, or a ward of Bangalore, or a part of any ward?
Yes, sir. Sir Raja Rajeshwari Nagar, which is close to RV College, will take that up.
So you have not done any preliminary surveys or something like that as of now?
As of now, sir, we are so working on it. Like population data and all those things have been collected, and
Okay.
also near to Raja Rajeshwari Nagar, like a very important problem is the Vishwavati River, so which has like transformed into a dump site. So basically, covering that also will come up with a like
So
comparative study.
you're to formulate you're formulating your project based on this presentation on the Rajareshwar Nagar. Okay.
Yeah,
All the
yeah,
best.
yes. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Okay, thank
thank
you,
you.
sir.
Yeah, I want to start other presenter, Mr. R.K. Kumaraswamy. Please share your presentation.
Hello, sir. Your voice is not audible. Hello, sir.
Yeah. Hello.
Uh, Sir, who was presenting? His voice is not audible, sir. Sorry for
Okay. I'll wait.
interruption.
I'll wait. As soon as I see the PPT on display, I'll join you. Otherwise, I'll just unmute for a while.
Okay, sir. Prasad, sir, just a minute, sir. He has some technical issues, it seems.
Yeah, no problem, madam.
Okay.
I'll be waiting, madam.
Okay, sir. Prasad, sir. Okay,
Madam.
I think he has joined now.
Yeah, I'm waiting, madam.
Okay. Kumar Swami, sir, I think you can talk now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can share the screen.
Please share the screen, sir.
Just a minute.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, hello, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Screen share. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Can you see the slides, sir?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Please continue.
Please continue, sir.
So myself, R.K. Kumar Swami. So research scholar, Department of Civil Engineering, USHA Bangalore. So, and my co-associate will be Purnima R.K. And my guide is, research guide is Dr. A.S. Ravi Kumar. So Department of Civil Engineering, USHA Bangalore. Yes. So my topic is quantitative analysis of morphometric and hypsometric using remote sensing and GIS technique. So these are the contents of the topic. So the introduction, objectives, literature review, study area, data products, methodology, and results and discussion, conclusion of the references. So regarding in that introduction, morphometric analysis. So morphometry is the measurement and mathematical analysis of the configuration of a surface, shape and dimension of its landform. So it is first was initiated in the field of hydrology, and the main idea behind this work was to ascertain complete stream properties from the quantification of various stream attributes. Horton was the first person to explain the formation of streams, stream modeling technique, and basins quantitatively, and it is then revised by Strahler in 1952. Morphometric analysis is an important aspect for characterization of watersheds and provides a quantitative description of the drainage system and useful for hydrological investigation. Morphometric analysis can be performed through measurement of linear, aerial, and relief aspects of basins by using remote sensing and geographic GIS technique. The quantitative analysis of morphometric parameters is very much useful for prioritization of watershed, planning for site-specific soil, water management, and soil conservation measures at watershed. The morphometric analysis of a basin thus provides the first-hand information to understand the geomorphology and watershed characteristics. So coming to the hypsometric analysis, it was first time introduced by Langbain in 1947 to convey the overall slope and the forms of drainage basin. Hypsometric has been used to make difference between erosional landforms at different stages during their evolution at watershed. The numerical characteristics in the hypsometric analysis, it includes the hypsometric integral, hypsometric curve, hypsometric skewness, and Strahler evaluated different shapes of hypsometric curves through the comparison of different drainage basins and classified as youth stage, equilibrium or mature stage, and old stage. Hypsometric integral is the area under hypsometric curve which shows percentage of landmass eroded from the watershed. The hypsometric thus helps in explaining the erosion that had taken place in the watershed during the geological time scale due to hydrologic processes and land degradation factors. So ipsometric integrals of the basin have been calculated using the formula, and it is proposed by Pike and Wilson in the year 1977 and mathematically expressed as like this, as shown in the slide. The objective of the study is the preparation of different thematic maps using the Survey of India topo maps of 1:50,000 scale, and to derive the parametric morphometric parameters such as linear, aerial, and the relief aspects for the study area. And we are going to use in this the Stroller stream order technique, and to identify the stage reached by a drainage within the present cycle of erosion and evaluate the erosional status of the basin. It also expresses the denudation process over a region. So these are some of the literature review we are going to observe for this morphometric analysis. Coming to this the study area chosen for the proposed study is Kabini Command Area. It is situated and located in Egade-Devanakote Taluk of Chamarajanagar district. Chamarajanagar district is situated in the south part of Karnataka state, and the geographical area of Chamarajanagar district is about 5,101 square kilometer, and it lies between the 11 degree 40 minutes 58 second north and 12 degree 16 32 second north latitude, and 76 degree 24 minutes 14 second east, and the 77 degree 46 minutes 55 seconds east longitude. And it falls in the southern dry zone. Topography is undulating and mountainous with north-south trending hill ranges of Eastern Ghats, Salem and Coimbatore districts of Tamil Nadu in the east, Mandya and Bangalore district in the north, parts of Mysore district in the west, and Nilgiris districts of Tamil Nadu in the north. South bound the Chamarajanagar district. So this is the location map of the Kabini, the command area. The data products used in this the concept that will be the Survey of India toposits of 1:50,000 scale, and SRTM, the DEM, the data we are going to use as the data product. The methodology which we are going to follow is that is the DEM data. So through the DEM data, so it is delineation of the study area by using the ArcGIS 3D analysis tool. So we are going to find out the stream modeling, and it will be most helpful for the important concept in the morphometric analysis. Similarly, in the 3D analysis tool, so using these tools, we declassify the elevation and the surface area for hypsometric analysis. So morphometric analysis of the Kabini command area. So already told you that so mainly the parameters of morphometric are linear aspect, aerial, and the relief factor of the drainage basin. And identification of drainage networks within basin can be achieved using the DEM data and the ArcGIS tool. So this is the map of the DEM, our study area, that is the Kabini command area. So linear aspect, these are the parameters we are going to find out: the stream order, stream length ratio, bifurcation ratio, length of whole landflow, and drainage pattern. The aerial aspects, it comprises of watershed shape factor, form factor, shape factor, compactness coefficient, circularity ratio, elongation ratio, drainage density, concept of channel maintenance, and stream frequency. And relief aspects, so it is an indicator of flow direction of water, as it is an important factor in understanding the extent of denudation process that have undergone within the watershed. And it comprises of watershed relief, relief ratio, relative relief, ruggedness, number. So these are the formulas we are going to use for the linear aspects for the stream order, bifurcation ratio, stream length, and the stream length ratio. And these are the formulas we are going to use for the aerial aspects. So form factor, circularity ratio, elongation ratio, drainage density, stream frequency, and constant of channel maintenance. And these are the formula for the relief aspects: the watershed relief, relief ratio, relative relief, and ruggedness number. So coming to the results of morphometric analysis, so that is the stream order map of the Kabini command area. So in this map, you can easily find out that the highest stream order for our study area, it will be the fifth order. Hence it is called as the fifth order, the stream of the Kabini command area. So results of linear aspects. So that is I told you we are going to. So I found out in this study area is the maximum stream order will be the fifth order. So the stream, the first order, the stream number of stream order will be 446. Second order, it is 200. And third order, it is 99. Fourth order will be the 25, and fifth order stream will be the number of stream will be the 12, and corresponding stream length is shown in the table. So here the length of the overland flow, that is the runoff takes place in this study here, it is 0.4725 in terms of kilometer. And the perimeter of the basin is 387.36 kilometer, and length of the basin it is 91.14 kilometer. And this is the graph. From this graph, you can find out that. So with respect to this is the stream order, this is the number of streams. So as shown in the table, so that is the fifth order stream. So the length will be very less compared to the first order. The first order, it will be the 442 shown. So this is the graph of the stream order versus the number of streams. Similarly, the stream order versus the length of the stream here. So highest, so I told you, the highest order of the stream will be the fifth order stream in this study area. So these are the results of the aerial aspect and the results of the relief aspect. So in this, the aerial aspect, so the area of the study area is 713.7 square kilometer. The drainage density it is 0.94 kilometer per square kilometer. And the frequency of the drainage is 1.095. That is number per square kilometer, and these are the parameters in this that is aerial aspect we are going to find out. Similarly, for the results of relief aspect with respect to the elevation, the highest elevation in our study area it is 817 meter, and the lowest elevation it will be the 617 meter, and this is the watershed, the relief of the 0.1, and similarly relief ratio has 0.1. So these are results of the ipsometric analysis. So in this, so with respect to we are going to the 10-meter interval, we are going to make it for the 20-meter interval we are going to find for the elevation. So I told you maximum elevation is 817 meter, and the lowest will be the 617 meter, and the maximum intermediate is 200 meters. So in this, the integral value for this we are going to do the 0.5. So with this, we are going to conclude that this is the stage, erosional stage of the study area. It is in the mature stage. So this is the graph we are going to find out in our analysis. So this is the graph, the ipsometric curve classification according to the Schroller 1964. So here we compare to these two graphs. So in our analysis, we are going to find out it is in the equilibrium, the stage. So that is the lowest erosion takes place in our watershed area, or this the study area. So these are the conclusion. So from the analysis, it is revealed that the delineation technique of drainage network of the basin and stream ordering from SRTM DEM data with ArcGIS environment is more convenient than the conventional method. And nearly 24 morphometric parameters were carried out through linear aerial and relief aspects of the command area. And it pointed out that the drainage network of basin shows dendritic pattern, which indicates the homogeneity in texture. And it is found out the drainage density of 0.945 kilometer per square kilometer. It was indicated that the basin is not much affected by the structural disturbances, and it indicates the very coarse texture of the watershed. And the drainage frequency for the basin was indicated low relief and permeable subsurface material. And the form factor, circulatory ratio, elongated suggests the basin shape as elongated, and comparatively lesser relief and slope are characterized by moderate value of the relief ratios. And ipsometric curve obtained from ipsometric analysis, it clearly shows that the watershed is in equilibrium or mature state. And the value in the integral value, it works out with 0.4 from integrating method and 0.49 from elevation relief ratio method. So these are the reference we are going to made in our analysis. So this is, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, Prasad, sir.
Nice work, Mr. Kumar Swami, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, but I see you are presenting a part of your research work here.
Yes, sir. So definitely, sir.
Yeah, it would have been better if you had presented a few things about your the geomorphology of your study area and the thematic maps like land use, land cover. So that would have been a better understanding for the audience to understand about the study area. That is one thing I feel. And when it comes to your tabulation about bifurcation ratio, you have put it as a total, but for your study area, if it have been, if you had calculated the mean, would have been more relevant, I think, sir.
Okay.
Because you could have concluded that because total won't help you to get this one, but if you had calculated the bifurcation ratio, you mean. So this is one thing. So I understand it is a part of your work that you
Definitely, sir.
Yeah, yeah, good work, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And we don't have other presentations now. It's the end of the session 3, Environmental Engineering and Water Resource Engineering. Thank you, Prasad sir. Thank you for all your words in the presentation, in the session.
Prasad sir.
Yeah, sir, Gupta sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's okay, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your.
It was an honor to be a part of your national conference.
Your
Thank you,
busy
sir.
schedule, you have accepted our invitation.
It's okay, sir. It's always there, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Usha, madam.
Once again, thank you, Prashant sir. Sorry, Prasad sir.
It's okay, madam.
And I welcome Dr. KVSB Raju sir, Associate Professor from UVCE. Now we shall start our technical session 4 on GT and highway. I hope all the presenters are ready now. I would like to call upon Mrs. Rajeshwari B to introduce our session chair, Dr. KVSB Raju, Associate Professor from UVCE, and take over the session, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Rajeshwari, ma'am.
KVSB sir ಅವರು co-host once again.
Dr. KVSB Raju sir, are you there? Okay, I think some technical issue got over. Just a second. I think sir has lost the connection. Participants, please wait for a few minutes. Once again, I welcome Dr. KVSB Raju sir, Associate Professor from USC Bangalore. We shall start with our technical session 4 on GT and highway engineering. So I request Mrs. Rajeshwari B to introduce our session chair. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Privileged to introduce Session 4 Chairperson, Dr. KVSB Raju. Sir has obtained bachelor's and master degree in the year 1991 and 1994 in civil engineering from Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. Later, he worked as geotechnical consultant and in civil engineering industry from 1994 to 2000. He was selected as faculty of military engineering, Pune, through UPSC direct recruitment selection and worked from 2000 to 2003. He joined as full-time research scholar at ISC Bangalore in 2003 and obtained his doctorate degree with specialization in geotechnical engineering in the year 2008. He joined UVCE Bangalore University in the year 2007 as assistant professor. Presently, he is working as associate professor. He guided 20 master degrees till date and guiding 6 PhD students and having a total of 25 publications in international and national journals. So this is just in short, but all his achievements are really appreciable. On the behalf of entire civil engineering department, I would like to welcome you, sir. Thank you for being here with us, sir.
Thank you.
So welcome, sir, Raju sir. Happy to see you. This,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Actually, it's a great privilege to present the chair in Geotechnical Highway Engineering team.
Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you,
sir. Usha, madam, continue.
Hello. Hello, sir. I request you to talk few words on this.
Actually, lot of advances took place in the last decade in geotechnical and highway engineering. Especially many expressways has come up. Many expressways. Government of India is planning many expressways. A lot of scope is there in the highway engineering team. And geotechnical also a lot of innovative materials are used in the ground implement and ground implement stabilization, and also in the construction of railway highway embankments. Actually, many geocentric materials are in use, and also due to scarcity of land, we are going for the PR4 basements, for which deep exploration support systems are also one of the latest area. There is a lot of scope is there within going for microfiling and soil lining, soil lining techniques, and a lot of scope is there in this field, geotech highway engineering. So it's a very good opportunity that East West Institute of Technology is organizing a National Advances Civil Engineering Conference in various teams. Thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to take this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would welcome all the presenters of the session. To begin with the session, first, I would like to call upon Mudraju sir, who is going to present on performance of embedded footings in unreinforced and reinforced fly ash beds. Over to you, sir.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Audible, madam?
Yes, sir. It's audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Today I'm going to present. Please tell me.
Sir, make it full screen.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Now it's okay, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Today I'm going to present a small presentation, my part of research work, study on the performance of embedded footing in unreinforced and reinforced fly ash bed. Myself, Dr. C. Mudra, Assistant Professor in Department of Civil Engineering, UVCE. These are the contents of my presentation topic: introduction, literature, experimental study, results of the experimental work at conclusion, and references. Today I'm going to discuss about that study on the performance of embedded footings in reinforced and unreinforced fly ash bed. Introduction about the reinforced soil structures. Nowadays, that very important reinforced soil structures. It's a combination of soil and earth. That reinforced soil structure is not a new technique. It's a basic principle demonstrations abundantly in the nature by animals and birds of the action of tree roots. As in the ancient time, the human beings also used these techniques where they sticks, woods, flanks, nets, etc. used as a reinforcement. Here we are going to use that reinforcement material as a geogrid. Is a part of my study. That major examples of that reinforced earth is all well about the Great Wall of China in the early 200 BC and also port of Londiema by Romans. These are some of the major examples of reinforced structures. And also modern reinforced soil structure techniques was first developed by Henry Vidal. So that called him as a father of reinforced earth. And also the concept of reinforced soil structure is very simple, just like our RCC. Here we are going to using these techniques, synthesis of reinforcing materials instead of steel. That whatever that reinforcement used for that concrete is a steel. Here I am going to use the reinforcement material as a geogrid. All we know that the soil having a good resistance against shear but weak tension, so that tensional stresses induced in the soil will be neutralized to providing the reinforcement. That reinforcement is a geogrid. This is what that reinforcement concept, the reinforced soil concept and its development in the early. See, this is the native soil that once will provide the reinforced soil. That is a geogrid acts as a reinforcement. Suppose if you will provide in the small or shallow foundation, it acts as a reinforcement, that it acts as a drainage. That the concept of reinforcement at the, see that main mechanism, the concept of the reinforced earth in the year 1985, that Jewell and et al. Identified three main mechanism interaction between the soil and the geogrid. In this soil sharing on the plane surface of the grid, and also soil being in lateral surface of the grid or geogrid, and also soil sharing over the soil through apertures of the grid. Is there aperture is there in that particular geogrid that acts as a soil shearing over the soil through apertures of the grid. This is that failure mechanisms of the reinforced soils, the Jones in the year 1985, the series of failures in that inextensible reinforcement and also extensible reinforcement. This is the parallel failure in this series failure. This is the modes of failures in the after Banquet and Lee. There is the three modes of failures in that about that boundary effects in the rigid boundary, membrane effect, and also confinement effect. If you come to that first rigid boundary, there is a reinforcement is almost bottom to that footing. In that geosynthetic, you can use as a reinforcement materials. Then if you come to that membrane effect, see that in that membrane effect after that load is applied, that is a in the dotted line, that is the before deformations. Once the load is applied, there is a deformations. Then a confinement effect, the reinforcement within that. This is the confinement effect. It acts as, that is, see that the forces acts in this directions, it will be confinement. This is very important, that modes of failures in the reinforced earth. That main mechanism of geosynthetic reinforcements is a confinement effect and also pocket or boundary effect. In the year 2001, there is a 99, there is a Dash et al. And Rajgopal is conducted so many experiments. And also raft foundation effect and stresses depressions effect. These are that main mechanisms of the reinforcement earth concept. And also some of the benefits of the reinforcement soil, improve the shear resistance of the soil, and also minimum land acquisitions. It's very important benefits of the reinforced soil. and also reduce the construction time and cost. Nowadays, generally you can go for that approaches for the flyover. Generally, you can go with the reinforced earth, the construction of some national highways instead of going for flyovers. Generally, you can go for that reinforced earth structures. There, that minimum land acquisition will also reduce the construction time cost, and also it's a flexibility, and also permits use of poor quality of soils. Nowadays there is a filling material is not available, then you'll go for use some fly ash is also available. Then you can use that fly ash, that is a stabilized fly ash, is a lightweight fill in construction is common. Now we'll discuss about this fly ash. We know that definitions of the fly ash is a stabilized fly ash is a lightweight in the construction is common. The material can also use for the reinforced soil structures. The fly ash is produced in millions of tons and the environmentally acceptable disposals. This materials has become the increase in the concern. Keeping this point of view, researchers started making use of the fly ash as the construction materials. Nowadays, that very problem is the dispose of fly ash and its impact on the environment. This is that some of the flow chart of the fly ash. You know that so many uses of the fly ash, because why I'm using the fly ash is that reinforcement as a backfill material instead of going for that poor graded or poorly graded sand. Because the plenty of fly ash is available near to that site, then you can use for that particular fly ash for the construction of the approach embankments, landfill and also dike rising, and also structural fill as a reclaiming low areas, and also to manufacturing the Portland cement and also brick manufacturing. Nowadays is very widely used for this fly ash. And also lime fly ash as a soil stabilizing, soil conditioning, replacement in mortar. These are some of the factors accounting for low levels fly ash utilizations. Because there's a poor public awareness that one of that waste materials. Because the very important problem is to elimination of the solid waste problem. On the other hand, to need the as a provision of construction materials, fly ash is very useful. Some of the literature you have to taken this. I will consider only one literature to conduct the laboratory model test. Based on this, I will conduct some of the experiments. This is that experimental study details. This is the geogrid used. This is that the details of our steel footing and steel tank and materials used for this. This is the source of fly ashes available generally. That is a class C. That is a fly ash is available. That is a Raichur thermal power plant. This is the fly ash is dumped in open air. This is the collected from the fly ash. This is the properties of the fly ash. Generally, before going to use that, you should have to know that properties of the fly ash. This is the non-plastic. This is the properties of the geogrids used. Before going to use that, you should know that what exactly aperture size in and also ultimate tensile strength and also strain at ultimate load. Then method of testing, that reinforced and unreinforced fly ash beds are subjected to repeated loading in automatic dynamic testing apparatus. So the excitation values, that is cyclic pressure, that is the repeated load, and also selected some frequency. The load is applied through test plate and settlement measured through LVDTs placed in orthogonal. I will show in the next slide. That's a sketch with and also measured settlement after each cycle of loading, record and data acquisition system through computer. See, this is that complete photographical showing the experimental setup. This is that generated data acquisition system. This is the 3 LVDTs to take up these readings. These are the 3 settlement recording. Through this, you have to take that what exactly apply the load of in kPa. See, this is a picture showing the geogrid placed in the fly ash bed. How that geogrid has to be placed in the fly ash bed. After that, compacting that layer by layer fly ash with footing. The circular footing placed in the fly ash with the load connectors. These are the 3 load connectors. repeated load fly ash bed completely compacted. If you come to that results and discussions, here there is the effect of embedment on the performance of square footing in the unreinforced fly ash bed. See, this is the number of load cycle. In the X and Y axis, the settlement is recorded. This is the unreinforced fly ash bed has to be kept in a surface. 0B means surface, and 1B and 2B embedment depth of that placed in this. Generally, in this settlement is recorded maximum of 40 mm settlement. The plots number of load cycle versus settlement curves, that space surface footing, that color indicates that blue is that surface footing. This is that red line indicates that is 1B. That is B is the width of the footing. That 2B is the, that is one more footing. In this surface footing, unreinforced fly ash bed is experienced as a maximum settlement of 40 mm. See that it's a maximum settlement of 40 mm after 152 load cycles. And also number of repetitions embedded footing with 1B and 2B embedment depth experienced by settlement of 40 mm and 62 and 2092 almost its cycles respectively. This is because of the unreinforced fly ash bed is a change can attribute the increased overburden and a footing which turns increasing the shear resistance of the soil mass. This is that unreinforced. Next we'll go with the reinforcement. This is the effect of embedment on performance of square fitting in 2 layers of reinforced fly ash bed. First is unreinforced. Second is 2 layers. Number of geogrid layers is used to 2-layer reinforcement with the 0, 1 and 2B reinforcement layers. In this, number of load cycle versus settlement curves for 3 different footings with embedment depth, that is 0B means surface footing, that is D is equal to 1B and D is equal to 2B resting on 2-layer reinforced fly ash bed subjected to repeated loading of 250 kPa. In this, the embedment of footing in the fly ash bed has marked influence in the performance at any number of load cycle. That D by B is equal to 0 exhibits lesser settlement compared to that 1B and 2B. So that suppose 100 number of load cycles, the footing D by B is experienced at settlement about 13 mm. Similarly, the same trend of result is observed with 1B and 2B. Next, we can go with the 3 layers. Here also we can observe with 250 kP and is equal to 3 layers. Earlier surface, then 2 layers and 3 layers. Here also that is 0B is the less settlement, more number of load cycles. Similarly, same trend of results is observed with 4 layers also. Next, the results of experiment is analyzed in cyclic resistance ratio and settlement ratio. This is the definition of CRR and SR. Then the effect of embedment depth of CRR footing in 2, 3 and 4 layer of reinforced fly ash beds. In this, we discussed about 3 sketches. In this plot, cyclic resistance ratio at settlement level of 15 mm against embedment depth for a footing of 2, 3 and 4. See that? This is the 2 layers, 3 layers and 4 layers reinforced fly ash bed respectively. All these footings are subjected to repeated load of 250 kPa. It can be seen that cyclic resistance ratio is decreases as the depth of embedment increases. Next, that is settlement ratio. That to bring out the effect of reinforcement settlement behavior in the footing on the in terms of settlement ratio. In this 3 sketches, that variation in the settlement ratio with embedment depth of footing resting on 2, 3 and 4 layer of geogrid reinforced fly ash bed respectively. It can be observed from these figure the settlement ratio of the footing increases as the depth of embedment of footing increases. Thus, it can clearly demonstrate that settlement of the footing in the reinforced fly ash bed increases as the depth of their embedment increases. These are the some of the conclusions as to be drawn. The provision of reinforcement in case of embedment footing, that is 0B, 1B and 2B footing is effective in increasing the resistance number of load cycles and decreasing the settlement. Based on cyclic resistance value, the optimum number of reinforcement layer is 3. We'll have to present only very few slides here, but we can research based on this experimental study. We can obtain the optimum number is 3. 3 optimum number of geogrid layers is a independent of vertical spacing geogrid layers, and also the provision of reinforcement layer is effective in the decreasing the settlement ratio of embedded square. Even will present only square and circular and also even rectangular footing also I studied, but I will present it only here. Embedded square and circular footing, the settlement ratio in the range of is 0.07 to 1. The overall conclusion to use of geogrid is to resist horizontal shear stress built up in the fly ash bed under footing and transfer them adjacent stable layer fly ash bed and thereby improve the vertical behavior of the footing. However, the optimum number of reinforced layers appears to be 3 for a different shaped footing under different conditions. This is the conclusions. Some of the reference to be referred here. Thank you. This is that small presentations, a very few slides of my presentations. Okay, sir. Raju sir, any questions?
Good presentation. Actually,
thank you, sir.
Actually, this what is the field application of your proposed work? What is the field experimentation? Field application.
Field applications. This generally we can use this. That is now they are constructed for this one flyover approaches. That backfill materials used as a reinforcement geogrid with poorly graded sand. If it is a flash, is plenty flash is available. This flash can be used as a approach that construction of flyover approaches, embankments. You can use for these techniques with the geogrids.
And which soils is more effective actually? Which type of soils?
Soil is a friction means a sandy type of soil is more effective, especially in this reinforced soil structures.
But fly ash is normally stabilized with clay, no, not with sand, no? How you justify that actually?
Fly ash, but because if you constructed instead of poorly graded sand, you can use this because this is non-cohesive. That too, class F. This is this type. This fly ash is generally is a
non-pozzolanic.
Non-pozzolanic, yes, non-pozzolanic fly ash. Non-pozzolanic, especially Rajur fly ash is a non-pozzolanic fly ash compared to that Neyveli fly ash, that is a pozzolanic one. If you mix with water, immediately it acts as a concrete to pozzolanic fly ash. That is Neyveli fly ash in Tamil Nadu. What we are going to use fly ash is a pozzolanic fly ash, is a Rajur fly ash.
Good. It's okay. Very good work you have done. And still, a lot of scope is in your area. I know you're doing it. I know you're doing a lot of work in this area.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Mudra sir, welcome. Good morning,
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Namaskar, sir. We are happy that you have supported us.
Yeah, definitely, sir. We are with you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Shall I stop sharing?
Usha madam? Over to Usha madam.
Yes, sir. Now we have our next presentation, the experimental study on lateral capacity of tapered piles in homogeneous sand deposits. It will be presented by Dhanraj. Dhanraj, sir.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I am audible to everyone?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can share the screen.
Okay. Thank you. Is my screen is visible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Dhanrajan. I am presenting here a small my work on experimental study on lateral capacity of step-tapered piles in homogeneous sand deposits under the guidance of Dr. H.C. Muduraj, the UCE Bangalore. Introduction. For many structures on the pile foundation, especially in offshore environment subject to both axial and lateral loads, the ultimate lateral load is an important and maybe controlling factor in foundation design. Step-tapered pile foundation is relatively a new structure and is such a kind of pile foundation having cross-section area decreased in steps. Step-tapered pile is highly effective at resisting the lateral loads. Literature review. Nabil F. Ismail, step-tapered pile may economically employed for providing large lateral resistance with modest increase in axial bearing capacity compared to straight piles with the same base area. Thus, the lateral capacity of step-tapered pile enlarged diameter over 40% of its length was 9.2 tons as compared to 10 tons for the straight piles with the larger diameter over the full 100% length. The result indicate that increase in lateral load carrying capacity and decrease in deflection at the different applied load for the step-tapered pile due to the enlargement or strengthening of upper section of piles. Ling Zhang et al. Comparison of result indicates that pile behavior is controlled by subgrade soil stiffness at the shallow depth, 3 to 4 times of the pile diameter. Toi Fang and Ming Hang, the result indicate the step-tapered piles are highly effective in resisting the lateral loads, and the most effective when enlarged the section is between 33% to 47% of the total length of the pile. Material and methodology. The soil, locally available soil sand of grade 2 was used in dry condition. The representative properties of the soil is given in the table below. Specific gravity of the soil is 2.664. Uniformity coefficient is 3.2 and curvature coefficient is 0.89. Then soil is classified as poorly graded sand. The model piles are shown in the figure. The schematic view of a model pile. The 27 mm diameter pile and the 40 mm diameter pile both are straight piles. Rest of other piles are step-tapered piles. The area of the upper portion of the pile has increased from bottom. That is 2 segment pile that divided into 2 segment piles, 3 segment piles, and 5 segment piles. Testing tank. The test on the model pile were conducted in a model tank or a box for small scale pile testing of size 1.2 meter, 0.7 meter into 1.5 meter. The wall thickness of the model tank is 10 mm. It is made up of steel. The proving ring is attached to measure the applied load, which is the load is applied by pulley wire arrangement to know the deflection or displacement. Dial gauges were provided along the length of the pile. The figure 3.2 shows that the experimental setup of schematic representation. Methodology. Initially, the reining platform or the mesh was positioned directly over the testing tank to required height to achieve the desired density of the sand. The sand was then deposited by the reining technique. In order to know the deflection along the pile length, dial gauges were attached to the pile throughout the length pile head through the hand winch arrangement with a flexible wire attached to the pile head. The corresponding load and displacements were recorded. The test has been continued till the proving ring reading become constant or start decreasing or up to a minimum displacement of 25 mm. For each model test, the soil was removed from the tank and then was replaced by the required depth and density. Results and discussion. Lateral load and displacement response. The figure 4.1 shows that load deflection curves for the straight and step-tapered piles in the loose sand. It shows that enlarging the upper pile section for a step-tapered pile has significantly increases the ultimate lateral capacity, enlarging the pile diameter from 27 to 40 mm for the upper 50 portion of the pile length, increases the ultimate capacity from 20.36 Newton to 28.9 Newton, which is around 45% increase. When the full length of the pile has the diameter of 40 mm, which corresponds to 100% enlargement, the ultimate capacity was also 29%, which indicates there is no significant increase in the capacity over the 50% enlargement of the pile. Then figure 4.2 shows that the load deflection curve for the straight and the step-tapered piles in the dense sand. Enlarging the pile diameter from 27 mm to 40 mm, the upper 50 portion, the pile length increased the ultimate lateral capacity from 42.3 Newton to 68.86 Newton. This is around 63% increase when the full length of the pile has the diameter of 40%, which corresponds to 100% enlargement. The ultimate capacity was also 69 Newtons, which indicates that there is no significant increase in the capacity over a 50% enlargement in the dense sand. Second criteria, ultimate lateral load and number of segments. In the absence of distinct failure criterions, and as the design of the laterally loaded pile is governed by the lateral deflection of the superstructure, the ultimate lateral load is defined as the load corresponds to the lateral deflection of 6.25 mm, which is suggested by the Shamsher, Prakash and Sharma. So in the dense sand, the lateral load was found to be increased till the segment 3, and thereafter for the segment 5 it was found to be decreased. But in the loose sand, the ultimate load is increased as the number of segment increased. This is due to there is less mobilization of the passive resistance of the soil. So the depth versus deflection response are shown in figure 4.5 and 4.6. So this is recorded, the deflection was recorded along the line that has been plotted in the figure. Conclusions. It was observed that when compared to uniform diameter piles, step-tapered pile carries a more lateral load and lesser pile head deflection. In the loose state, state of sand, the number of segment increases. As the number of segment increases, lateral load was found to be increased. In the case of dense state of sand, lateral load was found to increase significantly till the 3 segments. Thereafter, for the 5 segments, it was found to be decreased because as the number of segment increases, overall surface area was found to be decreased and the corresponding mobilization of passive resistance also decreases. It can be further concluded that the step-tapered pile leads to overall economy due to better distribution of the pile material. These are some references.
Okay, good work, then. That's good work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Actually, step-tapered pile, where anywhere it used practically near the field condition.
Yes, sir. They were in China. They were used for large hollow step-tapered pile. They were used, sir. It is for the bridge foundations. So there were heavy axial loads also, and due to the river currents, there is a lateral load also. For that purpose, they have used the step-tapered pile in that area in China, sir.
But I have one clarification.
Yes, sir.
Because in step-tapered pile, the upper size diameter is more, the top surface diameter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
gradually it is decreasing at the base.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So normally, if that is the case, what about the uplift capacity of the pipe? Because if base area is more, uplift will be more.
Yes,
So
sir. Yes.
how do you justify that actually?
So these are actually not meant for the uplift capacity. These are only for
only for
lateral and the axial capacity. Axial capacity is more as compared to the what we call straight pile, sir. Because of the side resistance at the steps, we have the side resistance also in vertical direction. Therefore, this axial capacity of these piles is good, sir. Significantly.
We will expect an offshore environment, offshore.
Sir, in the offshore environment, these are significantly used, sir. This is good for the lateral capacity, sir. They carry more load than the straight piles, sir.
And better distribution also, material distribution
better material distribution also. They are economical also, sir.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you, sir. I am stopping my shares.
Okay, next candidate is Malashri. She is going to present on a study on the performance of surface footing on 3D geogrid reinforced sand beds. Over to you, Malashri.
Good afternoon, on and all present here.
Yes, Malashri, continue.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, on and all. Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm Malashri, MTech Geotechnical from USHA College. I'm here to present my paper, a study on the performance of surface footing on three-dimensional geogrid reinforced sand bed under the guidance of Dr. S. Gangadhar sir with Avinash N. These are the content of my presentation: introduction, literature review, objectives, materials and methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, scope for future work, and finally the references. Introduction. Soil which are unsuitable for civil engineering works are need to be treated to make it suitable for the construction purposes. Soil reinforcement by geosynthetic material is considered an effective ground improvement method because soil is strong in compression but weak in tension. The reinforcement is strong in tension, which makes the soil to be strong both in compression as well as tension. The use of the geosynthetic has revolutionized the field of ground improvement because of their low cost, better quality, ease of construction, maintenance, and saving in the time of construction. Geosynthetic reinforcement are available wide variety forms nowadays. Those are geogrid, geotextile, geomembrane, geocell are most commonly used to reinforce the weak soil, leading to improvement in the load carrying capacity and reduction of the settlement of structure supported on the reinforced sand beds. Coming to principle of reinforced soil. Here we can observe in case of unreinforced sand bed, when the load is applied on the sand, it will deform both in vertical as well as lateral directions. But in case of reinforced sand bed, the introduction of the reinforcement in the soil will restrain the deformation because of the interaction between the soil and the reinforcement. Coming to literature review, I have carried out 20 to 30 literatures. In that, I am taking 3 to 4. Emmanuel Bach Premangan et al. 2019. He investigated the determining the effect of food increasing in N but reduces with increase in D by B, and for optimum optimum was found at n is equal to 3 and d by b is equal to 1. Femi A. Makkar et al. 2017 studied two different types of three-dimensional geogrid with triangular and rectangular pattern were used in the experiments. The improvement in the bearing capacity and surface deformation were evaluated. The result shows bearing capacity of the footing was improved by 1.8 times by the provision of single layer of conventional reinforcement, whereas 2.7 and 3.1 times improvement was observed with the three-dimensional geogrid of triangular and rectangular pattern at an optimum depth of 0.25 times the width of the footing. Same thing with the Morad Abu Farak et al. 2013. Coming to my study, to study the influence of reinforced distribution configuration of a square footing under static loading, that reinforcement layer and vertical spacing of the reinforcement. Secondly, to study the effect of relative density corresponding to loose and medium dense sand, that is at 20% and 36% relative density. And finally, to study and compare the performance of square footing on two-dimensional and three-dimensional geogrid reinforcement. These are materials and experimental program. The materials used are sand, geogrid, and PVC pipe. This shows the grain size distribution curve of the sand. And coming to material properties, table 1 shows the properties of the sand and table 2 shows the properties of the geogrid and PVC pipe. From the properties of the sand, we can classify the sand used is a poorly graded sand. Coming to testing equipment, in order to apply the static load, use this equipment, and the footing used is the square footing of size 100 mm, of diameter 500 mm, and height of 390 mm. This is the how we have applied the load. Then coming to methodology, first we have prepared the sand bed both for unreinforced and reinforced condition. In case of unreinforced condition, the sand is filled into the tank by 6 layer of 60 mm depth up to the height of 360 mm. Where in case of reinforced sand, the reinforcement is placed at a predetermined depth. After that, we have placed the footing over this sand layer at the center. Then the load is applied, and the applied load is measured using the proving ring, and also the settlements were measured using 3 different dial gauges placed orthogonal to each other. This is the geogrid PVC pipe system. This figure shows the cross section of the geogrid system in 2-dimensional. That is, first we have filled the sand, then these are the 3 layers of geogrid used, and we have determined the first depth of the reinforcement layer U, then vertical spacing between the reinforcement layer. This is the cross section of the 3-dimensional, that is geogrid PVC pipe system, and this is the 3-dimensional geogrid we have used in my experiment. Here I have for the 2-dimensional geogrid reinforcement, I have inserted the PVC pipe into the aperture of the geogrid, and we have formed the 3-dimensional geogrid. This is the experimental program. Here I have studied for unreinforced, that is sand alone condition, 2-dimensional geogrid reinforcement, and 3-dimensional geogrid reinforcement for both 20% as well as 36% relative density by determining depth of first layer of reinforcement by varying these values and vertical spacing, and also for number of reinforcement layer. Coming to result and discussion. First of all, performance of the 2-dimensional geogrid reinforced sand bed was studied. Here we can see that effect of depth to density. Here we can see that compared to unreinforced, reinforced soil shows a better result because of the interaction between the soil and the reinforcement. Generally the soil inside the geogrid interlocking will will improve the strength of the soil. Here we can see as the U/B ratio increases, the strength, the bearing pressure goes on decreases. From this, we have come to know the optimum depth of first layer of reinforcement is 0.3 times the width of the footing. Same thing is happened with the 36% relative density, but the improvement in the bearing pressure is more in case of 36% compared to 20% relative density. Then effect of number of reinforcement layer at 20% relative density. After then have studied for number of reinforcement layer. Here we can see compared to unreinforced layer, two layers of reinforced shows a better result. Compared to that, 3 layers of reinforcement shows a better result for a vertical spacing of 0.3 times B, 4 times B, and 5 times B. Here also we can see S is equal, vertical spacing of S is equal to 0.3 times the B shows a better result with 3 layers of geogrid layer. Same thing is happened with the 36% density. In all the cases, 36% shows a better result compared to 20%. Then coming to effect of spacing of reinforcement layer, here also we can observe as here I have carried the vertical spacing for S by B is equal to 0.3 and 0.4 and 0.5. Here we can see as the spacing increases, the bearing pressure, bearing load carrying capacity goes on decreases because if the distance increases, the effectiveness of the reinforcement will goes on reduces. So then, if you for the better result, reinforcement of second layer and third layer should be placed with a vertical spacing of 0.3 times the width of the footing. The same thing is happened with the 36% relative density also. And these things, number of reinforcement and vertical spacing of the reinforcement is studied by considering another non-dimensional factor, that is bearing capacity ratio. Bearing capacity ratio is defined as the bearing pressure of reinforced sand bed at a given settlement to the reinforced bearing pressure spacing increases, the bearing capacity ratio goes on decreases. Here also, but compared to 20%, 36% shows a better result. In case of settlement ratio, it is defined as the settlement of the reinforced sand bed at the given pressure to the settlement of unreinforced sand bed at a same pressure. See, you can here also as the spacing increases, the settlement ratio goes on increases. So here also we can conclude that reinforcement is effective when we place the vertical and 3 times the width of the footing. Here also, same thing is happened with the 36%, but it performs better in compared to 20% relative density. Coming to performance of square footing and 3-dimensional sand bed. Same procedure is studied for the 3-dimensional reinforced sand bed also as of 20% 2-dimensional reinforced sand bed. Here also I have find out the depth of first layer of reinforcement. So here also I have come to know that U/B ratio of 0.3 times the width of the footing shows the optimum value. And coming to number of reinforcement layer and spacing of reinforcement, S is equal to 0.3 times the B and N is equal to 3 layers was the optimum. Optimum was obtained at this value. Same thing is happened with 36%, where in here it shows a better result. We can observe here it carries nearly 850 kPa, but when it comes to 36% relative density, it carries about 1000 kPa. Coming to bearing capacity ratio and settlement ratio, bearing capacity ratio in 3-dimensional 3 layers of 20% relative density at S by B is equal to 0.3 times 3, it carries nearly a bearing capacity value is nearly 7. When it comes to 36%, it carries a more compared to 20%. And settlement value is goes on increases with increasing the vertical spacing. And comparison between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional reinforced sandbed. Here in this figure, it is clearly shows that three-dimensional reinforced sandbed carries more bearing pressure compared to two-dimensional reinforced sandbed. In case of 36% also, three-dimensional reinforced sandbed carries a better bearing pressure compared to two-dimensional reinforced, because three-dimensional reinforcement provides a more confinement to the soil so that it carries a more load. Coming to settlement ratio, here also the three-dimensional geogrid reinforcement shows a lower value of settlement ratio compared to two-dimensional geogrid reinforcement. And coming to 36%, it shows a better result compared to 20% relative density. Coming to conclusion, in general, the reinforced sandbed performs better than the unreinforced sandbed, regardless of number of reinforcement layer and spacing of reinforcement under the static loading. In the present experimental investigation, the following reinforcement configuration provided the best result. That is, depth of first layer of reinforcement is equal to 0 times 3 times the width of the footing, and 3 layers of reinforcement and vertical spacing of 0.3 performs the optimum result for both 20% as well as 30%. As well as for 30%, 36% relative density. At n is equal to 3 layers and relative density of 20%, bearing pressure and the three-dimensional reinforced sandbed is 935 kPa, whereas bearing pressure and two-dimensional reinforced cement is only 820 kPa. At for 36% relative density layers of reinforcement, pressure on three-dimensional reinforcement is 1000, for reinforcement is 862 kPa. From this, we can conclude performance of the footing on three-dimensional system is performed better than the footing on two-dimensional sandbed, and three-dimensional reinforcement exhibits better improvement in increasing the resistance against loading and also reduces the settlement of the footing both at 20% as well as 36% relative density. And finally, the sandbed of 36% relative density performs better than 20% relative density. This is the scope for future work. The study can be carried out for dense sand condition, and the study can be carried out for layered soil condition also. These are some references. Thank you. Sir,
good presentation, honestly.
questions?
One more thing is this. What is the mechanism difference between 2D and 3D actually? Hello. 2D and 3D. What is the mechanism difference?
Sir, in case of three-dimensional reinforcement, it will provide a more confinement compared to two-dimensional reinforcement, sir. Because of that increasing confinement, the load carrying capacity will increases compared to two-dimensional reinforcement, sir.
In the field, how you will place the? Is it possible to place this in the field? Is it possible to simulate the field condition? Same lab condition. Is it possible to simulate in the field?
Sir, actually, the idea is if it is work in the laboratory, then in market also they can bring these type of geogrids. Geogrid can be formed in this farm also. That is the idea behind it, sir.
So anywhere they use in the field for the foundation for bearing capacity improvement.
Sir, it's
Anywhere,
mainly to increase the bearing capacity, sir.
No, it was 3D where anywhere they used in the field. Any case studies are there?
Sir, they have used the three-dimensional reinforcement geocell and also we can yes sir, the idea is we can in future like this also we can form the geogrids, sir. In 3D we can form the geogrid like this pattern also we can form in future. That is the idea behind it, sir. Then
PVC pipe, hollow PVC pipe, no?
Yes, sir.
So in that hollow PVC pipe, I think it can simulate voids also in the field because the soil normally if I have voids, no. So void condition, voids will be there, no. Void condition will be there, no.
Yes,
Normally, so that also will simulate voids also because the hollow, no, hollow pipe.
Yes, sir. Means yes, sir. That sand will go there, and there also the strength will increase, sir. That sand, this hollow will become a solid, sir, because we will we will fill that sand inside the hollow PVC pipe, sir.
Inside also will fill the sand.
Sand, yes, sir. We will fill the sand inside of it. Then it will act as solid only, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Malashri. Now we have a next presentation from Munnar Basha for a topic titled Soil Investigation and Recommendation of Foundation for the Lift Irrigation Project. Munnar, you can share your screen.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible. Make it full screen.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Shall I start, sir?
You can start.
Okay, sir. Sir, my name is Muhammad Munawar Basha. I am presenting this presentation under the guidance of Kiran sir, Assistant Professor, EWIT Bangalore. This work is basically on the lift irrigation project. The title of this work is Soil Investigation and Recommendation of Foundation for the Lift Irrigation Project. The contents of presentation is like this: introduction, objective of studies, literature review, methodology of drilling, experimental programs, results, calculation of SBC, conclusion and reference. Coming to the introduction, the lift irrigation project is for the solving chronic drought-prone upland area of the district, that is the Harapnalli Taluka. The consist of this project we have conducted in Harapnalli Taluka, and the main component of this project is an approach channel and the pump house, switch room and arcs transformer and the jack well and overhead tanks. And this is the geotechnical investigation by drilling 5 number of boreholes at the location with the help of Calyx rotary drilling machine up to a depth of 10 meter to 19 meter depth. This is the Google Earth site map. This is the Tungabhadra River. You can see here, this is the Tungabhadra River. This is the whole site. And here the approach channel and the switch. This is the whole area of the project. And this is a clear picture of this river. And this is the site. And this is a labor shelter here. And coming to the objective of this study is to conduct the geotechnical investigation for the construction of structures of lift irrigation and to calculate the safe bearing capacity for the structures of lift irrigation based on the shear failure criteria and settlement criteria, and it is to discuss the suitable foundation for the structures of lift irrigation. And coming to the literature review, there are only few literature on this topic, and one is this is a geotechnical investigation on hydroelectric project, and according to their study, the ultimate bearing capacity they have calculated using the plate load test, and they have found 120 kilonewton per meter square at the settlement of 2.5 mm and 210 kilonewton per meter square at the settlement of 4 mm. And another literature is they have conducted a Mahatma Gandhi Kulwakurti lift irrigation scheme. Under this project, they have conducted the uniaxial compressive strength and RMR, rock mass rating and moisture content of the rock and so on. According to their study, they have concluded the allowable bearing pressure adopted for the design purpose. And coming to the methodology, we have drilled 5 number of boreholes using rotary drilling machine at the specified location using bentonite slurry. And the SPT, a standard penetration test, is carried out at intervals of 1.5 meter, and the rock samples and the samples of the soil is recovered. According to this, the rock core is recovered and the bore log has prepared at the site itself. These are collected rock samples. And coming to this rock quality designation, the rock quality designation is defined as the total length of cores in pieces of 10 centimeter or longer to the length of the run into 100. We have calculated the RQD in percentage, and the correlation of saturated clay. The N value, if the N value falls between 0 to 2, it is considered as a very soft soil, and from the 3 to 4 this is a soft soil, and from 5 to 8 it's a medium stiff, and 9 to 16 stiff, and 17 to 32 we designate as a very stiff, and above 32 and it is designated as hard soil. Coming to this rock designation, we have calculated the core recovery, and we found the core recovery is greater than 90%. It is a fresh rock, and it is description of this core recovery is like this: no visible sign of rock weathering on the rock, and there is a very less number of discontinuity surface. And if the core recovery is between 70 to 90%, we have designated it is a slightly weathered rock, and it shows the very small amount of discontinuity surface. If core recovery is between 50 to 70, it is moderate weathered, and like this we have designated highly weathered and completely weathered and residual soil. Coming to our borehole locations, these are the coordinates: borehole 1 and borehole 2, borehole 3, borehole 4 and 5. In borehole 1, the soil, we have encountered a soil up to 3 meter depth. From 3 meter to 10 meter, we have encountered a rock samples, and the total drill depth is 10 meter. And from in borehole 2, we have total depth 13, and borehole 3 is a jack well for a borehole. This borehole is drilled for the jack well point, and that's why we have drilled up to 19 meter, as it is a very huge loads coming on this site. So we have drilled up to 9 meter, and like this borehole 4 and borehole 5. A specification for rock strength: as per IS 4464 and 1985, these are the designation for rock materials. If the rock material is greater than 200 Newton per mm square, it is extremely strong rock, and from 100 to 200, it's a very strong rock. From 50 to 100, it's a strong and moderately strong, and moderately weak strong and weak and very weak soil. And according to rock quality, we have designated like this: 90 to 100% RQD, it is a excellent; 75 to 90%, it is a good; and fair, poor, and very poor. And coming to the specification for soil in the field and lab, these are the specification for cohesive soil, and these are the specification here. The unconfined compressive strength is, if it's a less than 0.25, it's a very soft, and from 0.26 to 0.49, it's a soft soil; 0.5 to 0.99 medium, and 1 to 1.99 is a stiff; 2 to 3.99 very stiff, and 4 to 8 it's a hard soil. And according to N value, we have designated this relative density like this: 0 to 3, it's a very loose; 4 to 10, it's a loose; 11 to 30, medium dense; and dense, and above 50 N values is a very dense soil. Coming to the experimental programs, the laboratory tests were conducted like the sieve analysis, LLPL, and physical test on rock like UCS, and the specific gravity and water absorption and porosity of the rock also determined here. Coming to the results and approach channel, we have drilled 2 boreholes for approach channel. This is the whole chart for this. From 0 to 1.5 meter, the SPT values are 4, 5, and 7. The N values is 12. At this depth, we have encountered gravel of 1% and sand of 21%. Silt is equal silt of 55, and clay is 23%. And the liquid limit and plastic plasticity index are 38, 19, and 19. And free swelling index is 10. And bulk density is 1.6 grams per cc, and dry density is 1.5 grams per cc. And the C and pi values are like this: 0.55 and 11. And from after this, from 3 to 10 meter, from 3 to 10 meter, the rock sample has encountered, and the values of the rock is like this here. The total recovery at 3.5 meter is 5. It is
hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, your screen is not visible actually. Sorry to interrupt.
Screen is not visible.
Is it? Okay.
Please share again.
Okay. Okay. So coming to the result, we have drilled 2 boreholes for approach channel, and 1 borehole for Jackwell point, and 2 boreholes for overhead tanks. We have conducted the grain analysis and direct shear and all. And coming to the foundation concept, the load must be less than the ultimate bearing capacity of the foundation soil to maintain the stability, and the differential settlement must be within the limits. And the factor of safety we have taken here is 2.5 to 3. The factor of safety here is very huge because the loads are very heavy here. So we have considered the factor of safety from between 2.5 to 3. And the allowable settlement of the footing on granular soil is usually exceed before the bearing capacity consideration before import. Thus, the allowable bearing capacity of granular soil has normally controlled by settlement. So we have here calculated both. We have calculated the SBC on both shear failure criteria and settlement criteria, and finally we tagged settlement based on the settlement criteria. The type of foundation recommendations based on the description of the project. Here the load is from moderate to heavy load. So we have recommended a foundation is spread foundation and mat foundation. calculation of SBC values. Actually, this is in Excel sheet. So I have hyperlinked here, but that is not visible due to this some technical issues. So coming to the bearing capacity for isolated footing, for borehole 1 and 2, this is a approach channel. We have recommended foundation depth from 1.5 to 2 meter and 3 to 3.5 meter. Based on the shear failure criteria, we found the SBC values like this: 250 for between 1.5 to 2 and 430 kilonewton per meter square. And SBC value based on settlement criteria, we found 80 and 150 kilonewton per meter square. Actually, the settlement is like this: at 1.5 to 2 meter depth, the settlement is 49 mm and 48 from 3 to 3.5 meters. Similarly, borehole 3 for Jackwell Point, we have recommended foundation between 1.5 to 2. The SBC value is 250 kilonewton per meter square, and from 3 to 3.5 meter, it is 410 kilonewton per meter square. And based on the settlement criteria, we found the values like this: 135 kilonewton per meter square at a settlement of 49 mm. Similarly, for Jackwell resting on mat foundation, foundation depth below 4.5 meter, the SBC is like this. The SBC based on shear failure is 960 kilonewton per meter square, and based on settlement failure, it is 450 kilonewton per meter square. The estimated settlement is 71 mm, which is under the limited values of settlement, that is 100 mm. Similarly, borehole 4 and borehole 5 for delivery chamber overhead tanks, this is 1.5 and 2 meters, and 3 meter to 3.5 meter. These are the values here. So final conclusion is the SBC value is calculated based on both shear failure and settlement criteria, but the recommended safe bearing capacity is based on settlement criteria because the moment of structure is due to settlement of foundation. Soil occurs before shear failure, hence the foundation fails under settlement first. That's why we recommended the SBC values based on settlement criteria. And we have recommended isolated spread foundation for the moderate loads such as approach channel and switch gear room and axe transformer like this. And the mat foundation with reinforced concrete has recommended for heavy loads like jackwell and overhead tank. And the SBC values for approach channel is calculated from 1.5 to 2 meter as I have tabulated earlier. And these are the values we have. I have tabulated in a table. So this is the references, and we have this. Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's a good presentation, and which I have one clarification. Jackwell, you have recommended 960 kN to meter square, 4.5 meter depth. What type of strata encountered at 4.5 meter depth?
Hello, sir.
What type of strata encountered 4.5 meter depth of the Jackwell foundation? Hello? Hello, for Jackwell, what type of strata encountered at 4.5 meter depth?
Hello.
Munawar, you are not audible.
Not audible.
He's not there.
Are you able to hear me, Munawar?
Hello, Munivar.
Sir, I think he has.
I think he has left, sir.
Meeting, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Shall we go to next
Next
candidate,
one, sir.
Okay.
So our next topic is from highway, assessment of traffic congestion by using mobility indicators for southwest to northeast corridor of Bangalore city, a case study, which will be presented by Abhinav.
Hello, good afternoon everyone present here. I hope I'm audible.
Oh, yes.
Okay, sir, I'll start my presentation now.
Yes, Abhinav, continue.
So, okay, my research field is basically focusing on highway engineering, where I'll be briefing you about assessment of traffic congestion by using mobility indicators for southwest to northwest corridor of Bangalore. So this is nothing but the overview of my program. Hello.
Abhinav, make it full screen, Abhinav.
Hello.
Hello. Abhinav, can you hear us?
Yeah, ma'am.
Make it full screen, Abhinav.
Sure, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, you're audible. Okay, ma'am. Is this fine, ma'am?
Yes, Abhinav, continue.
Yes, continue.
Hello.
Yes, continue.
Hello.
Make it full
Okay. This is nothing, but this is not. Yeah, sir, I'll put it in full screen. First, I'd like to speak about overview of my presentation. My presentation includes introduction, literature survey, scope, objectives and methodology, data collection and interpretation, results and discussion, conclusion and recommendations, and scope of future studies, along with references. First, I'd like to begin by saying Bangalore is one of the biggest city in India, which comes in top 5 cities of all around the India, and it comes in top 50 cities in all around the world. As we know, as the city is big, the travel time and the travel congestion is one of the key vital factors that we have to focus on. My research mainly addresses the congestion time and the travel time when you are transporting from one place to another. So basically, I'll be speaking about mobility. Mobility is nothing but the capacity to move, or else it can be generally said as it is the character of anything that has the ability to move from origin to destination, or simply saying the time and cost required for the people to reach from origin to destination can be said as mobility. So in this research paper, we will be basically studying about all the key essential elements that are playing a major role in which decreases the mobility in different regions of Bangalore, especially from north-south corridor of Bangalore. As you can see, Bangalore mainly has two types of connectivity. One is external connectivity, other one is internal connectivity. In external connectivity, we can reach from urban to rural areas of the city, and in internal connectivity, we can travel within the CBD, centralized body district, from one place to another. As you can see, along with the year, I have given a table where the amount of vehicles has been increased, which is nothing but the number of vehicles registered all around the year. In 1980, it was nothing but 1,58,469 vehicles. In 2019, it is nothing but 76,22,332 vehicles that has been registered as of now. So BMTC is only the public transport that has 6,783 buses along with 6,132 schedule, covering almost 11.56 lakh service kilometers, carrying more than 1 million passengers per day. But it still falls short when it comes to the mobility factor because of the traffic and congestion that happens in day-to-day life. As you can see in the chart, the bus fleet size along the year is given, and you can see in the pie chart the amount of taxis that has been used and the amount of 3-seater vehicles such as auto that is used, and amount of 4 to 6 seaters that has been used is given. So for this research, I basically refer, first one was from Wilbur Smith Associates, where they basically studied they chose an urban area with more than a which is having more than million people living in that area. They chose 30 urban areas along and took it into account, and they studied all the factors such as congestion index, accessibility list, walkability, safety, city transit, para travel, all these key elements they studied and they made it into a research. And second paper was from Harish and Suresh, Dr. Harish and Suresh, which was basically on mobility indicators on the effect of congestion reduction in vehicular traffic. Here they basically studied the main reason for due to which the travel time and the congestion that is being increased in Bangalore, along with the help of few programs. And they also measured the clock time and travel time, and what are the main legitimate reasons and advantages and cost examination along this. Third and fourth research paper was a case study, which was from first case study was from Ashwin and Mr. Gyanamurthy. In this project, an attempt was made on mobility indicators for Bangalore city based on the guidelines of Indian Road Congress, where they again studied all the key essential elements that are governing the congestion index and travel time. From Susmita GP and Manjunath S 2018, which basically said about all the deficiencies that are existing in the Bengaluru and all the reasons that are causing the more travel time and congestion. Next, I'd like to start by saying objectives. There are a wide range of objectives to this project, among which I have listed out the main objectives that I'd like to say. Our first objective is nothing but to find the reason for the decrease in mobility of northeast to southwest corridor of Bangalore. This work incorporates the study of variable factors that influence the mobility in city, where we study about all the variable factors that influence the mobility from one place to another. And the third objective was nothing but to find out the main reason behind the increase in travel time and congestion, along with the indices found. And one of the key objective was nothing but to increase the mobility within the Bangalore city, so that it will be very helpful for the people living in Bangalore. And last objective is nothing but to conduct a thorough research and give guidance to government regarding the improvement of mobility. The methodology which we chose was very simple. Stretch was selected from Bangalore southwest to northeast, which is passing through a central body district area. The study area selected was from Kengeri to K.R.Puram, which is nothing but with Bangalore. Again, among these stretch, the stretch was divided into two parts, which is nothing but Zone 1 and Zone 2. Zone 1 include a stretch starting from Kengeri to Majestic, which is nothing but this CBD, and Zone 2 included the stretch starting from Majestic, which is nothing but the CBD to K.R.Puram. Here we conducted survey. At the initial stage, we conducted the preliminary survey where we had to identify the section length and we had to measure the road width, and we had to check and inspect the median, which is nothing but the division between roads, and we also had to measure the surface of the riding quality of the surface, and along with that we had to check if there was presence of intersection, and we also had to check the available. Hello.
मैं वो प्रेजेंटेशन में तो लास्ट में ये पूछना था कुछ, मैं फोन करे वो कट ऑफ छोड़ा, फिर अब जरा खुद वेट करना है.
Okay, now I'd like to say we had.
अभी चल रहा मेरा तो होगा.
We also had to check the availability of
क्वेश्चन पूछना था कहते हैं वो तुम्हें फोन करे ना कनेक्शन लॉस्ट हुआ, मैं मोबाइल से इसे कनेक्ट कर रहा हूँ.
Hello, who is that?
Munawar, please mute.
We also. Hello.
Continue, Abhinav.
We also had to check. Sure. We also had to check the availability of footpath along with parking facilities that is being present in the area. And further on, we conducted a detailed survey which included the list as given in the slide. First, we conducted the speed and delay studies, which mainly gave us the congestion index and travel time index. Then we conducted an opinion survey. This opinion survey gave us the public transport accessibility. Then we conducted the regional transport office survey where we got the paratransit index. Then we also conducted a detailed survey on BMTC where we got the city bus supply index. Then we conducted an inventory survey and visual observation where we got the walkability index. Along with that, we also had an opportunity to have an interaction with Bengaluru State Traffic Police where they briefed us about the situation and gave us the road safety index. Then after all this, we conducted a basic survey which is known as inventory survey, which gave us the on-street parking index. With all the data, it was very helpful to carry out our research. First thing we did was we collected all the data and we started interpreting it. First, I'd like to start by saying preliminary data collection. Preliminary data collection, we mainly focused on speed and delay study, where we used an car, and in zone 1 and zone 2, we basically adopted a floating car method with traveling in an average speed of 40 kilometers per hour, where we measured all the necessary data such as running time, delay time, cause for delay, opposite vehicle numbers that is being overtaken, and opposite vehicles, oppositely overtaking vehicles. With this data, we were able to calculate the average values of flow time, average travel time, average delay time, and average travel speed in both zones. And we conducted 2 to 3 test runs in peak and off-peak time during the different time intervals of day. Then we conducted a road inventory survey, as I said, which included smaller surveys such as where we had to measure the section length, width, and presence of median, quality of riding surface, and presence of intersection facilities along with footpath and parking facilities. Then we carried on with secondary data collection, where first we had to go to RTO in order to get the amount of registered vehicles that is being traveling every day in Bangalore. Second, we went to Bangalore city traffic, where we got the accident statistics and all the hazard reports in our Bangalore. Third, we went to BMTC, where we got the fleet size and number of bus along with its schedule for our research. As you can see in the slide, I have given you a clear description of different locations having and running distance, running time, and delay. A delay which includes cause and time, along with opposite vehicle traffic, overtaken traffic, and overtaking vehicles. The distance column includes the distance from one region to another, and running time includes the time which begins from the beginning of travel to the end of travel. Delay column includes cause and time. Cause is nothing but the main reason for the delay, and time includes the amount of time taken to overcome the delay. And opposite vehicle traffic includes the amount of vehicles that is being coming in opposite direction, and overtaken vehicle column includes the number of vehicles that is being overtaken, and overtaking vehicles includes the number of vehicles that is overtaking in our lane. In first column, we mainly see the area to Chairperson. In second sheet for the speed and delay study. We also had to compute different congestion index from Kengeri to Chairperson and Chairperson to Kengeri. As you can see in the chart, the peak congestion index was found to be when we are traveling from Deepanjali Nagar to Kempegowda bus station, which was of 0.628. And the least congestion index was found when we were traveling from Kengeri to Deepanjali Nagar, which is nothing but 0.210. It is as shown in the figure. Congestion index can be calculated as given in the formula below. And second congestion index which we conducted was from Chairperson to Kengeri, where as you can see, the peak congestion index was found to be resulted when we travel from Majestic to Deepanjali Nagar, and the least congestion index was found when we travel from Kengeri to Tin Factory. And we also had to compute the travel time index from Kengeri to Kyarpuram and Kyarpuram to Kengeri. The peak travel time index was found to be observed when we are traveling from Deepanjali Nagar to Kempegowda bus stand, and the least travel time index was found when you are traveling from Kengeri to Deepanjali Nagar, as shown in the figure. Second, next we had to compute the travel time index from Kyarpuram to Kengeri, coming in opposite direction. The peak travel time index was found to be observed when we travel from Kempegowda bus stand to Deepanjali Nagar, and the least travel time index was found to be observed when we travel from Kengeri to Tin Factory. Along with this, we also had to compute and interpret the data of public transport accessibility index, which is as shown. By using the formula which is as given in the slide, we were able to calculate the public transport index in zone 1 and zone 2. As you can see, the zone 1 has more public transport accessibility index than zone 1, indicating that zone 1 has more public transport accessibility than zone 2. Then we also had to compute and interpret paratransit index, which is nothing but all the non-governmental vehicles or fares which we use to travel day by day. As you can see in the graph, brief data is given, which depicts the number of paratransit growth index throughout the year from 2018. The paratransit index can be calculated by the formula which is shown in the slide, where you get the paratransit index 294 for the year 2018. Then we also had to compute the city bus index, where we had to go and speak with different city buses and city people to collect the data. As you can see in the slides, the slide shows the amount of population using a city bus accordingly. The excuse me. Year along with bus and Bangalore city population along with city bus supply index, which is as given in the tables, as you can see. Next, we also had to calculate road safety index. The road safety index is calculated by the formula which is as given in the slide, where we got the road safety index as 0.7 for zone 1 and 0.09 for zone 2. From this, we get to know that zone 1 has lesser road safety index than zone 2, hence it is little dangerous than zone 2. Then we calculated a walkability index with the help of formula which is given in the slide. The table shows the footpath along with visual observation rating, which gives us the walkability index, which is nothing but 0.43 and 0.4. Then we parking index with the same formula which is given in the slide. Here the table includes the road length used for parking in meters with the effective length of zone in meters, which gives us the on-street parking index, which is nothing but 2.525 along with 1.82. These indices were very vital for us because it gives out the proper analysis and detailed report regarding the congestion index and travel time, congestion cause and travel increase in travel time in Bangalore. As you can see, all the 7 indices along with the values is given in zone 1 and zone 2. So transport performance index was basically 60.23 in zone 1 and 52.63 in zone 2, which says that the transportation performance index is better in zone 1 than zone 2 due to the several factors which is as given in the slides. So from these computations, we were able to calculate the congestion index, which is nothing but 0.45. Average speed observed during the floating car method from Kengeri bus stop to Kyarpuram is 18.8 kmph against the ideal speed of 40 kmph. From this, we get the congestion index. here we get the congestion index as 0.45 because of the different activities. This is mainly because of, and also the metro station. Because of this, the congestion index is 0.45. Travel index is also given for zone 1 and zone 2. For zone 1, travel index is 2, and for zone 2, travel index is 2.9. Here, this is because in zone 1, travel index is 2 because of the construction activity that is being happening near Deepanjali Nagar, and near zone 2, travel time index is 2.9 because of the peak traffic time that due to the presence of metro station and due to the presence of different intersections. And now I'd like to speak about transportation activity index in zone 1 and zone 2. In zone 1, basically, it is in stretch of 12.5 kilometers, which includes 18 bus stops. In this 18 bus stops, the average distance from an origin to the bus stop is which is nothing but 694 meters, which is less than 2, indicate the public transport. In zone 2, it is in stretch of 23 kilometers, which includes 21 bus stops along that. So the average distance from an origin to the bus stop is nothing but 1095.23 meters, which gives us the public transport index of 0.91, which is again less than 2, giving out an bad accessibility to public transport of public facilities. Next, I'd like to speak about paratransit index. In paratransit index, based on Ministry of Urban Development and other carrying out the next, the walkability index which we got in zone 1 was 0.43, and the walkability index which we got in zone 2 was 0.73. Here the points zone 2 had the good walkability index compared to zone 1, and road safety index in 2019, the number of deaths occurred in the 179 and the fatal accidents were 920 in 2019, yielding an accident index of 111.12 per million population. Accident index was nothing but 612. Hello, am I audible?
The screen is not
you're audible. Share your screen.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Abhinav, make it fast.
Yeah, sir. I'll finish it. I'll wrap it up in another 2 minutes. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, visible.
Hello?
Visible.
Okay, sir. On-street parking index was found to be in zone 1 as 2.525, and in zone 2, the on-street parking was on-street parking index was found to be 1.82. 1 second, my system is not working. Okay, now I'd like to speak about the conclusions and recommendations. For zone 1, we get the congestion index as 0.45, which shows the congestion index is 45%, and for zone 2 we get the value of congestion index as 0.49, which gives us the 49% of congestion. Seeing that, we can see that both are above 35%, which is not ideal. We can reduce this by providing a strict law by removing on-street parking and other ideas. Travel time index was found to be 2 for zone 1, which takes for 15-minute travel requires 21-minute travel requires 50 minutes. This can be reduced by imposing strict laws, by reducing on-street parking and proper planning of traffic areas. And public transport activity index for zone 1 was found to be 1.44, and for zone 2 it was found to be 0.91. We can improve this by placing more number from origin to the destination. By this, we can increase the activity index. Next, I'd like to speak about paratransit index. By calculation, we got to know paratransit index was 24 for the particular year, but still it was not sufficient. So we can increase the mobility by increasing the amount of paratransit vehicles in our day-to-day life in Bengaluru, which will, in order, help us to get more mobility. Then I'd like to speak about city bus index. BMTC operates around 6,648 buses handling more than 3 million passengers every day. Here, the city bus index was found to be 51, which still falls short on 2 million passengers. We can increase the mobility by increasing the number of buses along with increasing the number of buses along with the stretches, so that it will have more connectivity and more places to go with all different schedules. And this walkability index for zone 1 was found to be 0.68, and for zone 2 it was found to be 0.82. This happened because due to the presence of vendors who sell on footpath and walkable regions. By removing all these vendors and all these salesmen, we can reduce the mobility in the region. I'd like to speak about road safety index. Road safety index was found to be 0.07 for zone 1 and 0.09 for zone 2. The safety of the road can be increased by imposing strict law and guiding the pedestrians and all people to be socially responsible, so that the safety on the road is increased. Next, I'd like to speak about on-street parking index. Here for zone 1 and zone 2, the parking index was 2.67 and 1.32 from the calculation. We can parking time along with different set of rules, which makes uncertain, which in turn helps us to increase the mobility and reduce the congestion in Bangalore city. There are three main scopes for these studies. First one is nothing but the work on mobility indicators for Bangalore city is based on mainly on the population of the city, increase in traffic, increase in paratransit vehicles, and increase in number of bus fleet size. This work needs continuous updating and database increase or decrease in accident rates, which need to be updated day to day. By using this, we can conduct further research, which would be very helpful. And also, this work is done in Bangalore demography, wherein population of slow-moving vehicles, which is defined by IRC 106 and 1991, in Bangalore is very less. It can be expected that many other cities of the country has more number of vehicles, of slow-moving vehicles, affecting the mobility. This term can be used to conduct research and give out the different ideas which would be helpful for mobility. And at last, mobility indicators are not restricted to the above mentioned indices. Mobility indices is also affected by different elements such as infrastructure and other factors, which will also play a major role in improving the mobility of the Bangalore city. And these are the references which I had to go through to get this research done. Thank you.
Okay, good presentation. Good presentation. Actually, this.
Thank you, sir.
Congestion index and travel time index, how it can be improved by altering the geometric elements? How congestion and
sorry, sir. Could you please repeat that again?
How the congestion index and travel time index can be improved by altering the geometric elements?
Sir, as I have said, these two elements can be improved by increasing the number of buses, by properly planning the traffic signals, and also by increasing the paratransit vehicles that connects Bengaluru internally. and by also providing a proper median which divides out the road for overtaking and other vehicles, sir.
Any traffic models you are taken, you have combined any traffic models? Because normally many traffic models are available. No?
Sir, sir, could you please repeat it? I'm not able to hear you properly.
Traffic model study. Traffic models study. Model study. Model.
Sir, we conducted a survey, sir. We had to go through all different regions, asking opinions of cab drivers along with the data. We took the data from them, sir. We did not conduct any model. All the data that are present in my research is based on the raw data which I got from the commuters, daily commuters from the northeast to southwest corridor of Bangalore, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, before going to the next presentation, we have Munawar Basha with us now. So we can have a question and a Q&A session for him, sir. Sir?
Hello. Yes, Munawar. So you are submitting this one, no? Your soil investigation and recommendation of foundation for lift irrigation project.
Yes, sir.
Lift irrigation. Actually, I seen in Jackwell 4.5 meters recommended 9 meters for SBC. So what strata you encountered at 4.5 meter depth?
Yes, sir. Here is the, sir, from 3 meter itself, it's a rock, sir. From 3 meter itself, it's a medium dense brownish lean clay. After that 3 meter, it's a totally rock soils. And the RQD varies from 13 to 70%, sir. And the core
test to connect UCC test.
Yes, sir. UCC. Yes, sir. UCC also conducted. And the results varies from 20 to 63. 20 to 63 Newton per mm square, sir.
How you arrived at the safe bearing capacity, allowable bearing pressure for the rock samples?
Sorry, sir?
How you arrived at the allowable bearing pressure, rock samples? How you arrived at the safe bearing capacity for rock samples?
For rock samples, sir.
Rock samples SBC, how you got it?
Sir, that is not my scope, sir. I have just done the up to 3 meters. So we have conducted the laboratory test on rocks, but the depth of the foundation is up to 4.5 meters. That's it, sir.
No, because for rock samples to go, you have to refer the
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
120/70 and 13365.
1 second, sir. Yes.
IS 12070.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, we have. Yes, sir.
You have to refer IS for allowable bearing pressure on rocks.
Yes,
you
sir.
have to refer 12070 and 13365. You have to refer IS codes. These IS codes are relevant for the rock SBC. Like allowable bearing capacity based on UCC and allowable bearing capacity based on RMR.
Sir, yes, sir. My another one literature review has shown they have conducted the SBC based on RMR rate, rock mass rating. Based on that technique, they have calculated the SBC value. But I have a scope for based on the 6403 and the settlement. That's it, sir.
Okay,
sir.
Okay, next presenter is Sharath MM, and his topic is redesigning Banshankari TTMC to an integrated mobility hub. Over to you, Sharath.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, can you see my screen, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yes, Sharath, carry on.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sharath of 9th semester from the Oxford School of Architecture. And I'm very delighted to present my project titled as Redesigning of Banchankri TTMC to an Integrated Mobility Hub under the guidance of Professor Pranati Nagaraj and Kavita Kamath, and also co-guided by Mr. Sanisa. We might have seen Banchankri Junction even before coming up of Metro and TTMC. Then we could see. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Carry on, Sharath.
Hello.
Yes, Sharath, carry on.
We might have seen Banchankri Junction even before the coming up of Metro and TTMC. We could see Banchankri temple with flower and fruit vendors lined up in front of the temple. But now the condition of the junction is very confusing to the users and creates havoc to the pedestrian and vehicles. It's filled with heavy traffic throughout the day, with 50,000 commuters for the TTMC and 25,000 commuters for Banchankri metro station. And coming to the intangible part of the analysis, as a kid, when I used to visit or go to the place, I would get to see the Banchankri temple and the colorful flower market attached to the temple roadside. It was a visual retreat to see such spaces then. But now the scenario has changed because of various development. There are 3 signals at the junction. However, in the peak hours, it's very difficult and risky to cross the roads. The line of buses coming in and out of the TTMC seems to be never ending. And the existing TTMC is not able to handle the situation. In future, it might get even more worse. With this, the street cattle, hawkers, vendors crossing the road will add up to the scenario, and the problems get compounded. Therefore, the need of the hour is an integrated mobility hub. As the TTMC expands as traffic and transit management center, it is the most influential built form in the entire. Now let's go to the goals and objectives of commentary and traffic: decluttering corridors, placemaking interventions for vendors and hawkers, clear and safe demarcations of pedestrian and vehicular movement, redesigning of parking spaces near Metro and TTMC, overall junction development, redesigning of TTMC into an integrated mobility hub, with ensuring pedestrian safety, and a proposed skywalk connecting TTMC and Metro station. And coming to the site analysis, this is the site analysis of the existing TTMC site with the site area, road widths around the site, climatic data, and access points to the site, with site surroundings and landmarks being mentioned and analyzed. Coming to the master plan, is a proposed master plan for the junction. Number 1 is the proposed redesigned TTMC building. Number 2, we have multi-level bus parking for the TTMC buses. Number 3 is the proposed staff housing, which is of G+4 height for the TTMC workers. At 5, we have existing Indira canteen. Number 6 is the Anjaneya temple, which is already existing. And 7 and 4 are the existing Banchankri metro station. Number 9 is the Banchankri temple. And number 10 is the Indian Oil petrol bunk, which is already existing. And number 12 is the proposed multi-level car parking for the metro users. And coming to the road widths, this is the Subramanyapura road towards Subramanyapura, which was 18 meter before. Now it is proposed as 24 meter. And Kanakpura road, which was of 30 meters, now it is proposed as 35 meters. And the road towards Silk Board, which was of 30 meters and which is proposed as 45 meters now. And towards Edur Lake, it was 16 meters, now it is 22 meters. So coming to the circulation, Number 1 and 2 are the entry points for the buses. Number 1, which leads to the ground floor, and number 2, I've proposed another platforms. That number 2 entry point will lead to the upper level of the platforms. Number 3 will remain as a common exit point for the buses. Number 4 is the pedestrian entrance, and number 5 will be the drop-off zones for cabs and autos. Number 6, we have micro mobility vehicles such as e-bikes and cycle stands. And number 7, that will be entry for disabled via ramps. And number 8, we have entrance for 2-wheelers and 4-wheelers, which will lead them to the basement parking. And the buses which goes in, and if they want to park their buses, they can go back to the backside of the TTMC building, and through this road they can go to the proposed multi-level bus parking. And coming to the ground floor plan, this is the bus entrance for the ground floor, which will lead them to the 3 bus bays, and each bus bay will have 3 platforms. So there will be totally 9 platforms in the ground floor, and this will be the drop-off zones. Here the entrance for the pedestrians, with either side disabled ramps. On the either side we have ticket counters, and the red color which you can see is the depot offices. And we have staircases which will lead them to the floors, and we have restroom. Yes, sir. And the right side we have a restaurant, and the yellow zones are the commercial shops. And from the ground floor, hello, am I audible, sir? Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah, continue.
Hello, sir.
Yes, continue.
Now in the existing TTMC, okay, sir. Okay. Now in the existing TTMC, we can see the pedestrian. They move in and around the bus bays, creating restrictions for the bus users, and there will be problem for the bus movement. What I have proposed is there'll be a barrier here where they can only see the platforms. They can't go in the ground floor itself. If they want to take the go to the platforms, they'll have to take the escalators or elevators, which will lead them to the upper floors, and then from the upper floors that will lead to the platforms. That I'll show in the next plan. This is the G+A floor plan. The users will come to this level through escalators or from the elevators. If there are any disabled people, they can use the wheelchairs and come to the elevators, and they'll take this connecting bridge, and through this elevators they'll reach the platforms. The normal users, they can take this connecting bridge and they can go down to the platforms. So this way we can restrict the people moving in the bus bay, so it is more safer to the people as well as the buses. And in this floor plan, we have staff canteen, and either side we have depot offices. Coming to the first floor plan, towards the left side you can see the existing metro building. This is the skywalk which is connecting to the metro building and to the TTMC. And these are the ramps which are from ground floor. These are the bus ramps which will lead to the upper level, the proposed new two bus bays. And again we have 4 platforms. So this will be added up to the existing 9 platforms, and we have commercial shops. So the people from the metro station or can get the essentials in the shopping complex, and they can go down to the platforms, and this is the exit ramp for the buses. Similarly, I have planned for higher levels. So in the first floor A plans, we have retail shops, again with the depot offices and waiting rooms for ladies, and dedicated restrooms for ladies. And in the second floor plan, we have office spaces for income tax department, which is already existing in the present ATMC building. And in the third floor also, we have office spaces for GST West Commissionerate. For these office spaces, the access point is through this service corridor where they have a lobby and escalators and staircase. So this can only be used by the office people. The normal people cannot access this. This is the basement parking. The entrance is from towards the Subramaniapura Road. This is the entrance ramp, which will lead to the basement. And this is the exit ramp. This is the basement 2 level. With 115 car parking area with mechanical car parks, we can easily double it up to 300 plus car parkings. And this is a typical section showing how the redesigned the building will look like. In the basement, we have car parkings, and in the G ground floor, we have platforms. Again, in the G plus A level, we'll have a connecting bridge where the passengers can take this bridge and reach the platforms. So we can avoid the passengers getting directly into the roads or the bus bays. Again, we have we have platforms and retail spaces. And again, connecting bridge from metro building. At the background, you can see the metro building. This is the connecting bridge connecting to the ATM section, cut through the connecting bridge. This is the connecting bridge for the ATMC building.
Sharath, there is some network issue.
Section, horizontal section showing you the bus ramps with the basement ramps. Coming to the elevation. Okay, ma'am. Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yeah, now
Hello?
it is audible. Yes, Sharath, continue. It is audible now.
Ma'am, can I know where did I stop, ma'am?
Continue, please, Sharath.
Ma'am, where did I stop?
Yeah, you can continue from here.
Where did I stop? No, now it is audible.
Sharath? Hello?
Hello, Sharath. Continue with your presentation.
Coming to the elevation. This is audible, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, audible. Continue. Yes.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay. Coming to the concept for the elevations, as I told in the introduction, before coming up of metro and Banchankrit ATMs, we could see the Banchankrit flower market and etc. So it was a visual redesigned TTMC building. I've included those in the actual Banchankri temple, which very the Banchankri original like structures with columns and arches. This concept and in my lower columns with cladded sets. I've also combined modern contemporary like a digitally patterned facade that is called the Jalan, etc. So this is my east elevation. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello,
Yes,
PPT. 1 second. Am I audible now?
Yes, Sharath, it is audible.
Okay, coming to the north elevations, I've given more of glazing to let in more natural light. In the west elevation, I've given vertical louvers to avoid harsh daylight and to avoid only light, to avoid glare. I've used vertical louvers, which will avoid harsh glare and lets in only sunlight, and also creates a drama of light, acts as a acoustical insulation as well as visual barrier, and adds massive and contemporary character to the building. And it can be customizable to any color or finish, and it can be handled mechanically or automatically. So this will be eco-friendly and also reduces the load on HVAC devices. So this is how the louvers would look like. This is a south elevation where I've given jali walls, which is digitally patterned. With this jali walls to the inner side of the facade, I've introduced double glazing, which will provide more insulation from the solar heat gain with the air gap present in between two panels. So this will add in more protection from the harsh glare. And the project is also designed for the post-pandemic intervention. So there are two stages where we can implement this. In the designing stage, we can have more openings and courtyards to let in more UV rays so that the germ would kill by the UV rays itself. And at the entry points, that is near the entrance and exit points, it is feasible to zone the water points such as toilets or restrooms or even hand basins, so that the people who are coming in and out can wash their hands frequently, so that the transfer of viruses is minimized. And also we can use materials like brass or antimicrobial materials where the human contact is more, to avoid the transfer of viruses. In the operational stage, we can have sanitariums or sanitizing tunnels at the entry and exit points, thermal screening. And inside the buses, we can have post-pandemic seatings with fiberglass partitions to avoid virus spread. And sanitizing sprinklers inside the buildings so that the sanitizing is done automatically. And UV lighting devices for cleaning interiors of the bus as well as the interiors of the building. And of course, the public cautioning and informative signages to inform the people and caution people. And we can use medicinal landscaping, that is plants. In Ayurvedic history, we have many plants which can react against the virus. So we can use those kind of plants inside the buildings to minimize the virus transfer. And coming to my another part of my project, that is to re-envision urban street as community places through urban design interventions. So I've selected the primary road from Raghavendra Mud Junction to the Rajalakshmi Junction, which is of 300-meter stretch. This is the junction plans and pictures. And this is the existing road section of 45-meter wide road with metro pillar and footpath and the roadways. And my design interventions and strategies are, we should provide better equipped bus shelter with facilities like comfortable seating area, activity zones for various users, trash receptacles color-coded for wet and dry waste, kiosk and water dispensers. With that, we can add on more tree guards with seating area around it, space for multiple activities, street performance, hawkers, and staggered or group sittings, and traffic calming measures with planter boxes with handrails all around and curb ramps. The idea was inspired from Arali Kate, where the people hang around these trees and spend time with the communities discussing about social issues. This has been a daily lifestyle from many years in the rural villages of India. And of course, interesting street furniture to draw in more users. And we can increase green cover by having this kind of planter boxes. And these elements provide opportunities for people to connect in a way that no other public space can. And we can have cycle stands and e-bikes stands for micro mobility vehicles. And therefore, this kind of elements with tree guards, unshaded seating area, with dining areas and all will definitely increase some amount of community gathering in the streets. And also, I heard in the previous paper, which was presented by Abhinav, he had suggested to remove street vendors and hawkers from the roads to improve the mobility of vehicles. Instead of that, we can give us separate space for them, or else they'll definitely be on the roads creating problems. Yes, ma'am.
Make it fast, please.
So this is the proposed street plan with landscape and street furnitures. So we have 9 meters of footpath area. With that, we have 4 meters of footpath and another 4 meters of which includes a cycle track of 2.5 meters and another 3 meters of green cover, which will have seating furnitures and spaces for hawkers and vendors. And in 11 meters of roadway, a dedicated lane for the bus and another lane for the common vehicles. And these are the cross sections showing you the proposed streets. So this will create interesting elements in the design and attract more number of users. These are the views. So with this project, we can see how a public building, that is DTMC, can make pedestrian and vehicles, etc., to commute seamlessly. And then in this part of the street design, we saw how the streets can be envisioned as community spaces and bring back the lost context and character of the Bangalore, that is the garden city. These are the views of my project, which are modeled on Revit and rendered in NCACE software. I've used AutoCAD to draw my floor plans. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Nice work. Nice work.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, that what type of floor slabs you are taking? Floor slabs? Floor slabs, because what is the approximate size of the floor slabs and what type of slabs you are providing for each? Because multi-level parking you have proposed, no? Multi-level parking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have
what type of flooring?
Waffle slab, sir. Waffle slab.
Waffle slab means it is a grid type or flat slab, sir?
Grid type, sir. With
what is span of the
beam depth of 1 meter, sir.
Beam depth of 1 meter. What is the span of the slab?
Span it is 16 to 18 meters, sir, from column to column.
16 to 18 meters, sir.
Yes, sir. The column size is 1.2 meters.
Means, you have to go for the normal slab. I doubt. We have to go for flat slab or the grid type of floors.
Yes, sir.
It's a small grid type of slab. You have to go for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the participants?
Thank you, Sharath.
Okay, thank you.
That's the wrap up of session 4. I would like to thank all the presenters who have actively participated in the session. Special thanks to Dr. KVSB Raju sir, who took out the time in his busy schedule and accepted our invitation. Thank you, sir, for your patience and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for
welcome,
sparing your valuable time for us.
Welcome, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. And once again, we will call you offline, sir. Okay, please come over here and address our students, sir. Geotechnical students. Okay, we will call you once again, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಕರೆದು ನೋಡಿ UVC ಇಂದ ಒಂದು 3-4 ಪೇಪರ್ ಬಂತು ಇವಾಗ.
In few minutes, we'll start with our technical session 5. Okay, Baba. Okay, participants, we shall have a break for 10 to 15 minutes. Then we shall start with the session. Thank you. Hello, sir. Hi,
Good afternoon, everyone. Our guest, Dr. Mohammed Sharif, has joined. I request the conveners that we can start the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. We shall start our session. Before that, I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Mohammed Sharif, sir. So I request Dr. Radhika K N, Associate Professor, to introduce the session chair. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Usha. Dr. Sharif, sir, are we audible to you?
Yes, Radhika, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today we have amongst us a renowned geologist from Geological Survey of India, Dr. Mohammed Sharif. He is currently a superintending geologist and a trainee in Chitradurga training camp, which is taken by the government of India. He has trained over 100 geologists who are working in various government organizations, both central and state departments. Dr. Sharif started his career in Hatti Gold Mines Private Limited in the year 2007 and later joined Geological Survey of India in the year 2009. He completed his Master of Science degree in Earth Science and Resource Management in the year 2003 from Kuvempu University and later worked as a JRF, that is Junior Research Fellow in Bangalore University. Later, he completed his PhD degree in the year 2010 from Bangalore University. His area of specialization is petrology, geochemistry, and Precambrian geology. He is also well versed in various GIS and remote sensing softwares and has also worked as director in remote sensing and GIS wing for some time. Owing to his inclination towards petrology, he is currently the trainer in Chitradurga, which can be termed as a field book for any student who pursue geology in their careers. He is an eminent researcher and has contributed his findings in various reports published by Geological Survey of India pertaining to the identification of economic minerals like nickel, chromium, diamond, gold, and many more. He is functional in identification of gold-bearing formations of India and has identified the potentiality of male tilings in Kolar for the extraction of gold. Further, Dr. Sharif has also worked on the aspect of environmental impact assessment because of mining, particularly in iron ore mines in Bellary and gold mining in Hatti and Kolar. He has also worked on copper mining impacts in Tintini and Kalyadi areas. His research findings are published in various national and international journals, and he has more than 15 research publications for his credit. Sir, on behalf of the entire East-West community and Department of Civil Engineering, hearty welcome to you, sir. And I request our HOD, Dr. NAGARAJA GUPTA, to just speak a few words.
Good afternoon, sir. Sharif, sir. I welcome you for this national conference, sir. Okay, I thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being with us for this program. And please take up the chair and continue the session, sir.
Thank you, Radhika and Gupta,
Dr.
sir.
NAGARAJA Gupta.
Dr. NAGARAJA, it's really a pleasure for me to be associated with. I like to thank Radhika for giving me this, inviting me here for this workshop or conference. Okay, Radhika.
Sir.
So
I request you to just speak a few words about importance of geology in the field of civil engineering.
Okay, thank you. I will definitely, that will be a pleasure to tell about how best we can use geology in civil engineering. And geology, as we know, is a subject which is itself has many subjects in it. It has maths, physics, it has chemistry in it. So as a geoscientist or as a common person in this forum, so we are one or the other way connected with Mother Earth. So it may be by means of mineral resources, it may be by way of lot of societal development activities. Geology plays an important role, and it goes in hand to hand in especially in civil engineering, because I do get chance to work with engineers in many of the projects, like petrology. I do is a subject where we can use to identify the rock and to tell that usability, whether to construct a road or a normal house, as well as a bigger construction like reservoirs, whether it is suitable or not, or whether it can sustain that structure or not. A basic petrology can help, which is a part of again geology. Like that, if you see each and if you see different developments in society, like we see because we are from Bangalore, we know that there is a lot of work is being done on the metro. And if you understand that for a few years back, because of the hard formation what we get in Bangalore, even a tunnel boring machine got stuck. So as a geologist, why it has happened, and how best the geological information would have helped in planning the excavation of tunnel. So that would have been benefited in many ways. Means as a GSA person, as a geologist, we generally involve in many of the civil engineering activities, like tunnel reservoirs, not only even in metro construction. So geology is a very unique subject, and it has plenty of bearing on a common man's life. So from a simple resource like water, which is a life-saving resource, geology, if you understand geology, we can use them for betterment of the society. Definitely it will it will go in hand with the civil engineering aspects. So I think I will not take much time. So there is many things we can tell about geology and civil engineering, but I don't take much time. Let us start with the today's proceedings, so that the presenters who are ready, they can start their presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for giving the insights of geology in the field of civil engineering. So there is one request to all the participants who are presenting right now. I request you all to kindly strictly adhere to the timings. Okay, so the time slot given is 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for your question answer discussion or questionnaire. Okay, so the first presenter is Vaishali G. Are you available? Vaishali Ji?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Yeah, you can just share your screen and start your presentation. I'm just
Am I
keeping
audible,
the time slot. Yeah, you are audible. I'm keeping a time slot of 10 minutes plus 5 minutes for questionnaire. So please ensure that you will adhere to the time.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
शेयर से ऐड आ गया था.
ಉಜ್ವಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದೆ.
Vaishali, can you share the screen? Should we go for the next presenter, Vaishali? You can come back again later, probably.
Radhika, let us wait for 1 minute.
Ma'am, there's a technical issue.
Okay, I think I'll ask the next presenter to present. You can rectify by then. Is that okay, ma?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Our next presenter is Sachin Kulkarni. Are you available? Sachin? Chandana?
Ma'am, I think we can go for next candidate.
Yeah, that's what I'm calling the other candidates. I'm waiting
I
for
think
their
they are
response.
there. We have made
They're
them
not,
co-host.
yeah, they're not answering actually. Chandana?
Yes, ma'am. Sachin here.
Sachin, you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. Hope so I'm audible. Myself, Sachin Kulkarni, working as an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, Arnes Institute of Technology. Today I'm going to talk on geological control on the water quality in the diverse lithological condition, which is a review paper. And this is a bit of my PhD work, and I'm doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. K N Radhika. So this is, yeah. Water quality is one of the vital component for the sustainability of the mankind. Okay, so due to the rapid urbanization, or like in the countries of the developing countries of India, the water quality has been getting degraded day by day due to the continuous industrialization and improper disposal of waste. So due to this disposal of municipal solid waste, due to this rapid urbanization, what has happened is the generation of municipal solid waste has been increased. So this municipal solid waste includes both commercial and residential waste, which are also non-hazardous. Okay, the method that is followed in most of the countries to dump this MSW waste is landfilling, and this landfilling causes a severe environment. Okay, so here Gausia, in the year 2014, they did a study which showed that biochemical composition of organic substances and the inorganic fractions, so what happened, contained in the waste material, they change, they just precipitate, they mix with the precipitated water, and it and a leachate is generated. So this generated leachate from the landfill reaches the hydrologic regime, which contaminates both the surface and groundwater bodies. Therefore, the analysis of water quality in the vicinity of dump yard is very important to get the idea of what is the level of contamination or what is the extent of contamination. So for this study, we have selected two areas. So in which one is Ajjagondanhalli near Tumkuru. So this is a Google Earth map where we can see, and here, yes, yeah, this part here we can see there is a landfill, okay, which is having a red color boundary. So this Ajjagondanhalli is located in Tumkur Taluku, okay, and the latitudes are 13 degree 23 minutes to 13 degree 30 minutes north, and 77 degree 3 minutes, and 77 degree 6 minutes east. And the area is almost semi-arid type of climatic conditions, which is having maximum temperature that during the summer it may reach up to 35 degree, and usually it receives rain from the southwestern monsoon, that is from June to September, and a partial of rain from northwest retreating monsoon, that is from October to December. So this area is covered with both non-perennial streams, which are interconnected with the different lakes. So, but even though it is having a good rainfall and interconnected lake system, it experiences very scarcity of water, that is for both irrigation and drinking purpose. Okay, this is because of the presence of hard rock formation, that is granite and gneisses. Okay, along with this, the area has some intrusive features also. So this is the geological map and the study area, which is located in the granodiorite and granite terrain. So then the next one, the next area is Turumuri, a village in Belgavi Taluk, which is located at the boundary of Karnataka and Maharashtra. The Turumuri village is about 13 kilometers from the Belgavi district, and it has the coordinates of 16 degree 15 minutes to 16 degree 30 minutes north, and 74 degree 77 to 75 degree 75 degree 0 minutes east. So it experiences a tropical type of climate with maximum temperature of 39 degrees Celsius in the summer, and in the winter it reaches up to 12 degree and experiences heavy monsoons. So again, this also receives the monsoons from the southwestern, then and again partial rainfall in with the northwest retreating monsoon, and the average rainfall is about 650 millimeters. So this Turumuri village is located at the eastern side of the Western Ghats. Okay, and its topography is almost predominantly undulating, and it is mostly covered with Deccan Traps, which is a basaltic type of rock in the north and northwestern part of the district. Okay, the rocks are porous in nature, which contains vesiculous and amygdaloidal structures. So these structures are filled with secondary minerals, and there are 3 to 4 volcanic flows which can be seen above the ground levels of 640 meters. This was given by Mines and Geology, Department of Mines and Geology in the 2016, and so here to the south part of the study area, we have river Markandeya flowing. So this is the geological map, and here we can see the study area, which is located completely in the basaltic region. So then the general groundwater scenario. So the as Belgavi district is underlined by the gneissic type of rock, then we have schist, limestone, sandstone, basalts, alluvium. So in an overall condition, it is from Archean to recent age. Okay, the present in the present study area, the water table generally follows the topography of the area and is at the greater depths. Therefore, here the locally the flow direction is from higher elevation towards the river. So the exploratory drills were carried from Central Groundwater Board to study what is the yield or potential yield of the rocks. So the Deccan traps here act as a multi-layer aquifer having low to medium permeability. So the Deccan basalt compromises of flow fractures, the flows, fractures, and interstitial pore spaces of vesicular zones. And it is said to be that they are the good repositories of the groundwater. So here the groundwater occurs under the planitic conditions in the weathered zones of the basalt, and and the aquifer here is from semi-confined to confined conditions, that is in the intertrapeans, and also in the joints and the fractures at the deeper levels. So this is the hydrogeology map of Belgaum district, so which was given by CGWB in the year 2012. So this is the study area where we can see the study area is under the basaltic condition, and there nearby the study area we have lineament. Okay, so then this is the drainage and hydrographic map of Belgaum district. So here is the location, and near the study area we have that is the piezometer from the that is which is kept from the CGWB. Then the Tumkuru. So the Tumkuru, here the main rock type is PGC, which is Peninsula Gneissic Complex. Along with that, we have sisters rocks of which belong to Sargur group and Dharwar supergroup. Then we have Enger intrusives, that is closed-pit granites, and even the basic dikes we have. And along with this, we have thin patches of quaternary gravels. So here the groundwater occurs in the weathered and jointed zones of gneisses, granites, and cysts, and even in alluvium, which is a unconfined or a water table condition where it is in the semi-confined to confined aquifer conditions in the fracture formations at the deeper level. So these are the these facts were given in the CGWB report of 2012. So this is the hydrogeological map of Tumkur district. So the study area, it comes completely under granite, so where the basic rock is granite. So here we can see the study area has been given. Then we have the drainage and hydrographic map given by the CGWB. So then discussing on the change in groundwater chemistry due to municipal solid waste. So here we have taken the two cases. One is with respect to Turmuri in Belgaum district, and one more is Ajjagondanhalli in Tumkur Taluk. So the selected study area, that is Ajjagondanhalli, here that is we have reservoir, tanks, lakes, and both the man-made and natural river systems. And the major water bodies here are Buduganhalli Lake and Hebaka tanks. Both these tanks are used for drinking water, and the main water supplies from these tanks only to the Tumkur city. So here the water samples were collected and they were analyzed for the various parameters. So the maximum and minimum values of the cations and anions were compared with the results that was given by Sadashivaya et al., where they studied in the same area in the year 2008. So this is the location map of the study area, and here this is the another map. This is given by Sadashivaya in the year 2008. So here we can see they have done an intense study of the water quality samples in this particular area. So with this we can see that the results obtained from them, that is the results which were given by Sadashivaya in the year 2018, and these are the results obtained by us. So when we did the field sample analysis in the last year, so when we did the permissible, that is the maximum value of calcium, which where the permissible limit is whatever the result we got, it was beyond the permissible limit, where for calcium it is the permissible limit is up to 200, but here the value is beyond that. So when we compare this value with the Sadashivaya at in the year 2008, with their results, the maximum limit it has crossed. So earlier it was 174, but now it has reached up to 292 milligrams per liter. Same in case of mg also. There for mg, the maximum permissible limit is up to 100. Okay, but here in both the cases, when we look here for both the studies, it is beyond the permissible limit, and then even for sodium also, it is beyond the permissible. As for sodium, it is up to 45 milligrams per liter. So yeah, again, even for sulfate also, but the other parameters are within the limits. Then we are going to the second case study, that is Turmuri. So the selected study area, that is, it lies in Karnataka and Maharashtra border, which is among one of the border villages of Karnataka. So as seen in the figure 2, that is to the south of MSW landfill side, the Markandeya river flows. The Patil et al. In the year 2013, they analyzed the samples around the landfill. So the study was carried from the February to May for 4 months, and the analysis was done for pH, TDS, total hardness, nitrate, and most probable number, and lead. And then Goro et al. In the year 2000 they studied the water quality using drastic method. Okay, so here also both the results were compared, and when the study results of Patel et al. Was seen, they were under the permissible limit for and it was suitable for domestic purpose. But the results that were obtained from the studies of Goro et al., they were beyond the permissible limit. Okay, so here we can see that the calcium, magnesium, and sodium, they are beyond the permissible limit. Okay, so which increases the hardness of the water. And finally, the conclusion is from the studies that were made in Turmuri village of Belgavi district, and that is from, has been observed from the period of 5 years, that is from 2013. So in the 2013 year, that is the Patil had done the studies, and then in the year 2017, the Guru et al. They had done the studies. The water quality has been changed. So from the drastic method that was given by Guru et al., which indicates that the Turmuri village shows the high prone to pollution, which indicates the threat to groundwater. So, and again from the Tumkur district, the water samples were when checked out, they were not suitable for irrigation purpose, but they were suitable for irrigation purpose, but they were not suitable for drinking purpose. And so again, even from the studies of Sadashivaya and our sample analysis, it was seen that the quality of the concentration of major ions has been changed drastically in the past 10 years, that is from 2008 to 2019. So therefore, the detailed study of the area along with systematic water sampling for both the temporal and spatial distribution is required. So that's it. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sachin. And Sharif sir, any questions?
Yeah, there are a few. Sachin.
Yes, sir.
So your topic what you have presented. It was quite interesting, but I would like to add some more thing to your presentation, because your presentation topic is very vast.
Yes, sir.
You are telling about, if you could, if I saw geological control on the water quality in diverse lithological conditions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how do you think that your rock types, whether it may be granite or basalt, has impacted your quality, other than your dump side? Definitely, any dump for quite long period will definitely influence the groundwater. Absolutely, there is no issue with that. One question, just for so that once you understand that, it will be useful for your future studies also.
Yes.
How you are going to tell that whether it's granite or basalt, in what way it has contributed in the quality of the groundwater, apart from your dump side? Because dump, irrespective of the rock type, with time the contamination in the groundwater may happen, and for that again I suggest you to go study the soil in between the rock, rather than directly going telling about the rock types, because they'll be dumping in some way and there will be at least some soil development there. Try to see how it has influenced the soil, then you can tell about in a much more better way for groundwater. Okay, so you just brief me what you found, the role of either granite. As I was seeing, yours was area is falling in completely in the close bed granite.
Yes, sir.
Relatively alkali in nature. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And other area is a basalt, and that too vesicular basalt, and because of its porosity, there are a lot of water fluctuation, and it can store water, and many things are there. How it can it has affected your quality of the water?
Sir, in basalt, the calcium content will be more, calcium and Mg. But when it comes for granite, the sodium and potassium, it will be more, sir.
Yes, but your analysis you have shown, especially in the Tumkuru area.
Yes, sir.
So there is increase of calcium, magnesium, and sulfate.
Yes, sir.
So are you telling that the role of granite there, or only purely because of the dump?
So
the quality has.
So I think it will be due to because of the dump itself, sir.
So you are telling that the groundwater quality rather than the lithology. So
yes,
dump has played a major role.
Yes,
as
sir.
per your.
Yes,
okay, then please try to change the title then.
Sorry for interrupting, sir. Since I'm also an author for this paper, I would like to add my instinct over here.
Yeah,
okay,
please,
so
please.
Generally in a granitic terrain, we will have sodium and potassium type of water, NACHCO3 type of water. And in case of basalts, we will be having CAMG-HCO3 type of water. So there is a lot of chemical changes that has happened, which I think Sachin should work on.
Yeah, that's what. And I also suggest him to go for that soil in between, because that will help in understanding in a better way how the groundwater is changing and what is the role of granite. Why I am telling, because even the rock can play a major role. Here the CAMG, what is there in the granite, it may not means that groundwater, it may not be completely due to dump. You should understand that, because the CMG can be from a basaltic patch or a mafic rock patch well within the granite. It is depends on the site area where we have collected this water sample.
Okay, sir.
Okay, there are also possibilities there, but and that too I am very interested in the sulfur.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Right. If you see the analysis in the sulfur, especially in the what you have quoted, that was much lower than yours, and yours is very, very high.
Yes, sir.
Means either you are near to some sulfide deposit, or that dump has more sulfur into it. And please look into that.
Okay, sir.
Probably
So what
some alteration product would have been there in that area. That is what even I feel.
What type of material which has influenced that sulfur, and that too in long term, it will definitely affect the common man.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah, we will work on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Should
it was a good presentation. Thanks.
Yeah. Shall we go to the next presentation, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Please.
Thank you for your suggestion, sir.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, the next presenter is Vaishali. So you can share your screen and start presenting, ma. Vaishali? Vaishali? Are you there?
Radhika, otherwise we can invite others.
Yes, sir. The next presenter is Chandana. Actually, she had texted, sir, that she is ready. Yeah, Chandana is there. Okay, you can present, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So it is a group presentation. First part will be presented by Rakshita.
Rakshita, can you speak, please?
Good afternoon, everybody.
I request the presenters to just restrict your presentation to 10 minutes, please.
Oh, can you hear my voice, ma'am?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can start presenting.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rakshita. Me, Rizwan, and Chandana from third year students of Civil Department from Acharya Institute of Technology. We are here to present about lineament parameters along land use and land cover of Tumkur city, Karnataka. Our guide is Mr. Tejas K, Assistant Professor, Civil Department, Acharya Institute of Technology. Let me start with the introduction.
We are not able to hear you, ma.
Generally, hard rock areas are very much prone to frequent water crisis. So it is very important for us to know hydrogeomorphological nature of landforms and lineament distribution with respect to permeable nature of subsurface, percolation, runoff status, soil, drainage, groundwater table, and hydrogeology of the region. Lineament study of the area from remotely sensed data provides important information on subsurface features that may control movement and storage of groundwater. In the recent years, satellite remote sensing has made it easier to define the spatial distribution of different groundwater potential zones based on geomorphology and its features. Lineament plays a major role in identifying suitable sites for artificial recharge of groundwater because they reflect rock structures through which water can percolate and travel up to several kilometers. The selected study area is Tumkur district. It degree 20 minutes and east longitude 76 degree 20 minutes to 77 degree 31 minutes. The district is having area of approximately 10,648 square kilometer. The major portion consists of Clospet granite trending in north-south direction. Pennar, Lower Kaveri and Lower Tungabhadra flows through the district, namely Jayamangala and Kumudwati rivers. Area covers almost 48.6 square kilometer and has subtropical climate without any sharp variations. Tumkur district geological map. The district exposes peninsular gneissic complex, that is PGC, younger intrusive and schistose rocks of sugar group. Major rocks that are found are amphibolites, granite, granodiorite, tonalite, gneiss, pink and gray granite, metabasalts, greywack argillite, migmatolites, limestone and dolomite. Gneissic rocks are very less compact rocks with more weathered and fractured material. Groundwater occurs under the water table conditions in weathered, jointed, and fractured formations. The district occupied of schistose rocks towards western position and towards the southern, there is extension of Chitradurga schist belt, and towards the east, it is Clospet granite gneissic complex. Land cover. Land cover indicates the physical land types such as forest, road, commercial use, domestic use, and how people use the landforms. Land cover data documents how much region is covered by forest, wetlands, impervious surfaces, agriculture, and other land and water types. When we consider Tumkur region, total area under development is 815.27 acres. Area under industrial plots is 391.3296 acres. The below graph is a graph of land use and land cover of Tumkur district. It shows irrigated regions with plantations, rice mixed and rain-fed regions, and also rain-shed shrublands, barren lands, hills, forests, water bodies, and settlements. Land cover and land use. Tumkur district consists of 10 taluks and 331 gram panchayats. It covers almost 2,715 villages. And here area under forest is 1,12,566 hectares. Area under wasteland is 3,47,177 hectares. Area under other uses are 84,810 hectares. Further part will be continued by my teammate Chandana.
As you can see, the soil map, soil plays an immense role in groundwater infiltration. The most of the study area is covered by either red loamy soil or red sandy soil. We know that red soil has low water holding capacity, but it is very good at permeability. Red soil is mostly formed by weathered rocks, and we know that weathered rocks have high permeability, so it leads to groundwater formation. The alluvium patches, which comprises of major filter points, is found along the major rivers or streams of the study area. These alluvium patches are mainly responsible for groundwater infiltration apart from the faults or joints. Then we go with the drainage. As we can see from the map, the drainage pattern of the study area is either semi-dendritic or dendritic mainly. The study area comprises of 3 watersheds. Majorly they are Pennar Basin, Lower Tungabhadra Basin and Lower Kaveri Basin. And their location in the topo sheets are presented in the slide. The Lower Kaveri Basin is in turn drained by river Shimsha onto the south of the study area, whereas the Lower Tungabhadra Basin is in turn drained by the rivers Vedavati and Suvarnamukhi. River Jayamangala and Kumadavati also adds to the watersheds on the northeastern part of the study area. Hence, there are no perennial rivers in the study area. The major source of water, wholly and solely to the district, is dependent on groundwater resources. Then we have to go with the hydrology. Hydrology is something to know about the water present below the Earth's surface and how it flows in there. Groundwater occurs in weathered and jointed zones of the granite, gneiss, and cystic in semi-unconfined to confined condition, whereas it occurs in confined condition in the alluvium patches. As most of the landforms of the study area is mainly made up of granite, gneiss, and we have a cystic belts towards Chitradurga. The main system of aquifer is semi-confined or confined condition. As the alluvium has major filter points, most of them get dried up during summers, as the study area has the major part as barren land due to heat and humidity. The alluvium patches get dried up in summers, and it also gets dried up during due to over exploitation. The major part of exploitation is due to concreting on them. The drying up of filter points reduces the groundwater table. It is also an important point to worry apart from lineament concreting. The next part will be presented by Rizwan.
Groundwater is an essential component of the environment and economy. As we know that groundwater contributes to about 80% of the drinking requirements in the rural areas and 50% of the urban requirements and more than 50% of irrigation requirements of the nation. We can see that in the map 55% of the district is overexploited and 11% semi-critical and 8% is critical. Only 26% of the area is safe. Groundwater is the major source of the irrigation in the district. As we can see in the table, there are 13,585 dug wells and 77,603 bore wells in the district as per 3rd MI census, in which 1,179 dug wells and 1,687 bore wells have gone dry in the district. According to the records, water level in the Tumkur in 2002 was about 4.27 meter below ground level, and it increased up to 5.89 meter below ground level in 2007. As of 2011, the major parts of the district having depth of the water levels up to 2 to 5 mbgl to 5 to 10 meter below ground level. As a result, we can see that water table below ground level is increasing continuously. Lineaments. Lineaments are nothing but underlying geological features such as fault, fracture, joints, etc. are termed as lineaments. Typically, a lineament will appear as a fault-aligned valley, a series of faults, or folded hilly regions. Lineaments can be easily detected in the geological map and can be more specifically on the satellite imagery. As we can see from map, major lineaments observed towards north-northwest to south-southwest direction, medium lineaments observed towards northeast to southeast directions, minor lineament observed towards east to west directions. We know that Tumkur is mainly covered by peninsular gneissic complex. The density of lineaments is high in peninsular gneiss. Lineaments play a vital role in controlling the movements and storage of groundwater in the hard rock terrain. Areas around the lineaments and intersections of the lineaments are considered to be favorable sites for accumulation of groundwater. In this slide, as we can see the maps of Tumkur, one which depicts the area covered by the lineaments and the other is concreting done along the lineaments areas. Since we know that lineaments are the main source of the groundwater table, which helps in the maintenance of the groundwater table. If we start concreting the areas aligned by the lineaments, then surely we are blocking the infiltration of the water. We are disturbing indirectly the drainage system, which leads to increase in the groundwater table depth in the future, and we may suffer from scarcity of water. Conclusion. From the study area, Tumkur, we have analyzed the geology, geomorphology, hydrology, soil, drainage pattern, groundwater statistics, and lineaments of the city by using the simple tools like remote sensing and GIS. As we know that the amount of water reaching stream system depends on the morphology of the basin, topography, infiltration, soil, rocks, and lineaments of the area. The drainage pattern are which leads to water, the stream, the soil parameters also play a vital role in the analysis of hydrology conditions. Since the lineaments are the main source of the groundwater, when on concreting on those lineaments, we can in turn cause the reduction in the infiltration and also efforts the drainage pattern, which directly leads to the decrease in the groundwater table of the area. By comparing the lineament positioning map with present built-up area map of the city, we can find that most of the lineament are concreted, which leads to the decrease of the groundwater table. Solutions: avoiding the concreting along the lineaments. As we know that where the lineaments are present, there we can reduce or avoid the concreting or construction on those areas of lineaments to maintain the groundwater table stable. Another way of control is by construction of check dams. By consideration proper geologic by considering the proper geological properties, we can increase the groundwater table. For example, constructing check dams along the lineament areas, which may increase the infiltration of the water through which the groundwater table can be reached. Proper ideas before construction. In order of development of the city, we can see that Tumkur is one of the major smart city undergoing smart city. If further construction and infrastructure development are carried out, which must be checked that construction is not done along the lineament areas, and the information should be provided to the engineers, and the government should not give the permission to construct along the lineaments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sharif sir, any questions?
So, it was a nice presentation. I'm really impressed because they are third-year students, I think.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you're uttering a lot of geological words. I'm very happy for you. I was very happy listening those words. And about lineaments, just as we all know, lineaments are any linear features, and especially due to urbanization,
yes,
it's very difficult to get a natural lineament system, whether it may be Tumkur or it may be Bangalore. Hope I'm able to convey you.
Yes, sir.
And as you know, you are dealing with lineament analysis in a city. So
Yes,
your road is lineament as per if you go and use your satellite imagery. First of all, using a satellite imagery and what is the resolution? Not maybe your Google map will help.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that it is a very good attempt, but please understand what you are studying. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And use means studying a district as a part. There is a separate means I was a little bit once you are showing the district geological map or lineament map of Tumkur. There's a lot of natural elements which include not only that river system, also a lot of dikes as the lineaments are there, and even normal rocks like BIF, banded iron formation, they act as a lineament if you see a satellite image. So when you confine to a city, again you should be very, very careful, and you should have a very good comparison images. You should have a very good reliable data. Not only your satellite image will not come to your rescue 100%, but you have to because many of the times if you go and check the same lineament, it will be definitely modified after 5-10 years due to rapid urbanization, and there is no natural lineament system I think present either in Bangalore or Tumkur, if it confined to the city limit. Somehow it has got disturbed. It is not into the original state. So please consider in the direction and try to use info means rather than comparing with the natural lineament, whatever the available lineament, how you have means what are the resources you use for understanding those lineaments. Definitely lineaments play an important role in groundwater recharge, and we as a common man, we give very less chance to groundwater to percolate, especially in the urban areas. Better, as you were suggesting, that was good steps for groundwater recharge. As we are aware that even in Bangalore, any construction which is more than 30-40 means feet, like 200 square feet and above, they had to compulsorily adopt rainwater harvesting structures in their houses. So that can also be a remedy for future groundwater recharge in that area. So you can propose rainwater harvesting, irrespective of the space. Compulsory means at a regular interval, some rainwater harvesting structures should be developed. So that will improve the scenario. Definitely, urbanization has killed, gradually killing the groundwater potentiality of that area. So it was nice to hear from the students. Hope they will come up with new ideas to work out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. The next presenter is Vaishali, and she is presenting on the geohydrological scenario of Western Dharwad and its dynamics due to anthropogenic intervention. Vaishali, you can start presenting.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the disturbance, whatever happened.
That's
so
okay,
basically, my topic is scenario of Western Dharwad. Ma'am, can I?
Yeah, you can. And can you please switch on to the, yeah, fine.
Yes, ma'am. So the topic is scenario on Western Dharwad geohydrological and its dynamics due to anthropogenic intervention under the guidance of Professor Tejas K. So we have seen that climate change is a basic and global concept which is gaining more and more importance in these days. Because of the heat that is trapped inside our earth, and because of the reduction of the gases that is happening, greenhouse gases, and the solar radiation which is inside the earth, it is not getting reflected back. So all these heat is actually trapped inside the earth. Thereby, the temperature of our earth is increasing day by day. Due to this increased temperature, what happens means the evaporation, evapotranspiration is also getting affected. That is, these are increasing, and precipitation in a very short duration of time is increasing, and also runoff is increasing more when compared to the infiltration that has to happen. So here we have basically taken the graphs, which see, you can see this graph. This shows the variations of temperature considering the year and the heat content. Why are we talking about Western Dharwad? The basic region is it considers Western Ghats. So what happens? Why are these Western Ghats so special? That's because millions of years ago, because of the movement of the tectonic plate, these Western Ghats there was a shear zone which happened. Thereby, it got separated. And these Western Ghats have a typical olden rocks, so called as Precambrian rocks, which are basically metamorphic rocks. And the aquifers which present are granite. Basically, granite, you can see fractures, folds, and all in granite. Thereby, the water storing capacity is more in it. So when I come to the rise in temperature in Earth's atmosphere, there's something called as ocean heat content. This term is something, it is actually the energy absorbed in the ocean, which is called as enthalpy or the internal energy. Due to this energy, there is rise in the sea level because of the thermal expansion. And when there is this rise in sea level, global warming has to be detected. It is detected at many coastal regions. as the sea level rises, it affects the coastal Darwa region directly and indirectly also. Directly by flooding and indirectly by the salt intrusion in it. So what happens when the salt gets intruded in the soil, it exploits the groundwater as well. This is caused by the humans, and other kind is nothing but when there is a granite genesis, this is caused by the humans, and other kind is nothing but when there is a granite, when the aquifer is present, there are cracks which is present in it, thereby the fresh water which is present is inside, it goes and joins the seawater, is basically exploited. And coming to the next part, uh, so yeah, here we have actually considered a few areas, the study areas, because we have considered these areas, and we tell that almost this can be applied for the to the entire Western Darbar region. So the study area, it lies between 13°34' to 15°2' north latitude and 76° to 77° east longitude, within area of 8,338 kilometers square. It actually includes 6 taluks, namely Chelkere, Chitradurga, Hiriyuru, Holalkere, Hosadurga, Molalkalmuru, and generally the ground elevation of 732 meters above the mean sea level. And the geomorphology and the soil type, it basically consists of shallow black soil, mixed and red soil, red loamy and sandy soil. Physiographically, the district comprises of undulated plains interspersed with sporadic ranges, hillocks. And here we have actually seen the seasonal variation that is happening in the rainfall. That is due to climate change, how the rainfall is affecting, how the rainfall pattern has been affected. And here you can see the types of rocks that are mainly present in these districts, that is granite genesis, ancest, and metamorphic rocks, which is the oldest rocks which is present there. And we can also know that here, because of the salt water intrusion, what happens is that the soil is also getting polluted in one way, due to which the green cover area in the Western Ghats is reduced. Thereby, the clouds which are present here are traveling to the hot temperature zone, where it is traveling to the hot temperature zone, and the hot temperature zone is India, is basically found in the mid of the India. Thereby, there are more flood and rainfall happening in the middle part of India than the Western Ghats. So in order to know the fluctuation which is happening in the rainfall, we have collected the 31 years old data and 20 representative rain gauge stations, and we have analyzed it. So in this, what we found was we just collected the seasonal rainfall fluctuations according to the seasons, and then the annual rainfall fluctuations of the study. Next. So yeah, in pre-monsoon season, which basically starts from January and ends in the month of May, here the average rainfall received was 94.99, and the minimum rainfall received was 26.9, and the maximum rainfall actually it was received at BJ Kere, and the minimum rainfall at Kamat Marikunte. And coming to the next as the monsoon. In monsoon, what happened is that the maximum rainfall which received was 160.35 mm maximum, and the region where maximum rainfall happened was Horika Devapura, and the minimum was at Chalkere. And coming to the post-monsoon region, in post-monsoon region, the main reason for the rainfall happening is due to the passage of westward storm and the depressions that are remnants of low pressure system moving into the Bay of Bengal. Here the minimum rainfall recorded was 0, that was at Rampura, and the maximum was 357.4 mm in Horike Devanapura. And the annual rainfall it varies from 331.2 mm to 1017.7 mm. The average normal rainfall is 363.79 mm. The ISO highlight maps of 31 years old rain gauge states that it indicates that the rainfall has been decreased from northwest to southeast part of our study area. So based on this rainfall fluctuation pattern, we have also taken the groundwater fluctuation. How will the groundwater react to the fluctuation in the rainfall that is happening? Due to the fluctuation happening in the rainfall, there is a fluctuation also in the groundwater. Thereby, we all know that the primary sources of fresh water is groundwater itself. But nowadays, groundwater we are consuming it so fast than its naturally replenished capacity, thereby causing a decline in water table. Here, basically, we have taken 47 representative boreholes are considered and analysis as done. And here also we have taken annual analysis and season to season analysis. So basically, first when we go to pre-monsoon groundwater analysis, here the variation what we saw was 2.92 meter to 42.34 meter. In the graph, these are just the explanation of the values what we got. And the highest value was 2.92 meters to 42.35 meters with an average of 15.09 meter. Here in this, what we understood was that groundwater table fluctuation, it is actually high in western part and it is low in northern and southern part. And for the monsoon season, the groundwater variation, it varies from 2.70 meters to 42.9 meters with an average of 15.41 meter. The groundwater table here it shows that western part has a high groundwater level, but exploitation is very highly seen in eastern part and the southern part of the study. And when we come to post monsoon season, the variation level is 1.37 to 30.1 meter. The general trend of groundwater table shows highly in eastern and central part of the study area. This groundwater table, it basically rises in the rainy season, but it progressively gets lower and lower in the summer season due to the high temperature, which is abnormal. And when coming to the annual groundwater table fluctuation, it ranges from 2.48 meters to 33.51 meters. And it was also seen in Chitradurga Taluk. It shows the highest rainfall representing the deep groundwater table due to its topography, slopes, and high runoff by many outcrops. And also, on the other hand, the groundwater table, it remains very constant in the western part of all the season because there is a Vedavati river in there. So that part of the region is never affected by any changes in the rainfall that is happening. Basically, the main issue why did we take here is that we can see in Chitradurga, mostly it consists of granite rocks, which has water holding capacity. Although having such capacity to hold water, now these districts are under droughted areas. So it is high time we should think about our Bangalore city. So in conclusion, what I want to say is that due to these climate changes, there are fluctuations which are happening. And there is positive fluctuation as well as negative fluctuation. Positive fluctuation which is happening in Belagavi and Shivamogga districts, whereas negative fluctuation is happening in Dakshina Kannada and Bangalore rural. Here, for the first time, the coastal Karnataka regions are experiencing a short rainfall in southwest and northeast monsoon. The Uttar Karnataka, Udupi, Dakshina Kannada districts generally receives high rainfall, that is 400 mm every year. But this is the first time that they are listed in the droughted areas of Karnataka. And due to these regions, the other regions which basically depend on Kaveri water, that is also decreased. That is, Kaveri catchment area is also decreased because we are supplying all the water, most of the water, to the droughted areas, where hence the regions which depend on Kaveri catchment area are also affected indirectly by this. The BWSSB, it basically says the reason for all these issues is the temperature rise and the poor monsoon which has showed in this year, I mean last consecutive 5 years, and And also now it is seen that the dams which and all are present, their capacity has been reduced to 20% of the storage capacity than the original capacity. So by this, I conclude that it is high time we consider and care about the groundwater properly and use it properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaishali. Sharif sir, any questions?
Yeah. So it was a nice presentation, Ms. Vaishali. As I was going through your presentation, what I find there is a slight mismatch of title and the content. So please take care, because Western Dharwar, in what sense you want to take? Chalakere, if it is comes, if you are telling by sense of Western Kratari portions, Chalakere comes in Eastern Dharwar. Okay, or these areas, Hosdurga, Chalakere, Malkalmuru, definitely these areas are from last few years, means many years, they are facing very dry weather and very less rainfall. And to our surprising, last year it was completely reverse. If you have noticed, means there are heavy rains in this almost all these areas. So whether, because I know that you have taken data up to 2011, I suggest you to please take recent data, so that you can do more justice to your work. Because there is a they say that after every 10 years or 11 years of drought, there is a intense rainfall, or rainfall happens. So in extreme conditions, means they are already in these zones are in a shadow zones.
Yes, sir.
And they receive very less rainfall compared to all other parts of Karnataka. What your study area is that. And to contrary, last year it was huge rainfall. So please try to refer latest data, so that for a proper interpretation. And if any cyclosity, if you can say, that will more be helpful to understand how the behavior is in a large scale it is happening. And definitely groundwater plays an important role in any societal development. And these parts of what of your study area, definitely they are more dependent on groundwater. So I think that was a good presentation. Please keep on working on newer data, and let us hope for better results.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Divya, and she is presenting on the enhancement of geohazards due to human intervention, a case study from Western Ghats. Divya, over to you. Divya?
Yes, ma'am.
Divya? Yeah, you can present.
Good evening, everyone. My voice is audible?
You are audible, Divya. You can start presenting.
Okay. Okay, good evening. Myself, Divya, HA, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering from PS Institute of Technology and Management, Shumaga. My topic is on enhancement in geohazards due to human intervention, a study from Western Ghats. Okay, we already know our Western Ghats, known as Sahyadri. Okay, it's a mountain range that covers an area of 40,000 square kilometers in a stretch of 1,600 kilometers, parallel to the western coast of the Indian Peninsula, traversing the states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, and Gujarat. Okay, here we are going to see the state-wise forest cover of Western Ghats. Okay, here the Karnataka is having the highest, that is of 37.4%. Maharashtra is 25.9%. Kerala 17%. Tamil Nadu 13.6%. Gujarat 6.1%. But for today's construction, it may be varied a little bit. Map of Western Ghats of India. Okay, here we can see the green cover, which says about the greenery. Okay, the which covers Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. Okay, that's Kerala, some parts. Okay, we are seeing in the map. Okay, next comes geology of the Western Ghats. Okay, we can say that geology of the Western Ghats. Okay, mainly we can see the mountain. Okay, it's one of the fault scarp. We can say that it is an eroded edge of the Deccan Plateau. Okay, the geologic evidence that gives that it formed during the breakup of the supercontinent of Gondwana some 150 million years ago. Sorry. Okay, we can see in the map the Deccan Traps. Okay, Gondwana Basin. Okay, Proterozoic Mobile Belt. Okay, and here in the this is the DEM image, which gives again the different districts. Okay, that is seen here. Okay, in the Deccan Plateau, okay, the basalt is the predominant rock found in the hills reaching a thickness of 3 kilometers. Okay, till the Karwar, we can see the basalt. Below the Karwar region, it consists of laterite rock, has a top layer. Okay, other types of rocks also found in the Western Ghats like granite, gneiss, metamorphic genesis, with the detached occurrence of crystalline limestone. Okay, residual laterite and bauxite ores are also found in southern hills. Okay, next, when there is a geology, we can say there is an water. Okay, due to the primary as well as secondary structures. Okay, west flowing rivers. Okay, the major river systems originating in Western Ghats or the Kaveri, Krishna, etc. Okay, the major tributaries include Kali, Bhadra, Bhavani, Bhima, Ghataprabha, Malaprabha, Hemavati, and Kabini rivers. Okay, the majority of the streams draining the Western Ghats join these rivers and carry a large volume of water during the monsoon months. Okay, land use and land cover. Okay, land use is nothing but the activity taken place by the man. Okay, in the evergreen forest, here we can see in the map that white color which indicates the settlement or cultivation. Okay, and forest plantations which indicates man activity. Okay, some of the areas in the Western Ghats are nowadays they are doing the plantation crops. Next, deep river valleys spread across the Ghats, which were utilized by various hydroelectric projects nowadays. Land cover. Okay, where the earth's surface is covered by the natural bodies, mainly by the forest or by the water bodies. Okay, natural cover. Okay, we seen in the western slopes. Okay, evergreen forest are seen in the western slopes of the Ghats, Western Ghats, and deciduous forest types are seen in the eastern slopes. Okay, majority of the moist forest types falls within the southern states of Kerala and Karnataka. Okay, in the map we can see evergreen forest, deciduous forest, and thorn forest. Okay, and water bodies can be seen in the map. That is land cover. Next, base flow. Okay, the area receives over 4,000 millimeter rainfall annually, but it's still faced with acute shortage of fresh water during summer months. Okay, each and everywhere we are facing the shortage of water in summer months due to the various projects. Okay, from the Central Groundwater Board, we have collected some information about the aquifers and also the secondary structures. Okay, aquifers is in the study area or weathered and fractured zones of metavolcanics, meta sediments, okay, granites and gneisses, laterites, along with alluvial patches found along the major stream courses. Okay, secondary structures like joints, fissures, faults present in these formations up to 185 meter below ground level, which act as a porous media with an effective porosity of 1 to 3% and contain groundwater. Okay, and also what we can see from the base flow, okay, seepage, by studying some of the papers, we have got the information that in the largest west flowing river in South India, that is of Netravati. Okay, here in some papers when we reviewed, and we got the information that seepage velocities below the surface being much less than when compared to the runoff. Okay, runoff is more when compared to the seepage velocity. It produces excessive surface runoff, and it during the rainy season, and when there is a rainfall, and it leads to the floods in the rainy season. Okay, next thing is disturbances. Okay, the Western Ghats are a mountainous area with high rainfall. These areas have been favored site for hydroelectric projects. Okay, I have taken one of the project recently, which has seen, that is okay, that is the Ethinale project. Okay, which is a water diversion for the filling the requirement of the people, that is of drought prone area of Kolar and Chikballapur districts. Okay, in that project they have done okay, here it is mainly intention of the hydroelectricity and the irrigation, but now they are mainly given the project for the sanction for the irrigation as well as drinking facility. 24 TNC of water from the headwater of the Netravati river is given to those drought prone areas. But the original project report included irrigation and power generation components. But till today, the project report does not provide any estimation and any reports of the forest to be cleared for carrying diverted water across the forest of Western Ghats. Okay, while having this project, there is a not only the irrigation or project, or what we can see today, that is a widening of the roads and railways, and also the tunnels, also leading to a major disturbance in Western Ghats. Okay, we can see the tunnels from, okay, here traveling from the Bangalore to Mangalore. Okay, the train have to cross 60 tunnels from a starting point of Bangalore to the destination of the Mangalore. Okay, so we can say that the tunnels in the Western Ghats will affect the environment. That is the thing we have to be considered while having the doing any civil engineering major projects. Okay, next is effects. Okay, not only affects the surrounding of the environment by doing this civil engineering projects, but it also affects the by the rainfall also when we cut the forest. Okay, that is the monsoon and climatic conditions also responsible. Okay, here the monsoon winds blows from west to east, and these monsoon winds are the reason for monsoon season in southern part of India. Yeah, as the Western Ghats controls the rainfall by controlling the monsoon winds in the southern region of India, when we cut the forest or deforestation taken place for the various types of projects, mainly for the civil engineering or for the agriculture activities, this reduction or disturbances happening in the Western Ghats, these winds are not managed. The winds coming from the west to east, the winds blows from west to east. In such condition, it may result in the recent floods, okay, that can be seen in southern part of India, such as in the states of Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka regions. Okay, this is some of the images I taken. Okay, recently flooded region in Sringeri. Okay, Here mainly the floods are taken recently, and hereby we are seeing the floods in Sringeri, but not in such an extent. Okay, the water is coming up to the bridge, but it is not covering the entire temple. But this time it is covered the entire temple and the entire city. Half of the city it is covered in the Sringeri. Okay, next is the landslides in Kodagu. Okay, we are seeing the frequent landslides from 2016 from up to 2020. We are seeing the landslides one or the another way in the Kodagu. Okay, the tunnels connecting Bangalore to Mangalore, it crosses about 60 tunnels from Bangalore to Mangalore. That is mainly in the tunnels or in Western Ghats. Okay, Charmuri Ghat. Okay, it is the where it is always disturbing the roads by the landslides or falling of the trees. Okay, widening of the roads and road projects undertaken in the districts of Mangalore. Okay, the stability of the slopes, which had in turn resulted in leading to a flood-like situation in Charmuri Ghat, or the sweeping takes place on the roads. It will changes the surface of the roads. Okay, damages the surface of the roads. Okay, as there is an erosion of the water, leaching takes place, and some of the solvent, soil erosion, everything will be on the surface of the road. So it damages the road surfaces. So frequently there is a we can have to observe the Charmuri Ghat blocks and all. Okay, finally discussions. Okay, nowadays what we can say, the more and more human activities interference in the Western Ghats, okay, might have long-term adverse effects on the geology and ecosystem. Okay, what will happen day to day? Civil engineering activities are more, and it will help the people in one way, but at the same time it is indirectly effect on the people, okay, by floods or landslides. Okay, laterite rocks can become unstable due to human activities. Okay, here laterite rocks. Okay, laterite rock is a weathered rock. Okay, because of its concentric features, structure. Okay, then here what we can see is due to the human activities like road constructions, different land use practices, deforestation. Okay, it leads to chemical weathering when there is a heavy rainfall, mainly the lateritic rocks. Okay, below the carver, what I said before, it mainly have the layer of the laterite soil, and as we go on southern part, it is mainly covered by lateritic rocks. Okay, it will be weathered. Okay, impact of weathering on laterite. Okay, when it weathered, okay, it is rainfall is the dominant parameter influencing the chemical weathering process, that is mainly in the laterite. And soil erosion are some of the factors which will lead to the landslide, okay, in the lateritic rock or lateritic soil zone. Next is soil piping. Okay, it is also one of the cause for the landslide, okay, where when there is a heavy rainfall. Okay, next, fractured systems can lead to landslides. Okay, what we can say that is, mainly the Western Ghats is in fault scarp. Okay, for mainly for the road construction or tunnel construction or railway constructions, they have to excavate the lands. Okay, it is already fault scrap. Okay, and they have the excavation in some or the other without having any geological knowledge, then there is one or the another way the fractures appear, and it when there is a rainfall or any other activity other than that also happen, leads to some other landslides. It affect on the environment. Okay, next is unconfined may result smaller streams which distributed will have haphazard effects. Okay, we are seeing the floods. Okay, okay, the layer which is where there is an lower infiltration, what we can say that is in the case of Western Ghats, it is an okay, if you see from the Mangalore one side of the Mangalore, it is having a steep cuttings on the Western Ghats, But when you see on another side of the mangrove side towards Bangalore, it is having a gradual dipping.
Hello, Divya.
Ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you make it fast a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Okay, finishing last slide. Okay, there is a gradual dipping towards Bangalore. So hence there is a landslides or less, we can say. But when there is a steep cutting in Western Ghats, we can say there is an prone to landslides, one thing. And there is a steep cutting, it says that the water cannot be stagnant and there is less infiltration rate. And so the water will be flowing and flowing. It leads to the haphazard effects. But if you have a construction in such areas, it should be very careful for major projects like a dam or any reservoir or a road or railway constructions, tunnel constructions. Okay, that is the thing what we have to be observed, and we have to apply a geology in each and every construction activities. You have to be thoroughly studied the geology in each and every aspect of the civil engineering constructions and projects. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, Divya. Sharif sir, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Divya. It was a good presentation. And just one thing I was, there is a lot of disturbance. Noise, please, can you mute?
I request the other participants to kindly mute yourselves.
Yeah, thank you. As we know, the situation year by year, what we see a lot of landslides in Madikeri and other areas. There are many reasons. Definitely, human intervention is there, which has triggered more landslide, apart from natural causes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just for your information,
Yes, sir.
as you have pointed out many aspects. One thing, there was a study by Subramaniam way back in 2000, suggesting that neotectonic activity between Mangalore Pulicat means what it tells that there is a gradual increase of land mass along that line, which has resulted in change in the drainage pattern and resulted in river piracy and many other aspects. So how do you rate, how do you think whether a natural process is more predominant in that area or a man-made, and what should be the remedies?
Sir, first thing we have to study the area. I already said that it is a fault plus crack. So we have to be studied thoroughly the area, whatever it is there. Then we have to see what type of project we have to be given in such areas. And then if there is a weathered rock, then we have to see such, there is any construction, steel constructions, such things we can do. Then we have to check, then we have to continue in the such area. Muted, sir.
Okay. Okay. I think we'll go for next presenter.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. The next presenter is Pavna, and her presentation is on geospatial modeling of hydro livability index of Bengaluru. Pavna, over to you.
Yes. Good evening to everyone. Am I audible?
You are, Pavna. You can continue.
Is it my screen is visible?
Your screen is not visible.
Okay. Okay. Now. Okay. I think now screen is visible.
Yeah, screen is visible. Put it to the slide mode, please.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Good evening to everyone. I'm Pavana from Indigeo Consultants Private Limited. We have tried to work a bit on geospatial modeling of the hydro livability index of Bengaluru under the guidance of Dr. Radhika K N. representing the occurrences of different events or aspects in a sequence is can be called as modeling. And if this kind of representation is with some spatial distribution using some geographic information techniques, then we can call it as geospatial modeling. And a livability index can be defined as the degree to which a city satisfies the physical and psychological needs and wants of its citizens. And major factors used to define livability index are like built-in natural environments, economic prosperity, social stability and equity, educational opportunities, cultural aspects, entertainment, recreation possibilities, etc. And here, since water is the one of the major fact in that livability index, as we all know, water is the source of origin of life, and without water, there is no life. Demand also is increasing unprecedentedly over the year with some advent of climate change, water pollution, over exploitation of the available water resources, etc. Nowadays, water scarcity is the one of the major issue to bring up many social, economic, and political conflicts around the globe. Bangalore is, as we all know, Bangalore is one of the fastest growing city in the world. Uh, and it is also facing the water scarcity during the summer months, and it is getting sufficient good water for usage is really difficult. A report from BBC says in coming days, Bangalore may go off like groundwater in the near future. In the present study, we had made an attempt to assess the livability index of the city with respect to the water scenario of Bengaluru using we have used remote sensing and GIS techniques to generate some thematic layers for the study. Here is one basic map for the studies drainage map of Bengaluru. And we have generated some maps using land use, land cover of the study area, and geomorphology, slope, and population density, etc. When it comes to land use and land cover, as we all know, land cover is generally land occupied by natural, like a forest, rivers, lakes, etc. And when land use means the area occupied by the human activities, like built up agricultural land, industries, roads, etc. And here, if you can observe, there is a change over the years. Here we have taken land use of 2001, and here you can see the 2020. These maps has been generated using satellite imagery, and then we have used supervised classification to get this land use and land cover maps. As you observe here, in the previous, like 2001, you can see some half of the area was covered by built up, and rest of the maximum also it has covered with some agricultural land, forest, and more lakes, like that. But when it comes to 2020, almost it's become like more than 90%. You can see in this map is like built up land. Entire city became completely built up. And here we can see some geomorphology map, and slopes. This also we have generated using GIS tools. And then here, if you observe about population density, and population is also one of the major factor for water scarcity. Here, if you here, this has been taken from reference TV Ramachandra et al. From 2016. We also had the same mapping, and we had the similar results. So have used this one. In the 1991, when you see, you can see some less population, and over the years it has gradual changes. And here you can see center of the city has more population. And current scenario is like changing the climate and making areas drier and precipitation more variable and extreme due to these things. And due to changing climate and increased population and human consumption is also increased. And groundwater is being depleted due to over exploitation. As as population increases, so requirement will be more, and hence ground started over exploiting the groundwater. uh, and then some natural infrastructure is being ignored as we are like growing as it is a growing up city. Natural infrastructures has been ignored, and more concentrating on building like industries, commercial areas, residentials, like that. And then overuse of the natural resource and wasting it, and some over exploitation of groundwater, and some slow aquifer recharge. As we all know, one of in past, Bangalore was a city of Bangalore used to call it as a city of lakes, and these days it became city of concrete. And that we all know that. So due to reduce of ignoring these natural uh, recharging centers, uh, uh, features like streams, lakes, and all, uh, and we filled up the surface with the concrete uh, jungle. So aquifer recharge is also reduced drastically, and then increase in hence the population is increased. Freshwater is demand is also increased, and we are deteriorating the surface water storage. As I have given example as reducing the lakes by making commercial complexes, apartments, so and so. And we have some solutions for these crises. We have to educate the people to change the consumption of water and lifestyles. And we have to educate people to use the natural resource in a limited way wherever required, instead of using plenty. As we know, in some part, in Bangalore only, when we see in some part, people will be getting all the day water, and some will be having good borewell, some will be having good water connection from the corporation water, like that. Some areas will be having good water connections, and some where areas weekly once or times only they will be getting water, and that also not sufficient, since the population is more and source is less. They will be getting very less water, they will not be getting enough sufficient water. And about that, we have to educate the people, and also next we have to look into the new water conversion technologies, like desalination, or extracting water from the atmosphere, like that. And then we have to educate people about recycling wastewater starting from the home itself. Like for example, when we use water for some washing utensils or clothes like that, or washing hand, the same thing can be used for flushing tanks in the toilet. Like that, we can uh, and we can uh, purify that water to a better extent, and we can use the same water to our gardening. Like that, we can teach, we can educate the people, and then improve. We have to improve infrastructure, and then we have to develop and enact better policies and regulations for constructions, as sir, and also in previous sessions sir has mentioned that uh, uh, if rainwater harvesting is the must, then half of the water problem will be solved in the city. And then we have to improve water catchment and harvesting, uh, uh, and the better one is like capturing the water through rainwater harvesting. And uh, when we follow rainwater harvesting, and stormwater can be tapped and used as a resource, so it reduces runoff, and thus we can urban flood can be avoided. And if you store that water in off seasons for using it during the other seasons also. And here uh, I have highlighted one more.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Pavna, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you be a little bit faster, ma'am?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. In this solution, but I would like to highlight one more thing is called atmospheric water generator. This is a process called harnessing water from air. It has best suited for the potable water requirement, and it works based on the principle of humidification, and uh, uh, it use the process called cooling condensation process. And the basic requirements for this atmospheric water generator is like relative humidity should be 30%, and ambient temperature should be less than 45 degree. And as we all know, Bangalore, the average highest temperature will be like around 38 degrees, and average humidity will be around some 65 percentage, and it ranges from 45 to 79. And we have uh, I think we have best humidity to use this. And we have one success story also for this, as Jalimudi water from air project in Andhra Pradesh. And we have some advantages also of this atmospheric water generator is like it helps to solve the water problem by supplying fresh water independent of existing water resources. And it also suitable for installation anywhere around the city, because the raw material is the atmospheric air. Environment friendly, it is environment friendly, and there is no any byproducts are generated, as no chemical is used. And it has some limitations like initial investment will be high. Cost wise, here we have some examples like some 25 to 30 liter generator costs some 45 to 70,000, and 1,000 liter atmospheric water generator costs around 10 lakh. But the best part is it is like one time investment, and also it can be installed within a building, and so it's a long term good access for potable water, and it is a very necessity for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavna. Sir, questions, please.
Yeah, it was a good presentation, Pavana, and definitely, as a common citizen of Bangalore, we should worry about our livability index, because water plays a very important role. And whatever the facts you have presented are very opt, and definitely they are going to deteriorate more and more with time, because of the rapid urbanization Bangalore is seeing from past 20-25 years. As just to mention, 4-5 years back, we went to Cape Town for some international conference. And last year, if you heard, because when I went there, I thought that it was one of the beautiful city, and very good maintained city, and where we were staying, and it was a wonderful part of that city. After coming from there, and they were already using many of the adaptations, like using the recycled water for flushing and other things, and they were doing many other things. Still, last year we heard that it was completely bankrupt with water, with potable water. So the situation may come any time may come to the Bangalore if a proper care, if we don't take proper care. And here I would like to tell that the part of civil engineers and geologists is very essential here, because they can make a better structures or better utility of the resources there in our city Bangalore for very good liability index for future. So if we go in hand, definitely we can at least change the present situation in the future. I think, and that concept of atmospheric water generator was very good. Hopefully, we utilize. Time will come that we may have to utilize that. And not only in Jalmuri, even in Ladakh, they are using that atmospheric water generator. So thank you. That was a nice presentation, and we'll go for the next one. That will be better.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Pavna. Now the next presentation is by Tejas K, and he's presenting on the hydrogeological constraints along various shear zones in peninsular Indian subcontinent, overview. Tejas, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce myself, Tejas K. I'm working as Assistant Professor in Acharya Institute of Technology, and I'm a research scholar of East West Institute of Technology. I'm doing my PhD under Dr. Radhika ma'am. And today, what I thought is this is one of the most challenging things. It was a bit easy when I looked at this topic, but when I started learning more and more things about shear zone and its hydrogeological constraints, it started becoming more and more complex. So we have come up with a simple factors which are responsible for hydrogeological constraints in a shear zone. We'll be discussing about it one by one. To start with, I hope I am audible.
You are audible, Tejas. Go on.
Yeah. To start with shear zone, as we all know, being a civil engineer or being a geologist, we all know shear is a stress which acts on a rock sample, and shear zone is created mainly due to compressive stress as well as shear stress. Shear stress will make a linear pattern, whereas compressive stress will compress the rocks in two directions. So in general, the simple shear is the acting of shear stress, and pure shear is acting of only compressive stress. When both things go hand in hand, we call that type of shear zone as general shear zone. See, the main problem arises for hydrogeological constraints is only when these factors are fighting with each other. That is, even the compressive stress will also act at a equal pressure with the general shear, that is the normal shear. So this is the main pattern which we are supposed to understand. And moreover, shear zone can behave as a homogeneous substance or a non-homogeneous substance in aquifer parameters. And moreover, this is, as I have already told, it is a linear feature, generally a trending pattern. You can see the shear zone extend from small millimeters to extent of huge kilometers. So that is what it is. And we have different types of shear zones. If the movement of rocks is in a brittle molten state, it is termed as ductile shear zone. If there is haphazard breaking of rocks, then it is termed as brittle shear zone. Brittle shear zone is usually an extension of normal fault. If normal fault is happening to a larger extent, that is termed as a brittle shear zone. And ductile shear zones are the shear zone which usually happens at high temperature and pressure conditions. And even on Earth's surface, we are able to see ductile shear zone because of the tectonic activity. And moving on to different factors affect, that is the aquifer parameters which are affecting the shear zone are, First thing is the normal meteoritic factors, that is the rainfall, the movement, runoff velocity, the movement of infiltration, all those things. Apart from those things, that is for a shear zone to act as a very good aquifer condition, the meteoritic factor should be well and good, that is for sure. And apart from this, there is the networking of shear pattern, which is very, very important. And then we have the thickness parameters, which keep on changing. And then we have the lithology parameters. This lithology parameter is not just the type of rock or type of layer of soil that is present there. This is a comparative or a collective parameter. And then the soil parameter also matters along with the geomorphology. So to start with, the network of shear zone, and not to forget the main point which I'm supposed to include when we are talking about this is, see, shear zone usually have two planes of deformation. If the deformation is parallel to the shear boundary, that the parallel deformation is termed as C plane. And if there is an oblique, that is the start of a shear zone, usually we tend to see the exfoliation or foliation plane, which is generally in S-shaped deformation. So to start with the network of shear zone, we have two different networks. One is non-coaxial zones and the other is coaxial network. In non-coaxial network, it is the either of one parameter. That is, as I've told in the earlier slides, it is generally the shear stress will be more, it will be more acting on the rock surface rather than the compressive stress. So in that case, we'll see intense myelinization or intense shearing patterns. Either of one factor should be more, and that is more in case of non-coaxial. In case of coaxial, it is like you'll have a compressive stress which will be more, and along with that you'll have a shear stress which would be acting. This will create some sort of interconnectivity which blocks the movement of water below. So this is the network parameter, and then that is what I told. And then next is the thickness parameter. Generally, shear zone, in case of brittle deformation, the thickness can start with a small thickness and thickness can get widened, and it can be restricted to outer boundaries. The central portion can be emplaced by a new magma or new lithology to the system. And in type 1 case, the permeability will start to increase because there is deformation, and the permeability will remain constant with time, with the pattern of shearing changing along the course of action. And in case of type 2, the intensity starts reducing. That is, a huge block will be compressed to a smaller block where the intensity is limited to a small area, and the permeability with time will come to the permeability limit will be decreased with time. And then in type 3 parameter, it will just remain constant, so there will be no change in permeability with start of deformation. That is, T1 is first deformation, T2 is second and third, and so on. The permeability will remain constant. And in case of type 4, it will be a small shear pattern, a small stretch of shear zone which will get to a greater distance and it will be widened up. So the permeability with time will increase. I'll be giving a small reference in my further slides with all these types. We have taken two different types. I'll be giving the difference there. And then moving on to litho parameters. Litho parameters, see, whatever kind of rock it is completely, when it is under deformation, it becomes as a fault breccia. And the softer material or the powdered, finest powdered, which is found in fault zone, is called as clay gouge, and the thicker ones are called as fault breccia. And this also, sometimes these patterns are intervened by a new system or new quartz veins or some sort of other systems, other lithology into the system, which sometimes will reduce the permeability factors in a shear zone. That is what it means. And then this is the description which we found in a paper, which states that if a shear zone is completely healed, that is, the fracture system is completely filled with a new molten material. If it is totally filled, then it is a dry fracture and no chance of permeability can arise there. And reasonably we have found T1, T3 and not healed. Not healed is, it is also a parameter where water can escape to greater depths, because shear zone sometimes will extend up to a greater depth. So not healed or totally healed are the parameters where you can be in a position to lose water in this whole system, whereas reasonably healed and relatively healed are in the intermediate. They can act as a unconfined aquifer where you have top surface acting as a permeable and the healing surface which has filled the fractures acting as a non-permeable aquitards. And further, the soil parameters is, see, this is an experiment which is being done by a person called as Marion. He has conducted this experiment along with field sampling. What he has come to a conclusion is, in the soil parameters of a shear zone, the porosity index will start reducing with intensity of shearing, but it gradually or suddenly rises to an extent where the porosity limit earlier will be overrun by the intense shearing factors. So what I mean to say by this is, see, intense shearing pattern can create a clay soil which is non-permeable in nature, but also a shear zone can behave as a good aquifer region if at all there are paleo channels which are present in the subsurface. That paleo channel will lead to the lead as a recharger to this shear zone, where which this shear zone can act as a volumetrical basin. That is what I mean by soil parameter. And then there are geomorphological features also. See, these are the features which are resultant of a shear zone. Sometimes you might have a peδιplane also. You can have the normal general features also if at all the healing has been more. So you can find a linear valley, you can find an Eisenberg pressure ridge act as a poor groundwater recharge channel, because see, as I've told, when in coaxial network, there are two different forces acting on the square square geological block, where this can act as a complete aquitard to the system. And then moving on, this is how the conduct system might behave. This is a distributed conduct. What I mean to say is, if a shear pattern is limited to a small area, this can and those central shear zone can branch out and it can act as a distributed conduct. You have regional conduct where you have a single shear zone, single deformed rock bed, which can act as a permeability factor, which can the surface can act as a permeability factor. And this is the general change in parameter of permeability. And then the main thing is, a highly pressurized rock, a brittle deformation, highly pressurized rock can act as a volumetrically great geological aquifers. As and when it go deeper and deeper, it can act as a aquitard, and we can expect the reduction of volumetric volume in the shear zone. But the main thing is, there are more ductile shear zones which have happened at the deeper surfaces, and those ductile deformations has been transformed to the surface through tectonic activities. That is what we'll be discussing in a few minutes from now. So this is the general parameter of permeability, and we'll be discussing about two simple shear zone pattern, and few people have worked on it. We are just comparing a few things in that, and then we'll move on. That is the end of this presentation. See, I'm taking the small shear zone, the extension of a central shear zone in the Dharwar system. We are taking a basement, the southernmost tip of the central shear zone, that is Kollegal. Reason we have taken southern tip is you don't find S lineation more in this area, where S lineation, according to MJ sir and all, have intense S pattern in northern and central part of Dharwar Craton. So the southernmost tip, the shear zone is limited to a small area. That is what we'll be discussing about. And what happens here is, the whole paper suggests that there are very good aquifer parameters all along the shear zone, but the shear zone is fetching a quantity of water or quantity of yield only closer to the places where the channel flow of Kaveri River is. What I mean to say is, this is a deep-seated shear zone where water is having a possibility of going to the deeper aquifer limits where water cannot be fetched from that limit, but there is a possibility where water is being fetched in a active portion of a river flowing region. That is, there are some rivers or streams which are flowing here which reaches the Kaveri basin, and those streams are very good yield in the central shear zone is what according to Basavarajappa et al. And moving on to next one, we are taking a complex one where we have a mixture of almost everything. You have shearing S plane, C plane, everywhere here. Here we have taken Salem as a place. Salem as a place where this intersection has an intersection of two shear zones. The one is the central one, that is the Palghat, Kaveri, Salem, Attur shear zone, and there are strain patterns of the other shear zones also on this particular area. What this states is the whole shear zone has a very good groundwater yield, and moreover this is being in a verge of having a potential to fetch the larger area of that particular area, so larger area of Tamil Nadu. What people are suggesting are these water are having recharge time and again, so that what I mean to say is this, the intersection of S pattern with C pattern, maybe I'm not concluding it here, it can be a possibility that it is having a high yield compared to the other shear zone which I've spoken earlier. And this is what I want to say, and my conclusion, it is not moreover a conclusion, it is just the things what I've noticed in the general understanding of hydrogeology in shear zone. This shear permeability is one of the complex parameter in hard rock terrains than in the general features of a hard rock terrain. And then this same shear zone can act as a isotropic aquifers, and it can also act as an anisotropic aquifers. And this modeling of this shear zones or approach of groundwater modeling through fracture zones and shear zones can be a great work in future, because as all of us are talking about this can be a futuristic approach of harvesting water in near future. And thank you. I'm open for questions.
Sharif sir, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Radhika. That was a good, very good presentation by Tejas. Tejas?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So your presentation mainly confined to shear zones and the utility of the shear zones in groundwater. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So basically, you have told many things about shear zone, and application part. I request you to please work more, and especially what happens shear zone, as we see, is same shear zone at near surface is brittle, and with depth it is ductile.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In changing the permeability of the body. Okay, and
yes,
definitely more permeable and means zones compared to other, and because of its heterogeneity there comes the issue. Sometimes intensity of the shearing also plays an important issue, as well as these shear zones are what you are seeing, they are crustal level shear zones and very deep shear zones, and definitely they are good source for your future groundwater potentials, but still you should take very care interpretation, because there are many other issues which control the shear zone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Not taking much time. It was a good presentation and good work. I request to continue such work in future, and but take care about other parameters which control groundwater, not only simple shear zones. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Tejas, for a good presentation, and thank you, Sharif sir, for chairing the session 5. And here we come to the end of the session 5. I request the conveners to take over and start the valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. I request Muhammad Sharif, sir, to stay back for the program.
Good evening, everyone. Assistant Professor, Civil Engineering. For the participants and HODs, other department and colleagues. Valedictory program of 4th two-day virtual national conference on advances in civil engineering 2020 civil soft consultants. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. USHA K N to deliver the summary of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, all the dignitaries, delegates, participants, and my colleagues. In past 3 years, we are conducting constantly national conference on advances in civil engineering. And this year, due to pandemic situation, we have conducted virtually. First of all, I would like to thank all the authors and resource persons who have sent their abstract from various colleges. Like Danand Sagar College of Engineering, Asst College from Mandya, Acharya Institute of Technology from Bangalore, Vagdevi College from Telangana, Nagarjun College of Engineering from Bangalore, UVC College from Bangalore, RV College of Engineering, RNSIT Bangalore, Asst Institute of Technology from Shimoga, Oxford School of Architecture, then East West College of Engineering, Yelahanka. I am happy to announce we have received a few papers from Arcon Constructions from Muscat. We have received around 60 plus papers and got scrutinized to 35 papers for presentation. At day 1, conference started with inaugural function. The guest of honor was Dr. R.L. Ramesh sir, Secretary, ICI Bangalore chapter. The program was started with Nada Gite, followed by HOD talk and Dr. T.R. Shashekar sir talk, and which is followed by principal talk. Later, Dr. Suman Saha, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT from Calicut, has delivered the lecture on geopolymer binder, which is followed by talk from chief guest, Dr. R.L. Ramesh sir, Secretary, ICI Bangalore chapter. Later, we had first technical session on structural engineering. The session chairperson was Dr. S. Kavita, Professor and Head from ACS College of Engineering, headed by Mrs. Geeta K. Around 6 papers were delivered. In the afternoon session, we had a second session on construction technology headed by Ms. Shilpa B.S. And the session chair was Dr. M.B. Patil, Professor and Head from Government SKJT College. Around 8 papers were presented. With that, we have concluded the D1 conference. Coming to day 2, the conference started with the third technical session on environment and water resource engineering, headed by Mr. Sridevi R. The session chair was Dr. C.S. M.B. Prasad, Professor and Head of SJBIT College. Around 8 papers were delivered on that session. It is followed by the fourth technical session on GT and highway engineering, headed by Mrs. Rajeshwari B. And the session chair was Associate Professor from UBC College, Bangalore. Around 6 papers were presented on the session. In the afternoon, we had the 5th session on Earth Science and Engineering, headed by Dr. Radhika K N, and the session chair was Dr. Mohammad Sharif sir, GIS from Chitradurga. Around 5 papers were delivered. This was a brief summary of the 4th National Conference on Advances in Civil Engineering. Finally, I would like to thank all the dignitaries, session chair, domain heads, our HOD, principal, my colleagues, students, and participants. And I also extend my gratitude to the stars of the program, none other than our participants. Presenters, thank you all for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Usha ma'am. Call upon Dr. about the conference.
Then kindly repeat, we could not hear you. Madam, we could not hear you. Hello?
Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
You can continue.
No, we could not hear you. Invited Gupta sir to talk?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, and all present here. I'm happy that we have successfully completed the fourth national conference. Nearly 41 papers are presented in this session. At this time, I thank the management for giving their support and giving the facilities to conduct this program. I thank Chairman Madam, Srimati Rashmi Ravikiran Madam, Secretary Sir, Tejas Ravikiran Sir, Director Admissions, Dr. Purushottam Sir, and without support of our beloved Principal, Dr. Geotechnical Sir, this type of programs will not be happened. Okay, I thank Geotechnical Sir for his complete support, and I say at the outset, I would like to thank the conveners, Usha Madam and Sunny. See, they have taken up the program and they have conducted this in a structured manner, and with the support of all the faculty members, this could not happen. That's why I thank all the faculty members of our department. And a very important thing is the participants. The various colleges participants are there, and I'm happy that one paper is from Muscat. Actually, if it is offline, means we wanted to conduct it as international conference, but due to pandemic, we could not conduct that international conference, and we are doing it as a national conference only. See, from Assam, Telangana, and some other states also, we have received the papers, and all the streams papers were very good. Their findings, they have presented, the researchers presented their research findings, and they have presented well. I congratulate all of them and I thank them, and I request them to support in the same manner in future also. I'm happy, and once again I thank all, and I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call our principal, Dr. Chennakeshwar sir, to talk few words about the conference.
So very good evening, respected Chief Guest, Muhammad Sharif sir, and the Department of Civil Engineering, NCACE-EWIT-2020 Professor, faculty members, organizers, and participants, especially paper presenters, ladies and gentlemen. So really, I'm happy that the department consecutively from last 4 years, so continuously organizing this conference, national conference on advances in civil engineering. It's a very good sign. This opportunity to present the papers, especially for R&D students. There is a Dr. Day program, even other students also, final students, and even other faculty members. They can present the papers, and the faculty and the paper presenters can know each other. What's happening, what is the latest topics in advances in civil engineering, especially in the themes like structural engineering, like geotech engineering, or transportation or concrete technology, whatever the field in your domain, civil engineering, really good. So like that, I will continue. Our civil engineering department, HOD and faculty members are doing extremely good work. And even this pandemic situation, they organized the virtual presentation, especially conference. And I think probably next year, definitely it will be offline. You will see anyhow. We hope for offline conference, now 5th conference. So continuously they are doing. At the same time, I will again request our HOD and faculty members of civil engineering department organize number of these type of functions, programs, especially conferences, seminars, guest lectures, even technical activities for the students, as well as the faculty development programs, student development programs, career enrichment programs, skill enrichment programs for the students, for the benefit of students and faculty. Not only our students, not only our faculty members, even outside. Outside means the VT affiliated institutions, even autonomous institutions, and even private university faculty members should be benefited from this program. So like that, there's a mutual exchange of knowledge is very important at this particular time. Learning component, both for students and staff, is very important. If we learn, automatically transform that knowledge to the students. So like that, you have to move. So like that, definitely this is nothing but a platform, I can say, to exchange of ideas. Already I told you, the exchange of ideas. Really, I think very good speakers are already spoken in length about your this one, the domain, civil engineering and advances in civil engineering. So I thank all the guests, those who are spoken already in length about the topics, and even participants. So definitely, I think they are going to give, you're going to give certificates, these certificates and other certificates also. For participation certificates, definitely it is useful for you in your career. So this type of programs, so useful programs will continue forever. So I don't take much of your time already, it's late. So once again, thank you and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. Mohammed Sharif, sir, to talk few words about the conference. Sharif, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Respected Dr. Chanakeshaw, sir, principal. Respected MS, Dr. Professor MS Nagaraj Gupta ji, and other dignitaries, and all the participants of the this conference. So it was a pleasure for me to attend this conference, and that was a very good, very means I enjoyed being part of this conference. And what I liked most is even the students participated, and at this beginning stage of their career, means if you give the chance to them, definitely they will come up with the newer ideas, and they can contribute in a better way in their future careers and to the society in general. So that was a this conference has covered most of the aspects. Even I was hearing there is one lecture, means I've heard that there is one lecture on geopolymerism. There is also very good means subject which you can use for better societal development, especially in Bangalore. Not only and as a means as part of geology fraternity, so I'll always feel that we are connected somewhere more with civil engineers, because there is a lot of use of geology in civil engineering. So with this, I hope that a lot of mutual work will go on, and it will in turn benefit the society. I thank all the persons involved in this conference, and it has been wonderfully organized. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call upon any one of the participants to share your feedback.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Yes, Sharad, continue.
I would like to thank East West institutions for organizing such conferences. And I would also like to thank Principal Sir Chanakeshwar Sir and HOD Nagaraj Sir, and also the conveners Raju Sir, Rajeshwari Ma'am, Usha Ma'am, and Sunny Sir. This was really helpful in exchanging knowledge, and as students we got to know many things, technical things in various aspects of civil engineering. We'll be looking forward for some more sessions in the coming up years. It was really informative. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sharath. Any other participants? Okay, thank you. Now, this is the most awaited moment, that is announcement of the best paper award. I would like to call Miss Usha K N and Mr. Sunny Gowda, convener of the program, to announce the results.
Thank you, ma'am. Here we have selected two best papers awards from each. For first session, that is on structural engineering, the first best paper award goes to SNIA from EWIT College for the topic analysis of transmission tower. And the second best paper award goes to two members. It was tied between two people. First one is on structural health monitoring using Internet of Things, that is IoT, from the Anand Sagar College of Engineering. And it was tied for one more paper, that is comparative of multi-story building having floating column at different level, presented by Ishwari from EWIT College. And coming to session 2 on construction technology, the first best paper award goes to the application of additive manufacturing construction of isolation wards to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, which was presented by Pavan Kumar, that is from Maharaja Institute of Technology, Thandavpura from Mysuru. And the second best paper award goes to two people. One is for the paper Strength Analysis of Stabilized Mud Block for Rohit Kumar from the college EWCE Elanka. Then the second paper will be the effect of ice and pozzolith on the strength parameters of the concrete using British codes, which is presented from Syed Farah Siddiq from Acharya Institute. I congrats all the winners. Over to you, sir.
From Environmental Engineering and Water Resource Engineering, the first best paper award goes to Analysis of Steady Flow using HERAS and GIS, presented by Pallavi from UVCE. And second best presentation goes to, it is a tie between two. One is extraction of fuel from plastic waste through pyrolysis process. It was presented by Abhinav from EWCE. And third best presentation goes to copper ferrite nanoparticles synthesized via combustion method for their photocatalytic application, presented by Deepika, EWIT. From Geotechnical Engineering stream, first best presentation goes to Mudraju sir from UVC for the title Performance of Embedded Footings in Unreinforced and Reinforced Fly Ash Beds. Second best presentation, again there is a tie between two people. First, the title is A Study on Performance of Surface Footing on 3D Geogrid Reinforced Sand Beds, presented by Avina. From highway stream, the best presentation goes to Redesigning Banshakri TTMC to an Integrated Mobility Hub, presented by Sharath MM of Oxford College of Architecture. And finally, with the Art Science Engineering, the first best presentation goes to Pavana from Sensors Geoscientist Indigo Consultant Private Limited for the topic Geospatial Modeling of Hydro Livability Index of Bangalore. And second best presentation, Tejas from Acharya Institute of Technology for the title hydrogeological constraint along various shear zones in peninsular India subcontinent. And we also have 2 consolation best paper award, which was selected by our jury members. First consolation prizes for the topic cost effective utilization of quarry dust and granite industry waste, presented by Manoj DC from RV College of Engineering. And second consolation award goes to Ramesh Gomasa for the topic titled Repair, Rehabilitation and Retrofitting of the Structures from Vagdevi College of Engineering, Telangana. I congratulate all the winners.
Thank you, Usha ma'am. Thank you, Sunny sir. And I congratulate all the winners. So now I request Mr. Sunny Gowda to render a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all the others, said by Cicero. On this note, on behalf of EWIT Department of Civil Engineering and entire fraternity of the Institute, I would render the vote of thanks. Firstly, my sincere thanks to the Almighty God for making this event a grand success. I would like to thank our chairman, Srimati Rashmi Ravikiran ma'am, our secretary, EWGI, Sri Tejas Ravikiran sir, our director, EWGI, Dr. Purushottam sir, and our principal, Dr. Channakeshwalu sir, for encouraging us in conducting this program. Secondly, I would like to thank all our association partners, Ultratech Private Limited, Indian Concrete Institute Bangalore Chapter, CADD Center, Civil Soft Structural Consultants. I would also like to thank all our dignitaries, our chief guest, Dr. R.L. Ramesh sir, keynote speaker, Dr. Suman Saha sir, and our session chairs, Dr. Kavita ma'am, Dr. M.B. Patil sir, Dr. C.S.M.V. Prasad sir, Dr. K.V.S.B. Raju sir, Dr. Mohammad Sharif sir. And also our domain heads, Professor Geeta K, Professor Shilpa B.S., Professor Sridevi R, Professor Rajeshwari B, and Dr. Radhika K N, and our co-conveners, Dr. Radhika K N, Dr. Shashishekar sir, Professor Ashwini G, and Professor Geeta K. I especially thank Kumuda V, Professor Arun Kumar HR, Professor Shilpa B.S. for their immense support throughout the program, and also our organizing committee, and special thanks to our technical support team. I also thank all our participants, students, and our stars of the program, that is our presenters, and my colleague and also a convener, Ms. USHA K N, for her untraining effort for successful completion of the program. Last but not the least, our backbone of the program, our HOD, Dr. S NAGARAJA GUPTA sir, for his continuous support throughout the program. Finally, I thank all the people who have worked directly or indirectly and supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny sir. And I would like to thank Mohammad Sharif sir for being with us in the function. Now we shall end the program with the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत।
Thank you, one and all. Sir, shall I end the session?
Yeah, I thank all of you for your cooperation and making this program successful. And also I thank our non-teaching staff, Kantaraju, Ganesh, Vinod, Rajanna, Mamata Shri, and Bhuvaneshwari Madam. For their support is also very much required in making this program grand success. I thank them also. And once again, I thank all the session chairs, Dr. Kavita Madam, Dr. M.B. Patil Sir, Dr. Prasad Sir, Dr. K.V.S.B. Raju Sir, Dr. Sharif Sir, and without their support, we could not complete this because they have spared their valuable time for us, and they have made this program a grand success. And in upcoming days, we will plan for an international conference with the support of all these people. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, and all the best.